We'll begin the hearings here today. We have a very full agenda here, so I appreciate Health and Human Services for teeing it up here at 8 o'clock this morning. Ladies, if I can ask you, so the kind of the rundown that you'd seen in an email is looking today for just a very general review of services and goals intended with the 2023 budget. We can then talk on the significant services and staffing changes resulting from the preliminary guidance. Number 3, if we can talk on recommendations for amendments for F&P, for Finance and Personnel Committee and the Administrator to consider. Then transition into recommendations from the Supervisory Committee, if there was any, and then we'll talk on specific questions from the committee and myself. So with that, I'll turn it over if you'd like to kind of guide us through the different materials that you'd like to reference. And we have about 30 minutes here today.
Okay. So I passed out the form, which is kind of an overview of our budget, and I will just go through the different units and give you a brief overview of them. First budget is the administration, and this covers the expenses of the building and one maintenance staff. So through our budget, we cover all of the expenses of the building, the electric, cleaning supplies, and all of the building unit supplies, copiers, paper, bathroom supplies, all of that is covered in this budget. Also in this budget is my salary, 2 different managers, and 7 full-time staff. So that is what is under the administration. And that includes the business and the financial services. Our next budget is public health. And that also includes our nutrition program. So there is about $35,000 in levy, and that is to cover the food costs associated with the senior nutrition program. There's also funds that are supplied to us by the state through GWAR. Our health department has 2 nurses and our public health manager and our nutrition coordinator. One of the things that we found when doing our budget is that we do have some COVID funds outside of the ARPA ones that the county received that we are able to use. And so we were able to put them in there for any COVID related expenses or salary expenses that we have. There was originally additional ARPA funds that had been provided to the public health unit, and those were taken away this couple months ago to help with the total budget for next year, but those were also additional funds that we could have used had we still had those. Our next unit is the ADRC. So with the ADRC, there are both elderly services and the ADRC, which is the resource center. The resource center is fully funded and there is no tax levy in there. The aging and transportation programs do have tax levy in there, and those are mandatory matches by the state. So for us to get the funds, we have to have additional funds added to it. With those, there was an increase you may notice from the previous year. That is because there were additional ARPA funds. So with the additional funds that we received, we have to have additional match. Yeah.
I've been informed that we do have a quorum, so I'm going to call the meeting of the Finance and Personnel Committee, which will run along with the hearing on the budget. So it was properly posted.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And we do have an agenda. We're going to follow the recommended agenda for the budget hearing. So I'm going to declare the meeting in order. Thank you.
Additionally, in the ADRC, I talked about the aging and the transportation programs. There is that increase in funding from the state due to some of the ARPA funds that are there for those specific programs. And so that did increase the match for us to be able to get those funds. Our next unit is the economic support unit, and there's been a lot of discussion throughout the county in regards to the economic support unit, and I really want to clarify how that funding source works. For us, with our economic support, we are part of a consortium. We have a maintenance of effort that we have to supply to be part of the consortium. That's just over $153,000. That number has been the same since 2012. At that time, we had 6 staff. In 2015, the consortium requested of us to take on 8 additional workers. They came to Richland County because we were the the county with the lowest hourly wage. And so those positions were added to Richland County at no additional expense to us. So since 2012, we went from 6 workers to 14 workers with no additional expense to the county. Those positions also bring in, we call it AMSO, but it's really overhead. And so for each position, we get about an additional $16,000 from the consortium. If those positions are removed, that's additional revenue that we will lose, and we will still have the exact same amount that we have to pay to the consortium. So if there's any questions in regards to that, please let me know that. Next, we have our Child and Youth Services. You know, Stephanie and I have really been looking at this. One, there is room to adjust. Typically, this is a budget that has not had levy in it because of the reclasses that are being proposed and the wage increases. There was levy that was added to it. It's a really difficult one, and we know that that's something we could look at changing, but we also know that we need to be competitive in this unit with wages. Doing abuse and neglect investigations, ensuring family safety is a very, very difficult job to do with quality staff and the quantity of staff that's needed. Ultimately, it helps families. Ultimately, it helps our budget. If we have staff that can work with these families to either prevent out-of-home placements or decrease the amount of time in out-of-home placement, it saves the county money in those placement funds. So we're really hoping that we can keep those as they are and look at other areas to make some adjustments. Our last unit is the behavioral health. There are a lot of programs in there. Currently, we're working on rebuilding this unit. We have our manager leaving. We're making some adjustments to maximize revenue and to make sure we're making the most of the state, federal, and grant funds. One of the programs in there is CCS, and that is Comprehensive Community Services. That is a great revenue source for the county, so we really are looking to make sure we can maintain that program in-house. That is a fully Medicaid billing, but it also helps with the long-term placement costs. It's providing individuals with mental health or AODA needs services within the community with the hope of keeping them out of long-term placements.
Tricia, can you clarify CC, what did the initials stand for?
It stands for Comprehensive Community Services. Yes. And then we have our placement budgets, and we did follow the recommendation of cutting those budgets by 100,000. So we have the adult placements and the children's placements, and we will be really monitoring those to work to keep under budget there. So that is an overview of our budget. This was built on the 4.5% increase, not the 5%. At the time we had turned it in, we were at 4.5%, so we will be making that adjustment. And again, there's a couple other adjustments that we are hoping to continue to make and look at as time goes on. You know, with some of our programs, it's based off of funding and revenue. For our child and youth services, there are additional funding opportunities, but we won't find out about how much they are or what they can be used for until like September or October. And so we're really hoping that that will offset some of the increase in levy. Does anyone have any questions in regards to anything I've shared so far? Yeah.
On the ESS with the consortium,
Yes.
as we hopefully increase wages here, will that change the sharing formula with the other counties?
You mean, will we have more to pay?
Well, I don't know how it might change.
No, we're not foreseeing it to be changing at all.
Okay,
No.
thanks.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. C.
I'm just signing in to let you know that I'm a virtual guest.
Hey, we're on a tight budget for time, so we're going to proceed. Thank you.
Tricia, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm wondering, have you seen the strategic plan? And there's a bullet point in the strategic plan about analyzing the county's indirect rate to capture the highest possible amount of grant funding. Have you seen that strategy or goal that we have in the strategic plan, and do you have any thoughts on that?
I guess I have not seen it, but as far as maximizing the resources, those are things that I've really started to take a look at, and making sure we're doing that. You know, some of our funding is based off of the work that we do. And so we're really looking at making sure that we are being proactive to getting as much back in revenue from the state, from Medicaid, from insurance companies as we can. So that is something that I have been taking a look at since I have been there, that Stephanie and I have talked about, with those additional funds into the public health department. It was really looking at the different grants that are there, making sure we're asking the questions and making sure we are using them as much as we can.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Carroll.
Yeah, I can speak to that. Last year when we were doing the strategic planning effort, I asked Tracy that very question, and it's more to do with making sure all of our, for example, administrative and those kind of costs are fully rolled into the rates that we use when we go after grants. And she assured me that, yes, you guys are very aware and do everything you can. And I know you're still getting up to speed here. So, but that is, I think HHS is probably more aware than the other departments of how that's done and are doing as much as they can.
If I could answer that, can you hear me? Yes, right, correct. So whenever we apply for grants or do any kind of funding, that's definitely one thing that we look for in the contract is like, can we claim those dollars, right? And so like, if you look at the administrative personnel building and operating costs section, so that $1,061,000, we would definitely break that out and throw that in any kind of pot of money that we can draw down. So I know we can draw down. Right now, I know we definitely can draw down from economic support, like Tricia said. I want to guess we can draw down about I use $16,000 per FTE just because it's an easy number to use, but it can vary depending on our expenses. And we can draw down from the Adrc, behavioral health. We can also draw down so indirect. Yep, sure. And not only do we draw down those costs, but that's what we draw down is in that pot there. So
I would ask all presenters to speak clearly,
Yeah.
get close to the mic.
I'm not used to being a speaker. That's
So the people
that's
on
my
the
problem.
WebEx can hear. Thank
So-
you.
I could hear that really well, and I
Okay.
just want to make sure that we're just thinking as creatively as possible. I know
Right.
making up that budget gap is going to be really tough in 2024, so just kind of getting ready for that. And even if there's ways to, capture back some of our capital dollars that we spend on the HHS building, I don't know if that's possible, but I'm just looking for creative ideas, and I know we need that more than any department. HHS, you have all that matching money that comes in from all these other revenue sources, especially the state, but also the federal government. So I just want to get as much of that money as possible. So that was the spirit of my question.
Yep.
Any other questions before I go on to the next one?
Just, my question would be on, the placements. I mean, and is there anything you can do to reduce that cost?
Yes, to a certain extent. Because we're dealing with people, so that's always a hard one, because people are unpredictable. But I think beefing up our CCS program is one way, because some of those resources can also be used to offset placement costs. If we can be proactive with the child and youth services and really making sure families have the services and supports they need, if we can do some of those prevention services so it doesn't get to the point where we have to do out-of-home placements. With some of the adult placements, it's really making sure that we're reaching out, we're letting people know this is what's out there, this is what's available, that when that first call comes in, to try to be as proactive as we can to prevent those placements. What's difficult right now is we're short-staffed, and so we, especially in our behavioral health unit, dealing with the crisis and the adult calls, it does make it difficult, because as much as we do all that we can, it's still hard when you have less time and still the same amount of work, or less people and still the same amount of work. But that's what one of my goals is for the next year, is really making sure that we get staff back up there. The other thing is really making sure that we're maximizing all the funding sources that are out there in regards to the placements, in regards to Winnebago, helping people get Medicaid if those are things that are help, weighing the different placement costs, really looking at different options that are out there.
Can get way out of hand in a
Yes,
hurry, and you
yes.
don't really understand, you don't have a lot of control over it, but
Yeah,
money is, I'm just looking at, in the time I've been on the board, and I think that placement, we were putting money into that placement thing every year at the end of the year, instead of kind of being proactive and kind of having an idea what it is, but it seems to continue to rise, and I know it's tough to manage.
yeah. And one of our requests is going to be, and I'm kind of jumping ahead, but since we're talking about it, is if there is surplus left over at the end of our placement budget, that be carried over into the next year, and then we get less levy. So we almost have like a non-lapsing fund into our placements. You know, we can't really go and cut those. We could go and cut the placement budgets, but it's not realistic. But if we could have the opportunity to have some of that carry over and use less levy year after year moving forward, I do think that would help a little bit.
Yeah, because you, like I said, when I first got on, we just, at the end of the year, we just bounced. Basically, we just paid the difference, and, you know, there was $400,000. It was an unrealistic number, but we just paid the bill at the end of the year. That's what we're doing. So it's nice to see that we have a plan, you know, that we're trying to work towards it. But like you said, it's up in the air. You don't know from day to day what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of money, and it's something that you try to say, wow,
Yeah,
we could get this in any way
Right.
under a little better control.
Yep.
Thanks.
mm-hmm. So the number 2 question, the significant services or staffing changes. One of the decisions we made for the next budget years, we are no longer going to have our WEAP program. So that's the Wisconsin Home Energy Assistance Program. It will still be provided throughout the state and throughout the county, but we will not be the facilitator of that program. Funding from the state has been decreasing every year. When we got our amount of how much it would be, it would not cover what we would need to keep that position in-house. And so that person will be transitioning to the economic support units where the consortium will cover her salary. And then we will be having that, the state will be having that contracted out. So that is one of the changes that we looked at when forming our budget.
If I can add to that quick. The other reason, that's the WEAP program, we've never put tax levy into it. So if we were to have kept it in-house, we would have had to use some tax levy to offset that difference in the loss in funding, so.
And then the staffing changes, I think I would just look at the child and youth services with the wage increases. That will get us comparable to neighboring counties. I hope that will keep our staff to stay, or get our staff to stay, so that we can keep that unit stable. And then help with those placement costs, because sometimes that does make a difference in the child placements. If we can get those services and if we can have the workers in there to work with them and help them, that does help out. Recommendations for amendments for you guys to consider. One I talked about is trying to look at having that non-lapsing fund in regards to the placements. The other is the WIMCR funds. So what those are is we bill Medicaid for actual costs of services provided. At the end of the year and at the start of the next year, we then prepare a WIMCR report where we let the state know this is what we billed, but this is what we actually received, and the difference is made up to us and is provided to us. Typically, those then go back to the general fund, and we're asking that they remain in that program. It is Medicaid dollars. It would be nice to be able to use those year after year to offset our budget. And so it would be less levy that we would be asking for, and using those funds for future budget years. So that is just an ask that I am having of the committee to look at and to consider for the future.
Tricia, do you know what amounts we're talking about typically?
It can vary for CCI. I mean, we get, there's CCS, which last year we got 170,000 in 2021. For 2020, we got about 170,000 for CCS. We got about 70,000 reimbursement for our crisis program. And then for birth to 3 and mental health AODA, there was another, I can't remember. I'd have to go back and look at that, but
But
it can be
the
decent.
funds we back into general funds.
Yeah, so that if you had looked at kind of when we were talking about our end of year report for 2021, you would have seen some overages, right, surplus. Some of that surplus was from the WIMCR funds, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
What is your property tax levy request for 2023? And I'm talking about all the funds, including placement costs. I see that this year it was 2.4 million, or just shy of that, 11,000. What's your request for this year?
And note that on this, it's only at the 4.5%. We did not rebuild at 5% yet. There wasn't time to redo everything and update the summary sheet with the 5%. So you have to give us some wiggle room there too.
Our total ask with placements and everything is just under 2.4 million.
Okay, thank you.
And then our supervisory committee, we did present the budget to them, had some discussion, but there was not any comments. We did let them know that this is a work in progress and that as we either get additional funds or can find ways to cut, we will make those adjustments. Any questions from anyone?
Well, I'd like to pursue, we have people from other counties in our unit there. Do we charge them for desks and space?
So you mean other county departments?
No, in our economic support unit.
Yeah.
They put them here because, you know, we typically pay a lower wage than the other counties, but do we charge those other counties a fee for having their desk here and providing a roof over their heads and carpeted under their feet?
We don't charge them a fee, but they give us about 16,000 per worker. So yes, we do get those funds recouped.
Thank you.
Well, you know, you were talking about how they true that up at the end of the year. And I guess it probably doesn't matter because I've been on the ambulance committee for a long time, and you charge Medicare. You have to charge an astronomical rate to get the most out of it. So we're already doing that, I would guess. And then
Correct.
the good thing is the state's kicking in, where on the ambulance, nobody kicks in. You know, you charge 700 and you get 300. I'm just using round numbers, but you always have such a huge write-off, which you were never going to get anyway. So
Right.
that was nice to hear that the state is covering that gap.
They try to make it right.
Yeah, that's good.
Mhm.
Got two questions just to
Yes.
make sure that we're tracking. So we have a couple different reclassifications that were also managed into the budget for adult placements, mental health, and I think for CYF.
Yes,
Those are kind of figured into the current 4.5%.
yes.
Mental health, I think it's a take because it's all following into CCS, if memory serves.
Yeah, or into behavioral health. And so the hope is with those, if we are appropriately, I don't want to say appropriately billing, if we are maximizing the revenue that we can get, we hope that it'll have very minimal cost to the county.
The other aspect then is we are looking at reducing our placements 100,000 going forward into this year, and we feel like that is a reasonable risk yet.
Yes, we do at this point in time. You know, this year's budget, we're doing pretty well with that. I knock on wood. But we're doing pretty well with that. The other piece of that is the state for the youth services have started to cover the subsidized guardianships. In the past, we have covered them. And so that is additional revenue that's coming in to offset some of our placement costs.
Thank you. Did you have any other questions?
No, I
Mr.
think
Chair?
we're done. If there are no more questions.
Okay, we'll be looking to reconnect then at department head meeting tomorrow to kind of talk on our summary of events from today. And then we still have to do some reconfigurations, as you mentioned, with a 0.5% increase on wages. And still waiting, of course, for health insurance informations to come out, as well as some other informations post-budget. So appreciate your work today and look forward to continuing to communicate as we tidy things up for September.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, I would guess is Jason Glassbender from Richland Economic Development.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have schedules here for you today, but we have economic development is going to be here at 8:30. We'll start with Jason and as soon as we get set here. And then we have ambulance services, emergency management will be here at 8:45, highway here at 9. We do, members, we should have it in your. Nope, it's okay.
I'm on the Wi-Fi. What are you trying to do? Well, I need Wi-Fi to connect, don't I? Yeah. So I was trying to open that. I can answer questions without that. Hopefully, I've got most everything in hard copy. Thank you, Gabe.
I can throw the materials that you have in the folder too. I can throw up on the screen. So, so Jason, thank you for coming here today. Again, kind of as was put out in the email on guidance here, looking for a very general review of services and goals intended with the 2023 budget. Number 2, significant services staffing changes resulting from the preliminary guidance of the budget. Number 3, recommendations for amendments for Finance and Personnel Committee and myself to consider today. Number 4, recommendations from Supervisory Committee on the budget. And then 5, we'll get into specific questions from the committee and myself.
Okay.
So that being said, we'll turn it over to yourself and let me know what you'd like to direct our attention to.
Hello. Okay. So Clint, I'm not sure what documents you're referring to there.
I've got your summary document as well as
I do have that right here.
worksheets.
I would say, yeah, so if you look at number 4 on that document, that lists some of the major efforts that are continuing efforts, or that we would, most of those are continuing efforts right there. So you got Panorama Estates Building number 2, which is out there across from the campus. I've been significantly involved in that, trying to help the city move through the negotiation process of setting up amending a TIF district, tax incremental financing, so the developer has financing that makes it possible to build here in Richland County. Inflation has made it very difficult for contractors, especially in our area, where your rate of returns on construction, rental, things like that are not as good as if you're in Middleton or Madison. So when we're out here, we have to do things to incentivize new construction. That's taken a lot of time and effort, and we're still in the midst of amending the developers agreement. So I'll continue to work on that. Our hope is that the building construction process will begin this fall. Richland Center anticipated development of Story Field for housing. It's a project that I'm consistently working on currently, working to get some engineering firms engaged so that we can get some very specific data with regard to what that site can actually handle with regard to housing, what it's going to take to get a driveway in there, how much water service, what water capacity do we have, what electric capacity do we have, those types of things. Get it all into a single place so that a developer can look at it and say, okay, this is how much I'm willing to offer for the land, and this is what I think my rate of return will be. We're working on the marketing efforts for both the city and the county, as you're well aware. Continue to work on that. I hope that's coming to a close here. Right now, we've got surveys out in the departments identifying which logo they want and how many places they think the logo needs to be spread throughout their department. That's marketing. That's just image for the county. Do we look good when we go to the website? Do we look like we're working together? Or do we look like a hodgepodge of silos? It makes an effect on both. It has a tremendous effect on both the people that you're serving and the people that consider coming here. So we're doing that for both the city and the county. Regional efforts that are considering immigrant workers to offset labor shortages is another one. So I'm part of a group called Prosperity Southwest. I'm the vice president of that group, which is a 6-county consortium that works on economic development issues. That particular item that I have listed there is of interest to us because there's somewhere around 600 open positions in the county. And we're seeing corporations, for example, like Cardinal Glass and others that are reaching out into, you know, immigrant workers. For example, out here at the campus, I don't know the exact number, but what has been repeated is between 60 and 90 immigrant workers that are employed by Cardinal Glass. So they've figured out a system. There's a few corporations that have, there's a lot that haven't yet. We're working on as an economic development regional effort to try to figure out, should we be partnering together with other counties to say, we have an immigration service ourselves? And so that a county could reach into it and say, we need, you know, we think we need this many workers, or the employers in our counties need this many workers. And then, you know, work to get people here to fill the jobs. And then I think there's an element there that we have to be considerate of, which is, which I would call an integration center element. So with the Afghani refugees that were in Fort McCoy, a lot of those people ended up out in the workforce someplace, but we found out, or the reports back are that it's incredibly difficult for that culture to integrate with our culture. So if we're going to be successful with fulfilling the needs of our employers with workers, we're going to have to also work very hard to as a community, as a county, to make sure that the individuals that are moving here have some understanding of our culture and way of life. Otherwise, we just end up separating further and further. So that's a kind of a regional effort. I'm continuing to work on the child care center. You heard last night, Rockbridge assisting them with the grant. I don't know, Sunshine and Giggles is working on things. There may be a grant effort there that I would continue to help with. WEDC grant administration support for restaurant expansion. So that's called a community development investment grant, which the county, the city has access to on a yearly basis, where as long as they're investing to make their business better, making downtowns better, you know, making nice places for individuals to shop or to, you know, consume products, then there are grants available out there right now. Again, we're working on Los Amigos down here in town. So I would say, you know, yesterday I had in my office a project that was, that the individual told me he's working on, should be a $2 million project. Dunkin' Donuts is moving along, which just was in a major meeting with them to make sure that all of the departments heads at the city are communicating clearly, that we have the building inspector online. I've worked on signage for that to make sure that, you know, that building comes along and moves smoothly. I talked about some housing, but we've got infill housing like 460 West First, 291 Jefferson, which is a partnership between the county and the city for tax deed properties that are so dilapidated they need tore down before they're redeveloped. That's been slow going, but we continue to make slow progress. I mentioned Storyfield, I mentioned Panorama. One of the reasons I had an economic development meeting here, think tank meeting, brainstorming meeting on how we're going to try to provide to the county board what was asked for through the resolutions last night regarding my position. And one of the things that came up is that all of the counties around us appear to have a net new construction growth factor that is somewhere between 1/4, half, maybe even 3/4% greater. And the question was asked, well, why is that? And there are several reasons why. I think we need to take a very hard look at our zoning. I don't know that we've looked at our zoning through an economic development lens. I think it's probably, or likely, I don't know for sure, but I think it's wise to look at it. Let's leave it there. Another element is that there are no new subdivisions in this city or throughout our county that would represent a highly attractive area for people to move and build. And that's been a little bit frustrating to get people to recognize that one of the reasons Reedsburg and the communities around us grow is because they have places to build new houses. And I constantly have people saying, well, just put up more apartments. And I ask, if we put up all apartments, is that a healthy, diversified marketplace? No. There are lots of segments of housing. We're working on apartments. We're working on infill housing. We don't have a single family residential home in our major population base in the county. And it should be a very high priority. I would suggest that it's very possible that we've missed out on. It's hard to tell. We don't know, right? We don't know where the market is for new housing. Well, like what people are willing to pay on a lot, but it's very possible that we miss a couple $1 million a year at least because we don't have a new housing subdivision. A couple $1 million in net new construction, easily. So you take 2 million, that's 2,000 thousands. You times that times the approximate mill rate of 30. I use 30 because it's easy. That's $60,000 a year, and new tax revenue to split 3 ways, basically, to the county, to the schools. So every year we're missing a $20,000 adder at least. I'm also working on the new hospital project. As you know, they're on co-tractor lot. There's a lot of work that has to take place in order to pull off a project of that size in a community. Takes a lot of coordination. Right now, we're working on fill elements down there. They need massive amounts of fill, so I continue to help on the city side there. Mentioned WEDC grants. Our industrial park at the city is, while it's a nice park, it laid dormant for some time, and the way things sit right now, they're not progressive, or there were elements that maybe worked 10, 15 years ago when it went in, but they need adjusted. So I continue to try to work on that to make sure, okay, do we actually have industrial park land that when somebody comes and says, I want to do this, you can do it like that, instead of, well, we'll get back to you. I've had a couple of projects that have come, and it takes me months to work through just to try to figure out how to land them in the industrial park. That's not helpful. So I'm trying to work through that. Talked about the regional effect. I think though that's a good summary of some of the things I'm working on, and you never know what shows up on my office door daily.
Jason, what if you were gone? Who would be doing all this work?
I mean, a lot of it falls back to department heads. The city had a part-time zoning administrator that has now retired. We're looking for a full-time zoning administrator. My hope is that I kind of call it resetting the foundation at the city level with regard to the city. And once we get these different departments into place and we have systems, processes, and procedures that make sense, where contractors, builders, developers aren't frustrated until they're red in the face and they leave, I'll be able to focus a lot more on going out and recruiting developers to come in. But it's been rather difficult. You go out, you want to go out and talk to someone, and you know that there's a bunch of hurdles in the way. So department heads have done it in the past, although part of what I think has made my position successful is the fact that they don't have to go to 5 different department heads, the administrator, the clerk, and this and that. They come to me and they say, I got a project, and I'll say, I make sure it gets through there. That's invaluable to a developer who doesn't want to have 25 meetings for the vision that he has on paper and the money he's got in the bank. So at the county side, at the county, I think that a lot of the things that I've worked on are just opportunities that probably weren't going to get developed unless someone like myself was here. I mean, considering a tax deed property that comes, got back taxes for 20,000, you're going to let the property go back out on auction for 5,000. I mean, who's going to work on that here? It's economic development that should be working on things like that. The large CDBG grant, maybe historically that was worked on by your clerk a little bit, but I think it's easy to see with Clint here and, kind of the shifts that you've made administratively. There's a lot that the county needs to do to get up to speed and to execute with excellence, and I'm not sure that those offices have time to be working on things like CDBG grants. So, does that answer your question, Marty?
Oh, yes, it did. I wish that we could somehow transfer or equate or figure the return on investment, and it's very difficult to do it with
Well-
economic development.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I started that process here. And so, and I think that's a critical question for all your departments. I would say what I think that we're working towards it, but from purely an economic development standpoint, I think there's probably two primary analysis that we have to do as a county in order to move through this financial situation we're in. And we've talked a lot about it, but it's mandatory services. It's critical services. In other words, critical life care service. Think you're on life support. What do I need to stay alive? So it's mandatory, critical life services, and where's your ROI matrix? So here's my ROI matrix. I have what I did is I started to create a chart here that has assessed values of properties that I've worked on. I have a project value, a direct income one time to the city or county, and a direct income repeat. Now, I think this matrix needs massaged and worked on, but it kind of can provide some numbers. Under direct income repeat, so that would be your tax revenue that comes into the county as a result of projects that I've worked on, and that comes in year over year. I have the dialysis and pharmacy that is providing $35,000 worth of repeat tax revenue year over year. I have the TechCom building that provides $16,965 year over year. I have, now I can't take credit for this one. Clint and I were on a few calls in regard to this, but I understand it was largely because of an economic development focus, but you have Savion Solar that landed here. That's $116,000 a year, year over year to the county alone. You have Wedgewood Development that I worked on, which was here in the city, which I worked with a private landowner. There's a team, the mayor is part of this too. We worked with the private landowner. He donated the land to the city. We were able to go back out at a lower price on the lots and sold 2 lots that'll have duplexes and 1 that'll have a house. That, when those projects are all completed, will provide $24,650 worth of tax revenue to 3 entities. Now it's got to be split. Panorama Building number 2, that building generates the approximate value on that's $4.5 million, and if you go through that at 30, that's $150,000 worth of tax revenue per year. However, that's in a TIF right now, so that we could get the developer to actually do the building. So we can't say that we're gaining the tax revenue today, but there are sales tax that's generated because we have more people living there. You have children in schools because you have people living there, and you have a greater employee base because you have people living there.
If I can just interrupt you right there, we have about 1 more minute. Is there any types of recommendations that you'd have for us for amending for 2023 from yourself or from Red Board?
Amending?
Any amendments to the 2023 budget? I know we have a 0.5% increase that we're going to have to incorporate into your budget for wages. Is there any other amendments?
My budget, I have plenty inside of my budget. As a matter of fact, there's probably a few line items that could be shaved and passed back to the county, but that wasn't the directive, so I executed the directive, and I have no concerns over what the results of the directive.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay.
Much appreciated, sir.
I hope that answered the question. There's a lot going on, and apologize if that was too long-winded.
Never too long, never.
It's not a lot of time to explain a very big project, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Gudgeon, and you'll be handling ambulance service and emergency management. Welcome, Darren.
Hey, good morning, Darren. As I've told our previous folks here, so looking first for a very general review on services and goals intended with the 2023 budget. Significant services or staffing changes resulting from the preliminary guidance. Thank you. Looking then for recommendations for amendments from Finance Personnel Committee to Finance and Personnel Committee or for the Administrator to consider today. if there's any recommendations you have from your supervisory committee, and then also a time for specific questions. For brevity's sake, and because I know that I think a majority of your conversation today is probably going to be focused on, we were talking in the realm of compensations. You'd come to the last finance and personnel with concerns on where we're at with compensations and how that's going to impact. So if I can have you maybe just do a very, very brief overview again on what the services are, and then if you want to kind of then talk in context of ambulance, the proposed wages increase that you would like us to consider today, and the financial impacts on how that's going to impact your budget and levy.
Okay. All right. Good morning. So I guess I'd like to start out by indicating that in looking through the guidance that was given, the initial guidance that came out was 2-step increase and 4.5% on top of that. And so that's the budget that I presented to the Joint Ambulance Committee, which is made up of representatives from the 10 townships, the 2 villages, and the city, the entities that we provide ambulance service to. And that initial budget increased by about $122,000. But there were other capital improvements that we looked at too. Not so much capital improvements, but increases in staff. In visiting with Clint and working through the budget, we were looking at adding 1 new full-time and 2 new part-time. And those positions could pay for themselves if we could get them filled by generating revenue from interfacility transfers. For every interfacility transfer that the ambulance services lose, we lose between $750 and $900. We've already lost nearly 50 interfacility transfers this year alone. So just with having 15 interfacility transfers every month, those positions could be paid. The second thing that I'd like for you guys to please keep in mind as all of us, and I say all of us because it takes the department heads to work with you folks, the decision makers, and vice versa. But as we look at the ambulance service, I know that I hear periodically, well, it's not fair for this department, or it's not fair for that department, or Darren's department generates revenue. The ambulance service not only generates revenue, but it covers all of its expenses. I can go back to 2004 and provide documentation to show that since 2004, the Richland County Ambulance Service has not had an impact on the tax levy, aside from the new building. Besides that, we've not had an impact on the tax levy. We haven't used tax levy dollars to operate. From 2004 to 2012, we actually returned over $800,000 back to the general fund and provided $119,000 to the 911 service system. So the ambulance service has proven itself that it can maintain itself if allowed to. And since 2015, we've had a new governing body, the townships, the villages, and the city, the key players at the table that were getting the service, but that are now providing financial support to it. So when I say tax levy dollars, I want to make sure that anybody listening, it's county levy dollars. The townships, city, and villages do put tax dollars into the ambulance service, but the townships are required to provide ambulance service. It's not an option for them. They must provide it. So we presented the initial budget to the Joint Ambulance Committee. They were all on board. They have year after year voted to increase the starting wage of the staff. And all of the previous 3 years but 1, I believe, there was an increase. And so when the budget guidance came out with the initial 2-step plus 4.5%, that really brought our staff up to closer to what the average pay is right now. And I had put together a letter for Administrator Langrick prior to the previous finance and personnel meeting, outlining where everybody is at in comparison to us. And so I started out with Reedsburg, and I didn't look at a specific county because I don't believe in comparing counties, especially when for townships, this is a mandated service. It's not an option for them, it's mandated. So the Reedsburg area ambulance service, their advanced EMTs are at $15 an hour starting. Our current starting salary is $13.95. And I know that in 2022 there will be an increase, but that increase is yet to be shown. Southwest Health out of Platteville, $16 starting out, and then they have a percentage factor for individuals based on their experience. Mineral Point EMS, $20 an hour. Wisconsin Retirement System is included. Dodgeville Area Ambulance Service, 16 to 18. They run about 150 calls less than we do a year. They're just now looking at raising their starting wage up to $22 an hour. I found that out by staff. Two of my staff have been watching this very closely. Dells Dalton EMS, $17.99. Gunderson Ambulance, $16 an hour for advanced EMT. Gunderson Ambulance Services actually approached two of my staff in an attempt to hire them. Fortunately, so far they've said no. Boston EMS salary ranges from $48,800 to $60,000 based on experience and 2,912-hour schedule. Lodi Area Ambulance Service, $17 an hour. District 1 EMS, which runs in Mazamani, 3 townships and a small village, just hired 2 full-time staff. Arena EMS has 3 full-time staff, $16 an hour. They offer paid time off in Wisconsin Retirement System. Montfort EMS, considering 1 full-time AEMT or EMT. Kickapoo Valley Rescue Squad recently wrote a SAFER grant in attempts to try to hire positions to fill their need. And if the grant is awarded, they're talking $30 per hour, but no benefits, part-time only. Lafayette County EMS, I'm not sure if any of you are aware, but Lafayette County EMS got back into the ambulance business because the volunteer service that served the county was not able to maintain. So they went with a full-time director and hired staff. $16 an hour with WRS protective status, health insurance, 5 weeks of PTO. Marquette County, same thing. The volunteer ambulance services in Marquette County couldn't maintain, so they got back in the ambulance business. $19.60 an hour for advanced EMT.
Mr. Chair, does this section end at 9 a.m.? Because if so, I want to jump in with a comment.
I'll get to the
on
point.
this.
So I guess I apologize for belaboring this. My concern is I did present to Administrator Langrick a budget which followed. It was actually the 4.5% when it was submitted. I understand the finance and personnel is a 5% increase. At 5%, we still don't maintain competitive with our wages, and all of those communities around us are becoming more competitive. And my concern is that with the budget as I submitted, if we're not able to be competitive and we lose staff, I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to retain staff. One of the proposals that I have, and I've visited with Administrator Langrick, is to consider a reclassification of the advanced EMTs to follow the pay scale of Pine Valley Community Village. Pine Valley Community Village has licensed and certified healthcare providers, CNAs, LPNs, and RNs. And the CNAs and LPNs, hours of training required to hold that license to provide that level of care could be comparable. And so I have, at this point, it's early on, and if it's something that can be entertained, I can put together a more extensive package, but I'm proposing that we consider a reclassification of the advanced EMTs to pay grade C, or pay grade, yes, grade C of Pine Valley's wage scale, so that the licensed providers on the ambulance can be comparable to the licensed providers at Pine Valley. They're both healthcare. We're both dependent on Medicare, Medicaid reimbursements, and we both have mandates that we have to follow in order to maintain our service.
I think I'll stop you right there, Director Gudgeon, and we'll
Yes.
have about 5 minutes here. We'll allow for questions from the committee.
Mr. Chair, can I just follow up on
Yes, go ahead.
Darren's wage comments?
Go
So
ahead.
this is, especially after the resolution, and I don't know that you were there last night, Darren, but especially after the resolution that we passed about the amount of budget cuts that the big departments are going to need to make in order to accomplish these wage increases. I think between the ambulance and Pine Valley, the idea that they want to be somehow separate in the wage increases they give when they actually return a profit to the county and then we get less profit with additional wage increases, that whole dynamic, it doesn't sit well with me. It costs a lot for us to give a 5% wage increase next year. It costs a lot for us to do it 7% this year. We already are giving big wage increases, and it just comes across as it's too much. We have to make all these cuts in all these other places, Darren, and it does not come across as fair to me. I know it's a challenge. It's a challenge for other departments too. There are other departments where those people are paid less than our peers as well. It's a challenging situation we're in, but to me, it just comes across as like you're asking for too much. If the ambulance wants to be separate, you can do your own wages. But right now you're with the county. And so I just can't support additional wage increases when we're having to make $1 million cut to HHS by 2027, 1.6 million to public safety, including the sheriff's department. It's just, I don't know how we can do all this. We cannot please everybody.
Thank you.
Are there any questions that the committee had?
The only thing I'd say to Sean's comment is I understand where he's going with that, but on the same token, you have very few sources of revenue, right? And if we build the sources of revenue, it helps. So, I mean, if Darren's group is doing, it's the same as we talked about last week in our meeting with the campus and the food part of it. There's work out there, but if you don't have the labor to go get it, you're not going to generate the revenue. So then what do? You let it die on the vine or whatever you want to say. I guess I disagree with Sean when it comes to Pine Valley and the ambulance and any of the other ones that generate revenue. That's a revenue source, so we need to put our efforts to increase the revenue, in my opinion. And if that means adding staff and that means putting them on a different wage scale, I guess I'm all for that. Because I want to see it grow, not go the other.
And Mark, I'm not opposed to that, but where is the revenue coming back to the county? I'm not seeing it.
Well, I think if you can provide the service, you'll see the revenue come back. Right now, you can't provide the service.
Well, in food service, they were projecting that they could make a $40,000 profit that they could return to the county. So that's a little different in my mind. So Darren, if you could project a certain amount that you could return to the county, if you make these certain steps, in my mind, that would be different. But right now, it seems like all your profits are just staying within your department.
Well, he mentioned the interagency transfer.
Right, that was one of the first things.
Turned down.
The 800,000 over 10 years, that sounds like pretty good return to me. But we basically, I know I'm on that committee, so I understand where Darren's at. I guess I'm in support of, let's get going on this and try to increase the revenue. And I think, Darren, you can show us what that revenue can be. I mean, you're probably lowballing it just to make sure that you're not going after everything you can get, because there's plenty to get if you're staffed correct.
Yes.
But I think it'd be good if you'd bring that number back and be conservative, don't be overly aggressive, but show exactly what it is. I mean, you're going to cover the wage, and most likely there's money coming back into it.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just last, I want to make sure that I did not mean to come off in an arrogant or a greedy fashion. I would be satisfied for myself to see no wage increase in what I make. Born and raised here, love my job. The request really is just, I want to be able to keep staff so that I'm not going against the state statute, which requires one staffed ambulance 24/7. And I want to make sure that the ambulance service doesn't have any kind of an impact on the county taxpayers, that it pays for itself, can put money aside for new trucks, pay for the building, improvements on the building and such. So thank you for your time. And as far as on the emergency management side, I was able to meet the budget guidance for both emergency management and LEPC. without any real difficulty with that, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
Next up, we have Josh Elder, Highway Commissioner.
Hey, good morning, folks. As we talked about with our previous presenters today, looking for a very general review of services and goals intended with 2023. Two, if you can then significant service staffing changes, its results from the preliminary guidance. Looking then for any recommendations for amendments that you might have for finance and personnel and for myself to consider. Any recommendations that's also coming from your supervisory committee in context of the 2023 budget, and then allowing time for questions from myself and the committee at the end.
I should mention that Josh is accompanied by Lisa Muller from the office, who has all the figures at her fingertips.
Don't scare.
All right, everybody hear me now?
Yes.
All right, so taking a look at what we're gonna be doing for 2023's budget, I have some information we'll share on the big screen, if my laptop ever connects here. But what we'll do is we'll start off with what we anticipate to receive out of tax levy, which is 1,663,500 for next year. So what we do with that is the first thing we separate what we need to do to cover administration. That's all of our staffing, payroll for the year. We put about 220,000 into that account, and basically 220,000 is to take up the difference of what we don't anticipate to be covered by revenue. Next thing we do is we look at machinery, what we're anticipating, what we need to replace for next year. Due to price increases and everything, we anticipate that we'll order one truck, and that'll be about 374,000. And then also a loader replacement, which we'll do that underneath a lease, which we're anticipating about a $60,000 per year. And with the leases we carry over from prior years, we're looking at about 524,000 in machinery purchases for 2023. Another thing we look at is the county trunk bridge, bridge replacements. Right now, the county has one bridge they're currently working on County Road H that is currently in construction, anticipated finished in September. But understand that just because the construction's done, the bills still carry over generally into 2023, 2024, a couple years after. So currently we have about 100,000. We budget for that to finish out that pavement. And then 14,471 goes into our cost share for culverts. That's what we do for townships, which is a 50-50 split. And that's what we'll have to pay back to, I believe it's Henrietta this year. All that combined equals the tax levy. I wish my laptop would present. I do have.
Which document would you like to show, Jeff?
Let me go.
He's got the majority.
Yeah.
You want to do the color one?
Let's move right into the budget presentation, the Word document.
Idea to open. Still thinking. Come on. Open.
So with this presentation, I'll actually put eyes on how our budget kind of formulates percentages of where all the money goes, and you'll actually be able to see kind of the differences per year.
Ours is coming up like that.
You have to go in and hit the view and then edit button.
Apologize 1 second here. It's taking a while to open up Office Word here. 1 second. It's taking quite this long. It's a Word document. There we go. Oh, still thinking.
Okay, go up to the top and hit view. And edit document.
There we go.
All right, so the first one you're looking at is what I just described as far as the tax levy distribution. You'll see the administrative, machinery, county highway, bridge, and culvert cost share. And then that chart represents the percentage of what each account goes to that accounts for that portion. You can go ahead and scroll down, Clint. All right, funding. So funding, this is a combination of what we receive out of our tax levy, the 1663500, and then estimated GTA, which we have to do it as an estimate right now because those numbers will not be released by the state until September. And then what we produce in revenue, which you can see revenue shows as 1 million. It's a little hard for me to see from here. Can you zoom in a little bit? There you go. $1,946,417.49. So as you see the distribution, tax levy accounts for 40% of our budget, the GTA accounts for 14%, and revenues account for 46% of our budget. You can scroll down, Clint. So out of the total funds available, that's including everything we produce and revenue and the GTA. This is what we're looking at spending for 2023. $220,000 again administration. County trunk highway, we'll be putting over $3 million into that, and then bridge $100,000 and the cost share and machinery, as I stated before. So you'll see that the county trunk highway is going to receive 80% of our funding. That's what we're going to be doing on work in those roads. Administration counts for 5%, machinery is 13%, and then culvert cost share is a small amount, so it doesn't really register, and then bridge is 2%. Go ahead and scroll down. So estimated expenditures, you'll see a graph of what accounts for a portion of it. So understand that the administration, again, is the expected amount not covered by anticipated revenue from the year. Routine maintenance, which is the one left over 1.9 million. Understand that that's the balance for everyday expenses, not identified for specific projects like county highway projects. That's mowing, patching, snow removal, drainage, structure repair, etc. Just the everyday stuff. Then the actual projects listed at 1.4 million. That would be County Road W we identified for next year. We'll be spending 352,836 on that. County Highway Double O, 427,680. County Highway Double J at 200,000, and County Highway O, which is that project that's been lingering for the last 20 years. Hopefully, we'll be able to do that, some of that next year. That's 450,000, what we estimate in that. Understand with the County Highway O project, there will be land acquisition for that, but that's just basically road right away, and then what we have to do for the Ash Creek Church septic. Bridge, the remaining balance anticipated from the County Highway H Bridge construction carries over even after construction is completed. The cost share, 50-50 split, and the equipment again is self-explanatory as I put on a graph because it shows the 387,000 for the truck, the 60,000 for the loader for next year, and then the remaining balance I think was 77,000. That's what we carry over from last year for the continuing leases. You can go ahead and scroll down. So again, what we look at for where we were at in the past to where we're at now, we went off the 3-year average, the numbers that we report in expenses and revenues. So in 2020, you'll see that we spent over 4 million in expenditures, and we produced 2.7 million in revenue. In 2021, again, in revenue, we brought in 2.4 million, which was a slight drop because we did a little less work in 2021. Because keep in mind, 2020 had the big project at County Road Y, which was over 7 miles worth of project, and we had a few more states, so that produced state projects, which produces a little bit more revenue. Expenditures did come down, of course, because we didn't do everything that we did on County Road Y the year before, so that was 4 million. And then in 2022, we had, as we promised, we would go out to townships and get more revenue to come in, and we did. So we upped it to 2.9 in revenue, and then our expenditures, even though we did over 5.5 miles of road this year, our expenditures, we still were able to cut expenditures down to 3.8 million, and we're hoping to keep that trend, keep drawing expenditures down and revenue on the way up. I think you can scroll down. That might be the last one for that part of the presentation. Okay, Clint. Next one to look at would be financial history. That would be an Excel document. It's a copy of Financial History Highway,
That the one that,
right below the 2023 budget funds breakdown.
okay, so it's a copy of financial history Excel document,
Yep.
correct? Hold up. Copy of financial history. In here. This one here?
Nope. The second up from the bottom.
Second up from the bottom. That is the one I'm clicking on unless I'm.
It should have a big graph next to it. Okay.
Let me back up. There might be a graph connected up. Come on.
Else having iPad issues like that? Anyone else having iPad issues like that?
Here we go. I think I've got it here. Computer's being extra grumpy today.
Yeah, they are. There we go.
Oh, it was there. Now
And now it just disappeared.
This one back.
I do apologize for the interruptions for this. This was supposed to go a lot smoother. Yeah.
Come on, computer. You can do it. It's an Excel document. Done it many times.
Okay, now this document is important to look at because it gives us a brief history of what the highway had 20 years ago to where we're at today. The two things in the blue is identified as the blue is identified as what we had in the levy, and the red identifies what we have in the GTA. Now, the common question is the GTA, that's money from the state. How do we increase that? It's very simple. The more money you spend on the roads, the more your GTA is going to increase. But you'll see from 2001 to 2022, the overall tax levy has been in a decline over the years. Now, understanding that the county has reinvested in short-term borrowing for the year starting roughly about 2017-20 to 2018 is when I think that initially started. You will see that the GTA is on the rise again because we've been investing more money into the roads. So what that shows you, again, is a brief history of the trends for the tax levy and the GTA, which I think is important for everybody to be able to see. So with that, that basically is what highway is looking at for doing next year. We're not looking for going out of bounds in the budget. We're not asking for anything extra. We're planning on increasing the amount of roads we do. We've eliminated one position, reduced it. We did absorb it in a couple others for overall savings to keep the manpower and everything at the proper level we feel is good enough to keep public safety and everything in mind. With that, I don't have much else. I could go into what we anticipate with short-term borrowing and everything, but I do know that's not set in stone yet. For short-term borrowing, which we anticipate 500,000 for short-term, it's proper to note that short-term borrowing is not just a investment right into one highway for the year. We spread that out to cover our end of the cost shares for when we put things into grants and application processes as our end of the payments. We utilize a lot of different grants. One is LRIP, which is Local Road Improvement Program. There's 3 different grant processes through there with different split rates. And then we also use like STP Rural, which is different split rates as well, usually like an 80-20 split, 20% being our cost and 80% being state cost on projects. So with that, that's what I propose for next year.
Josh, I'd like to ask and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but just in general terms, I know that some counties operate with basically a skeleton crew of full-time and road maintenance people. And then they hire a whole slew of part-timers when it comes snow plowing season. Contrast that with our situation where we have full-time people year-round. Which is better?
Year-round is better, in my opinion, and my recommendation from what we have to see. When it comes to plowing roads, removing snow and doing this kind of work, you have to have guys that know what they're doing and are dedicated year-round. The biggest hang up there for hiring like seasonal help employees for winter time is they're not reliable. You have roads to plow, you have roads to keep open. They have to work a lot of hours, sometimes dang near around the clock, and we can't rely on outside help for that because it's just proven to be unreliable. We have a hard time right now struggling to get guys to even apply that have a CDL for full-time benefits. Take that factor and try to do it for part-time seasonal help, that guys that are going to get paid no benefits, but expected to come in at 3 o'clock in the morning to plow snow and work till 10 o'clock at night on holidays and weekends. It's just not feasible.
Thank you.
When COVID hit, we sent letters out to all retired or patrolmen that used to work at the highway department. Everybody that was in our history, we got maybe 2 responses back that they would come back and help with COVID relief if our forces were down. So that really kind of answers that question. I mean, we can't get people to come back in.
Gonna let Steve Williamson speak first.
Go ahead, Mr. Carroll.
Okay.
As with other departments, there's been concern about competitiveness of our wages compared to other areas. Could you comment on that and how it might impact your budget?
Now, knowing the fact that our wages, again, most of it is anticipated to be covered by revenues, and I do have information in front of me comparable to other counties where we fall in the number of positions, the starting and ending wage after 1 year to 4 years. Richland County has 18 patrolmen / operators. That's the guys out there running the plow trucks and everything. Let's start with Price County. Price County has 19 employees, Bayfield 17, Burnett 15, Ashland only 16, Sawyer 14. Kewanee has 23 employees. Iowa only has 11. Waushara has 36. Vernon has 26. Grant has 44, and Sauk has 47. As far as wages go, the average wage for a lot of those employees starting, for like Price County, $23 an hour. Sauk County is $22 an hour. Our employees start at $20.33. So I do feel that it's not too far off the mark. We're not at the top, we're not at the bottom, we're kind of halfway in between. So our rates for patrolmen / operators are comparable to other counties. Where you do see the differences after the 4 years. Our employees right now a lot of the newer hires would basically cap out at 21.25, while other counties are going to start seeing their patrolmen go up to $24 an hour, $23 an hour. That's where you'll start to see the difference in the longevity side of it. If we can keep up with the cost of living and every increases, then you start to see us still be comparable to other counties. It's not too far off the mark. It could be better, but we're not too far off the mark.
Josh, if you could, for everybody else, if they don't, those that are on WebEx, I think we have enough time, just kind of explain the GTA and the 6-year average.
So how the GTA works, which is the General Transportation Aid, what it does, it takes your 6-year average of let me rephrase that, the past 6 years of costs that we put into the highway, our expenditure we put in the highway, and then the state determines the average off that 6 years and multiplies it by a percentage that is determined each year by all the other counties' average, and that tells you your GTA. Now, it's important to understand, just because we pour like millions of dollars 1 year into the road, let's say we dump $8 million into the road, doesn't mean your GTA is going to go through the roof and we're going to start seeing major state funding. The GTA is only capped out that we can only receive a 15% increase, up to 15% increase from the year before.
Thank you. I know, because Sean we were looking at ways to try and get our average road condition improved, I guess is the easiest way to put it. But
and I will address that to the road conditions improving. Everybody wants to know, what's our road cycle? Road life is 20 years, give or take. And they want to know how soon can we get back to that road once we put a new road in place. Right now, our average is 57 years to a rotation. That's not doing a new wear surface of a seal coat to it. That's new pavement. So 57 years. Now, is that comparable to other counties? Iowa County, that's 100-some year rotation. Vernon County is the same boat with us. They're 50 to 60 years. Crawford, you know, they only have 100 miles of county road, but they take over a lot of townships. They're in the same boat. They do it as needed, and he estimates around 50 to 60 years. So we're right there with everybody else. We're right where we need to be. We can increase that in time. We can definitely improve on that, but again, that's going to take time and small percentage increases to get there. Manpower being a big factor in that, because right now we are at max of what we can handle with the current manpower we have. We'll stay at that. That's fine, but we need to have more manpower if we want to increase, and definitely more funding.
Very quickly, I guess, can I ask on operating with one less plow truck, or I shouldn't say operating, but purchasing one less plow truck, is that a reasonable risk?
Right now, it is a reasonable risk just due to the price increases. And yeah, there's a little laughing about that one, just because they're hard to get as well. Right now, when we order a new plow truck, we're going to be waiting a year and a half before we ever see that truck, if not 2 years. We ordered 3 trucks in 2021. They just came off the assembly line and still have to go out for body build as of last week.
It's not really an option to you.
Not really an option.
Perfect.
Yep.
The second item, and this is kind of more just a heads up on discussions we're going to have tomorrow, but to make these folks aware. Resolutions went forward last night, which I'm sure you're aware of, on reductions in wages and such. I'm sorry, not reductions, reductions overall in levy consumption. Certainly would encourage to continue looking at what types of projects would can qualify as capital improvement types of projects to try to maneuver monies to be considered for short-term borrowing versus operational expenses, which I'm sure you're in tune to, but I would say that I would like to see chip seal stay on the wheel tax, and those two stay symbiotic there.
Yep, and I didn't bring up wheel tax just for that reason. Wheel tax, in my opinion and my recommendation, needs to be directly associated with the seal coating we do every year. For those of you that are not familiar, a seal coat is providing an extended life wear surface to that road. It's not a new road, it's just putting another wear surface on top of what's there. That'll buy you anywhere from 5 to 10 years extra life out of that road. So you could be looking at a road that could make it 30 years before you have to come in and repave it. But that's $300,000 that we get in wheel tax, and we utilize that as a guarantee each year that we'll do a minimum of 15 miles worth of road into seal coating new wear surface.
Perfect.
Since you've got a few minutes, one of the complaints I hear, Highway 14 East, it's a terrible mess. What's going to be done about it?
2024.
Why don't you comment on that?
Okay, so Highway 14 East, which, you know, it's the 4 lanes. I personally, and my bookkeeper can vouch for this, I have been just hassling the state about that. So we were able to get that moved up a couple years to 2024 is the anticipated time to redo that. Next year for 2023, they're going to do Highway 80 North, but at least the 4 lanes did get moved up. For that, they probably will keep traffic open on that the entire time. It'll probably reduce to 1 lane of traffic at a time to get that work done.
Roundabouts.
No word they're going to do roundabouts or not. As far as what they're telling me right now is that they don't anticipate roundabouts to go in, but it's still a possibility for down the road, and I don't have much control over that.
Because then I wouldn't have to take my kids all the way over to Lake Delton to go through roundabouts.
Sure.
They're good things.
They are. They do prevent accidents, and they keep traffic flowing.
How much time we got, Mr. Clint? Explain the county e-project. It's something new that we've tried here in the county.
So this is a new process that the county has never done before. Cold in place is a process where they take an existing road surface and they bring in basically 2 pulverizers, and they'll pulverize it right down to the base. They'll put it through a machine and they'll add rejuvenating oil and a little bit of water to it to get a compact seal. And then they'll relay it back down with a paver, and that creates a brand new base underneath the road. It locks everything up tight. It kind of works with the heat and the cool, because during the heat it loosens up, during the cold it tightens up. So it's designed to almost be like a self-healing type of a road. Again, it's a new process that we decided to try this year for an anticipated maybe a future things down the road. We did it completely out of pocket, no grant money or anything, as just a test run. It was about 3 miles worth of road. Expenditure on that was about $240,000. Yeah, I'm going to say 240,000. I don't have that figure right off the top of my head. But, and then we come back in and we lay another 3 inches of new asphalt on top of that. So in a lot of Iverson Construction, which is who owns all the asphalt around this area, minus Scott's, and WK Construction, who did the work for us. It's considered a Cadillac road. It's something that should last well over 20 years. You could even see 25 years. But again, this is new to us. Other counties up north have used it, even down in Illinois and I think out in Minnesota, if I'm not speaking out of turn there. We'll see. We'll give it a couple years, see what it does. If it proves to be a good thing, we'll definitely invest more into it in the future.
Okay, all right, I think we'll take a break there. That gives us about 4 minutes to reset for the next ones. I certainly would encourage if anybody needs the facilities or such. And I think we'll have some refreshments lined up for you folks here in just a bit. So thank you, Josh. Thank
That's
you,
good news, Clint.
Won't anybody get
We have our
hangry.
next presenter here.
Next up, we're going to have, it'll be child support here at 9, I'm sorry, child support at 9:30, circuit court at 9:45, coroner here at 10.
Had I known about the refreshments, I'd have been there in person.
Well, that's why we kept it a secret.
They can half the gravel and 60 done, Josh.
We'll be doing shoulder gravel.
Who do we get?
Try, because we do have 12-foot thick set. If that even breaks down once, I have Crawford on standby if the machinery.
And thank you for BR, Josh. I can't wait to get the old school bus on it. Your teeth won't rattle as much.
I came up. Oh, I came up the other day from like your house. Oh my Lord. Double O, I mean.
That's why that one took it. Big right on my radar. You don't have to drive. When we look at doing roads without.
I guess we're in just a slight break here, so please have patience. So get your break in, guys, but get back here. Get back here, quick.
Well, it must be going smooth. You're on.
We're on time.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Highway department saved.
For those of you on WebEx, I guess we're in a slight lull here. Break time, slight break here. So cold in the mornings and then it quickly warms up. That's typical school bus weather.
Yeah, exactly. They might have a hard winter according to the farmer down there. That and what is I've seen any of those, so I can't tell you yet.
I will say there's a lot of stuff like so.
So like, I don't care. School clothes. Like, I don't care.
Okay, Amy, we're gonna, we've got your documents here pulled up. We got the budget summary, which I'd imagine you want to probably take a peek at, as well as then your expenditures and all that. So if you can just help kind of guide us through the different documents you want to talk to. Looking today for a very general review of services and goals intended with 2023. Significant services, status changes, results from the preliminary guidance, recommendations for amendments for finance personnel and for myself to consider today, as well as recommendations from supervisory committee on the budget. And then please allow us a few minutes for conversation at the end and questions. We do have a very tight window here, of which we've cut into 2 minutes already. With that being said, I will turn it over to yourself.
Next up, we have Amy Hoffman from Child Support, for those of you on WebEx.
So by the budget summary, state mandated.
Can't hear you, Amy.
Get real close to the mic, Amy. Even closer.
Is this better?
There you go, right on the edge of your teeth. Perfect.
All right. So as you can see by the budget summary, the Child Support Office is a state mandated office. All of the services that we provide are state mandated. We enter into a cooperative agreement with the state every year, and we are reimbursed at the rate of 66% of our expenditures. With that, there are some extra monies that come in when we make performance as an agency and as a state. So more than 66% is reimbursed to the county. You see the budget summary on the actual functions that my office provides. We are a 2-person staff, myself as director and lead caseworker, and then my coworker who does all of our financial stuff, and then she also does casework. This is down from when I started in 2015. We had, or I'm sorry, 2014, we had 5.5 people, and we are now down to 2 people. Our caseload for 4D cases is 749 cases. That is of July 31st. There are no real major goals. I did want a 3rd position part-time. It has been recommended to push that off until 2025 due to our budget issues. And while I'm disappointed, I am respecting that decision. My guidance with the budget, while I asked for some increases in expenditures, it does not bring my budget over to what it was last year. This is because last year we were paying our corp counsel more money. This year it has been reappropriated that the corp counsel does not have as many hours billed to child support. So we are essentially kind of lowering our salary, and I have asked for some increases for programs that we need in our office to actually operate, like Adobe program. All of our documents come in through Adobe, and we need to edit them. So I have just asked for additional increases in programs such as that. Office supplies is up a little bit, and that's just because in general, the world has gotten more expensive. So I've had to up my office supply budget. I don't believe there's any capital improvements for our office. I didn't ask for any, so I don't know if Clint budgeted any in. Is there anything else that I can explain to you about our office?
I'd like to ask on in regards to the 3rd position, further understanding, estimated a part-time position is $10,595.70. I'd like to further understand kind of what the load would look like with the 3rd position in context of service support, but then also in context of how it would impact your heirs collection rating and revenues.
In theory, adding that 3rd position, a part-time position, we are looking at somebody clerical who can take off some of like the filing, the mail, general duties, answering the phone that kind of bog us down sometimes. So in theory, by adding a third position, we can then work our cases more. I could actually send more to Melanie to do, and then I can do more on my end, which could increase arrears collection, which could increase the actual child support collection. I say could because I cannot control persons working, their work ethic, them wanting to have jobs, them wanting to have an income and pay their child support. So like I said, in theory, a third person would help us in collections. But again, I can't always control that.
Can you elaborate on where you are? I find it very amazing, my first year on the committee. Where you at as far as surrounding counties and within the state with your collection and arrears?
My collection arrears is currently number 3. We were number 1 for about 4 months. The way arrears collection works is the fiscal year begins October 1st for the child support world. We start basically at 0 and we work our way up through the year. And because of probably a lot of extra hours, a lot of dedication, a lot of not taking lunches, Melanie and I have been able to perform at number 1 in the state for arrears collection for quite a few months. It has dipped. Again, we have such a smaller caseload that 4 people all of a sudden not paying 1 month can make us just drop. It's such a performance there, but we have to operate at the performance standards that the federal government gives us.
How many people are you in collection at one time?
I have 749 cases. I couldn't tell you the exact cases for actual arrears collection. I did not bring that information with me.
Okay. Well, I've heard it at the committee meetings, but I forget.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't bring that actual information.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Sieb, got a question?
quickly, what is the starting rate for the clerical assistant?
There's not a clerical assistant position. Are you talking about the proposed position?
Yes, correct.
I think we looked at I can't remember the step. I did not bring that in.
I thought you said $10 an hour.
Oh, no. It was more like, was it 16?
It would be at the high end, down in the 16
Yeah.
range.
Yep.
I don't remember what level it had been
That's fine.
at.
Thank you. Thank you. That it? No more questions, comments?
No benefits with that clerical position, right?
Well, there would be if it's full-time,
I thought it was part-time.
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 $10,000 a year or something is what you were figuring, wasn't it?
Was, and I guess I didn't bring that information because I was told we were putting that off and not considering it, so I
Fine.
didn't bring that information. But it seems like, it was total like $16,000 or $17,000, but then when 66% is reimbursed by the state, it adds like 10,000 something onto the tax levy.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So, bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
We're actually ahead of schedule, so
It's awesome.
we'll welcome Stacy Kleiss, Clerk of Courts. Good morning.
Good morning.
Brought my phone in case I need a calculator. Anything?
Okay, welcome, Stacy. Looking today, first for a general review of services and goals intended with the 2023 budget. I'll have your summary sheet up here for reference. 2 significant services staffing changes resulting from the preliminary guidance. Number 3, recommendations for amendments for finance and personnel and myself to consider today, as well as 4, then any recommendations from a supervisory committee on the 2023 budget, and then allowing for a few minutes for finance and personnel and myself for questions.
Right. So I guess I need to ask, because I don't have access to the county's drive, have there been any changes made to what I proposed?
No, the documents that you have submitted are in here now, with the caveat that we know the documents that were submitted with a 4.5% increase in wages. And since that time, finance and personnel has given guidance to switch that to a 5% increase. So those will be a change that we already know we have to impact.
Well, I have what I submitted. That's why I asked if any of it was changed. Yeah, I created it, so I have it. Yeah, thank you.
The other ones we don't really need. All these other ones.
That's up to him. That's the detail of the money. The budget summary is a summary, but the details are in the documents that are line by line, how I arrive at the totals. So I guess it's all important.
Whichever one you think we need to hit first, I mean.
You guys ask me what questions you have. I have figured my budget based on 15 years experience with knowing what I can predict and what I can't, and also the last several years of what actually happens. So I look at trends when I prepare a budget, particularly the last, like 3 years or so. And in areas that have been up as to why, in areas that are down as to why. So that's kind of how I arrive at my figures, and usually I hit them pretty close with both my expenditures and my revenues, though often I exceed revenues. Last year, I had a very good year and gave an extra like $100,000 or so to the general fund. And since my department was under budget on expenditures, that money then gets used in the general fund by those departments that had excesses and need it. So the circuit court is in the general fund, which includes the 2 large departments of Health and Human Services and the Sheriff's Department. Hey, Judge McDougall's joining us. They started us a little early, so
Good morning.
they're wanting an overview of how I budget.
Great.
How I arrive at my numbers, so.
Great.
So those are all the things I take into account. And I can't promise that I exceed revenues, but I don't know if in 15 years there may have been like a year I didn't hit my projections. But I set them at a conservative level, but at a level that is realistic also. I mean, it's a challenge to meet the projections. So, questions?
Go ahead, Mr.
In your section on possible requests,
Yes.
I'm not familiar with juror pay, and you mentioned changing that. I wondered first how we compare to the kind of counties you're familiar with, and then secondly, what would be a total in terms of dollars? I don't know how many jurors get paid in a year, so what would be the total impact?
Great questions. So as far as how we compare, I did look recently at a number of counties, like around it very much varies. We are sitting at the lowest. I mean, statute says you can't go lower than $16 a day. And so Richland County has paid the lowest forever. They can't pay any lower than that. Counties around us, most are more like around 30 a day. So I think that where I proposed 40, because I was looking at what would be a number that's kind of in line, what makes sense. And I thought to set it at a rate that was comparable to what county board members are. Of course, they're elected into their positions. Jurors are randomly selected. You get jury duty, you get jury duty. And then you get $16 a day. So that is something I think we can do better than that. And so I thought $30 I know is what committee members get for committee meetings, 40 is what the board gets. So I kind of thought that it would be, because people are still, some jurors, their employers don't make up the difference. So even if it's at $40, that can be really hard. If you're not retired and your employer's not going to make the difference up. And so I kind of wanted an explanation for the jurors as to, well, why didn't you set it at $100 a day? Well, because we wouldn't financially be able to do that. There's not a county in the state that pays $100. And at $100, do you realize you are more than twice what a county board member is getting for, a day's work on the board. So I thought that was my reasoning for that. As far as the budgetary impact, we, for the last several years, probably more than 10, we've been in a pattern where we don't have a lot of jury trials. So we only spend our jury budget of, I think it's at 10 grand a year or around there when we have trials. Last year, we had about the most trials that we've had in some time, like maybe 6 or something like that. And we spent right at the 10 grand mark. That's extremely unusual. It's more like 1 or 2 a year. Reason we had so many was because of the backlog due to COVID. So I think that by bringing the jury pay up during a time when we're still within this trend of fewer jury trials a year, which can vary, but talking to other clerks and knowing trends throughout the state, everywhere has a decline in the amount of trials. I don't know if that's like a prosecutorial thought of it is better to get the conviction with a plea agreement, and our judge being a former head of the public defender, maybe she can share some light on to why jury trials are less. But the fact is they've been less. I think that they will continue to be less. So the most expense that you have during a trial is the first day when you bring in your large panel and select the jury. And what I would be proposing is that we do a full day rate of either 30 or 40. Of course, I would love to give our jurors 40 if you guys would see fit, and then do a half day rate, which is very common in counties. And so half day would be $20. The majority of your jurors would be paid $20 that first day, because if you bring in a group of 40 and you only use, you end up with 12, the 28 people are walking out the door and they're going to get $20. Again, it depends on the amount of trials. It's going to be somewhere between, your jury expenses are going to be between $3,000 and probably $10,000, depending on how many trials you have. If we have a big trial year, even if you're paying the jurors $16, you're going to blow your budget. Yeah.
Since you've got pulled up your thing in 2019, 2,043, 2020, 4,138, and this year 10,321, like you were saying. So.
Yep. Because those other years were probably 1 to 2 days. And the most efficient trial is one that lasts more than 1 day. You're better off to have more longer trials than several short trials, because day 1 is your most expensive day because you have to bring everybody in. So if you have 5 one-day trials, that is going to cost you more that year than one trial that lasts 5 days. So a lot of factors that go into that.
Stacy, excuse me, I just wanted to ask a question. One of the things I was proudest of your department and you was your collection rate, and how are those going? Have we
Great.
Seen it?
They're going great.
Nope.
They are, this year compared to last year,
is not quite at last year's pace, last year being exceptional. This year's rate is well ahead of the other years prior to it, so you know, there could be things, who knows what's gonna happen in the next few months, but I think if we continue where we're at, we're gonna easily exceed our revenue projections this year again. I just can't promise we're gonna give 100,000 back to the county like we did last year. But
Excellent.
they're good. And yesterday I sat down with the Richland probate and her deputy, and we did some things looking at the cases that they can recoup attorney fees on, and just kind of some I don't want to say training, but just work on where we can get more. So I think that there's some room to improve the attorney fee recoupment, which is the largest item for both of our budgets, and that the revenue on the attorney fee recoupment shows up in my budget. And ours, you know, we have a process that we do for ours, and so we're kind of trying to make their process similar. And so they are, since Judge McDougall started, that office is focusing more on scheduling and taking some of that work out of the clerk of court's office, which is kind of in tune with what judicial assistants do, is scheduling. But them focusing more on that piece of the work we do helps us in the way that we can focus more on the stuff that we do well. So everybody's like harnessing their strengths. And so I told them, we appreciate what you guys are doing with scheduling. Because of that, I can help you more with your collections, with how you set up your accounts. So I think that should show some, you know, not immediate improvement, but definitely within the next few months.
Thank you. Mr. Steep, I'm going to ask you to hold it here for a second. Judge McDougall had a comment.
Oh, I did?
I think so. I think so.
I do want to say, we're working on tightening up sort of the whole attorney payment process. Oh, thank you. Sorry. We've been talking about that, knowing that it's such a big piece of the budget, that is the county funding on the front end, these attorneys for people who are entitled to have an attorney, looking at that a little more carefully, making sure that only the people that really need an attorney are going to get one, and then the recoupment process, how to make that more efficient and more likely, I guess. So, yeah, I think she's on top of it. She's got a lot of good ideas about that, and we're doing the best we can, and we'll continue to do that and hopefully improve that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steep. Your comment or question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, two quick points. One is, I imagine that the average juror probably does not serve more than one trial a year. Is that correct?
No, it depends on how many fall within their term of service. With us not having so many trials the last few years, yeah, typically not. But if we were to have more trials, it's likely that some of our jurors would serve at least 2 trials within their 30-day term of service.
Fine. And secondly, congratulations to Judge McDougall, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Governor made a great appointment.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Very nice of you to say that. You know, I want to say too, we're also playing with the idea of jury selection, that time when you bring in the most jurors. And typically and historically in Richland County, you bring in one set of jurors for one trial for jury selection. But we're playing with the idea of bringing in the same amount of jurors for multiple trials, and then pick the juries for those multiple trials out of one panel. And then that's a benefit in terms
On that one day.
on that one day.
Mhm.
And that's a cost savings, of course, to the county. But it's also sort of a courtesy to the jurors, and then they don't have to come back. So we're looking at sort of streamlining that, and I think that would be a benefit to everybody. And it's something new
in this county anyway, so we're trying to figure out how to make that work.
Good, thank you.
I think that would bring a lot of good things.
Thank you, Stacy, for your good work as well.
You're welcome. It is part of my budget or my department operations plan. I am working with Clint on a chief deputy job description, and did you receive that? Okay, and so did you get a chance to forward that to Carlson Detman?
Before in that with a collection from the other departments as well.
Okay.
Put it all together in one package to send to them.
So then, when would I bring that item to committee? I'm assuming to personnel and finance, or do I first bring it to public safety? And when about?
You can bring it's your next public safety to bring it forward to them as an advisory that you'd like to do this. They can make recommendation on it to it. When I get them all back, I'll be taking them to finance and personnel with recommendation and what we have from our consultant. So I'm hoping to arrive at it in September so that we can have it set and of course for the budget to be presented in October.
And I can do the same with the jury item. I can bring that forth in September to start moving that through to get it up towards the county board where it would have to be voted on.
We have that's which policy language is that one stored in? Do we have that in a resolution or?
I haven't put forth a resolution yet. That's the proposal that we're talking about for the like $40 a day for jurors.
Right. Right now it's established through, where do we have it established through?
Statute.
Okay.
The rates are set by the county board. Only the county board can change the county's jury rate. The county board has the power.
Okay. You did that as a separate resolution historically, or is it in part of?
I have never brought it as a
because it's just
resolution.
Because it's the standard of what the state allows right now. So that's
right.
We're just
right.
kind of
I
defaulting to-
think Richland County has just historically went with the lowest they could go.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we can add the language to. If it'd be necessary, I don't know if we'd want to put it in compensation policy because that's kind of employee centered. It might be just a
No.
standalone resolution then.
I think so, and like I said, I think it would be absorbed in the budget as far as, because it's dependent on how many trials you have, what your costs are. So, but yeah, I don't think we can change it without the board voting on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Path on that one, then I would say too, is probably through public safety, finance, personnel, county board.
And for a point of clarification, I believe county board members are reimbursed $30,
For committee meetings and $40 for the board.
$40 for the board.
Yeah, right. And so ideally, I would like to ask for $40 for the jurors, because it's for an, all day service that they're providing. And then I would ask for the half day rate to be 20.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have the county coroner, but I don't know if he's going to make an appearance.
Don't know if Jim is here. I can kind of go through his documents here. So Jim submitted a summary that you'll see in your folder. In regards to his 104500 account, which is his revenue account, anticipating an increase of about $1,000. His expenditure account, what up here? Actually reflects. Anticipating a slight reduction in the last year. Summary in there. Jim does have a narrative. Of course, most of his fees and associations is all kind of hinged on, not knowing exactly how many service calls that he's going to get. Wishing that fewer the better.
For those of you on WebEx, I don't know if you're following the coroner's summary. We were all reading it. We were all reading it. That's why there's a lull in conversation. So less coroner responses is good. Mr. Carroll.
Have the right file up in front of me, but what is the levy impact for the coroner?
Levy impact is majority levy. I think there's a small revenue account here. Looking about 11,000 in other revenues, and then approximately 50,000 of levy impact. Being said, I think if there's no other questions, perhaps we could take a small recess. And folks can grab some refreshments, and we'll reload. And if Clay or Aaron, anybody from the sheriff's office, if you've tuned in, if you want to make your way up, we can maybe get an early start on sheriff's department scheduled for 10:15, followed by administrator and county clerk will be presenting on our office budgets as well as ancillaries, and district attorney scheduled for 11:15.
Okay, for those of you on WebEx, we are taking a short break, eating all the goodies that have been provided here. Table's just groaning with donuts and pastries.
Thank you again.
We'll be back at 10:15 though, or maybe a shade earlier if we can get the sheriff up here. Started. So those of you on WebEx, we're reconvening. And next up is the sheriff's department.
Morning, Sheriff. Looking today, if you can help us on 5 points here. First, very general review of services and goals intended with the 2023 budget. Number 2, then we'll talk on significant service staffing changes as a result from the preliminary guidance. 3 and 4 then is recommendations that you would have for Finance and Personnel Committee and myself to consider today, as well as in recommendations from the Supervisory Committee, again relating to the 2023 budget. And then if you can allow for time at the end for specific questions for myself and the administrator. We do have your packet of materials that you had submitted has been provided to the committee and on here. And if you want to direct me to which documents that you'd like to speak from in the presentation, I can try to get them pulled up on the screen. Go ahead, sir.
So I guess I'll start with the budget that I was asking for, because that would be probably the most significant change in operations, which would be the 5.4% increase for 2023.
So the other one, is this the one that you wanted up?
So yeah, and this was following budget guidance with the addition of a jail administrator position. So that was that's not for budget guidance, but this one's not it. Yeah, that's not it. It should say in the percent difference, 5.4% or 185,000. So this budget, just while he's looking for that, would basically maintain department operations with increases on certain lines that were directed by Clint, and adding the jail administrator position. And I know I've talked about this with public safety quite a bit. I don't know how often I've mentioned it to finance and personnel, but we're the only department in the state that does not have a jail administrator. So we were looking at creating that position, kind of making it a multi-role position. So they'd be the jail administrator and head of court security and transports, supervisory role. In the event that we need extra court security, they would fill that role when the extra court security wasn't needed, they would go back to running the jail. Also may be utilized to cover transport here and there, but for the most part, scheduling port security and scheduling transports would fall under them. They would just fill in as needed to support those roles. Primary responsibilities would be jail administration, running the jail, dealing with staffing issues, inmate grievances, inmate problems in the jail. That would be their primary role. A lot of that is currently covered by Chief Deputy Aaron Wallace, soon to be assisted by newly promoted Lieutenant Mike Sizz here. But that is, I guess, a specialty role that most jails have. We do not. Trying to think of what exactly we don't have a wage back from Carlson Detman. We haven't requested one yet. We placed them where we felt the position should be placed. I don't know if Aaron has the grade wrote down for that, but it would be basically they'd be making about as much, slightly more than a patrol sergeant in the union. This will be a non-union position, however, a salary position, so no overtime. But that's the biggest change that we had for that budget. Additionally, we found an additional revenue source for the jail. I think we included that at about $108,000. Yes, we included it at $108,000 in the budget. I'm projecting that we could have as much as $120,000 next year from it, but I don't know. We're only a few months into this, but the way things are averaging out, it could go over that $108,000.
What is that revenue source?
That's probation sanctions. So we're housing people for Department of Corrections that are on parole or probation that have violated their rules and need some sort of punitive action. It's increased staff burden on our part, increased burden on the jail, but it should more than pay for the position if we continue it.
What happens to those people now?
Well, currently, we're housing them currently.
Yeah.
We started in June?
May.
May. And so we have a few months of numbers to go with. It's been increasing every month we've done it, how much we've been making from it. And so my numbers may be low, my projections may be low, but I just don't know because we haven't been doing it for that long.
I assume we're able to do that because our census at the jail has been down.
Well, it's not been down either, but our numbers are back up to we're pre-COVID levels in the jail for housing numbers.
Which is about?
Well, we're hovering right around 30, an average of 30 right now. Our average pre-COVID was about 25, and we've been hovering around 30, but we have been housing people on sanctions too, so that contributes to that.
So I think I've got it here. This is what you're looking at. This has the 5.4% increase. Okay.
And so that's over, the other budget we have to present was a 3.1% increase. So that 5.4 is the addition of a jail administrator position, that additional couple percent. But that's the biggest change. Other than that, we followed budget instructions to the letter with the exception of fuel. We did add more into fuel money than what Clint had asked us to. When we ran the numbers, we ran the amount of gallons that we usually budget for at the current price per gallon, and it was looking like we needed to add more than what Clint had originally projected, which was a number that I think we kind of came up with together, but it looked like we were going to need more money.
I'm looking at, we had our worksheet, we were looking at about a 20,000, you're estimating at a $25,000 increase. Lights as well, I think we were looking at around a 500. We're considering now about a $3,000 increase in lights and electrical there. Telephone was at 500, looking to put that at 5,500. Are those all true?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other part of it too that I had is we did the one budget with our jails. I saw some significant reductions in jail meals. Is that correct?
$85,000 reduction.
Can we maybe, can
Contract.
we talk on that? Is that we switch it to sawdust or how were we?
I wish I had a good answer on why, but when we rebid a new contract, came in significantly cheaper.
Wow.
So I don't know where they came up with their number, but I'm happy with it.
It's still getting with the vendor we chose.
Same vendor, but just significant.
I hope it's not a mistake.
Yeah.
Well, you talked to them, right, Amber? I mean, they confirmed that those numbers were correct for what we were asking for, so.
How many year contract, gentlemen?
That was a three?
Three.
Yeah, 3-year contract.
Wonder now, since they've got established, they see what it, what it really takes, because you were new, right?
We were
Yeah.
new with Summit when we started
Yeah,
last.
so they probably, okay.
And it was particularly complicated because they had to drive the wheels over from Lancaster.
Yes. Yep.
That's good. Seen that 85,000, thought, man, you guys did a good job.
That's our good negotiation skills there.
Yeah.
And the compliments from the guests are up, I imagine, so on the meals.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So,
And before we got a reduced rate for more meals, I don't know that that's necessarily the case with this new contract, is it? It's more of a flat rate. Yeah.
but it's a flat rate, it doesn't go up or down according to population?
Not really anymore. No.
What's the capacity?
So it's, we have 42 beds and anything over 32, the state requires us to go to mandatory overtime. So it's 32 roughly is what I would say before we kind of get into trouble.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Seep, go ahead.
how does the jail administrator's position, if it were installed, relate to the functions of the jail dispatcher? At all, if at all.
So they would be a supervisor above the jail sergeants. They, I guess, and if you want to think of it in the sense of where they would fit structure, it'd be kind of similar to the lieutenant is to patrol. Be responsible for writing grants, PREA, the PREA hearings, PREA investigations, which is Prison Rape Elimination Act. They would be responsible for inmate discipline, holding disciplinary hearings for the inmates, which is currently a role that's filled by Aaron. And then Aaron would be the appeal process, whereas currently I'm the appeal process if an inmate doesn't like how they were disciplined. They would be in charge of scheduling, not only jail, but court security and transports. They would, again, like I said earlier, they'd have a backup role in assisting with those. Writing policy.
Training.
They would be in charge of scheduling training for jailers and dispatchers. Be quite a bit on their plate, actually.
So this does not in any way affect the duties or responsibilities of the jail dispatcher.
No, it's just, I guess, another supervisor in the chain of command.
Thank you.
Mr. Carroll.
Yeah. Can you give us an idea of what things that might free up your lieutenant to do that has not been able to be done because he's so busy with this role?
Well, I think in a sense, one thing I should probably mention is that there's, of the three of us sitting here, we probably have a combined total of 7-8 years of jailing experience. And most of us have not been worked inside the jail for 10 years or close to that. I've been out of the jail for 13 years, no, 12 years. Aaron's been out of the jail for about that long, Mike's 8 years. None of us, I mean, we understand, I know where to look when I have to find something that's going on in the jail. We don't have anybody that specializes in corrections in command staff right now. And so that's, I guess I would say, is kind of a liability where you know, Aaron and I know where to find the answers. Mike and I can find the answers. It's in state statute. We can reach out to a jail inspector to find answers if we are confused on something. But it's truly a specialized role. It really is, being a jail administrator, and knowing the changes and how everything changes in the jail. Because just like on the patrol side, there's laws and code that change all the time, and we have to stay up to date on that.
So like right now, I do all the policies for the department, and for doing the road policies, that's not a big issue for me. I mean, I've been doing road stuff for the last, 12 years. And, you know, if I got to do a policy for the road, I can just go on, I can type it up, I can do my own. Going back into the jail, things have completely changed since any of us were in the jail. So I literally had to get the sergeants from the jail, sit down with me and work on policy, which usually causes a little bit of overtime because it's, you know, they have to get called in to sit down to go over the way that things are now done differently from when we were actually in there.
So I guess to answer that, one of the big things that I've wanted to see change with the department is we've not been active in pursuing grants. I mean, I come to the board every so often with a grant opportunity, but there's so much out there for grants, and we're barely touching what's available. And so one of the responsibilities that I wanted to see with the patrol lieutenant when we promoted him was to actively search out, seek, and apply for grants. And it's a little bit more complicated because we got to get board approval to do a lot of this stuff. But if we know they're coming and we can get ahead of them, we can do that and we can start applying. So that's one of my big thoughts, is it not only for the jail administrator, but for the patrol to lieutenant, is that I want them actively seeking grants and seeing what's out there that can help us improve as a department. And that stuff's time consuming. You know, writing grants takes time. And I think that's especially one area that I want to see increase is grant writing. Additionally, I know like Mike has a desire to continue to do drug investigations, and the more time we can free up with him, and that's kind of his bread and butter, is drug investigations. And I want to see him to be able to continue that, but we have to balance that with administrative roles like writing grants, and he's going to be running the schedule. These are responsibilities that we're taking from sergeants and we're putting on him, that it's just going to be easier to have somebody who's not in the union in control of the schedule. In my opinion, it's something we've talked about in the past and have never done. And so we're going to start doing that now.
Chair, can I add something?
You can. This is Mrs. Luck.
Yeah, this is Melissa. Clay, I wanted to mention that also, you know, the lieutenant position, I think because we have such a young, our deputies, you know, our staff is pretty young. We've talked extensively about increasing the amount of training, and that would all fall, or a lot of it would fall to the lieutenant position. So that's another reason why we want to make sure that our lieutenant has time to, you know, really increase the amount of training time they're able to spend with the young staff that we have.
Yes, thank you. And that's just like Mike is going to be, again, and he already has been kind of seeking and finding training and working on trying to get training scheduled for the deputies. So that, which is kind of a role that Aaron and I have been splitting in the absence of Dane. But we're going to hopefully not only in-house increase our training, but what we can find for specialized training outside of our own doors.
And adding on to that, would this position addition please the jail inspector?
Yes.
It would. You know, is he going to shut us down because we don't have a jail administrator? No, he's not. But that's, and Melissa being a person who's very familiar with the last few jail inspections we have, he notes it every time he comes here that we're the only jail that doesn't have one. You know, he always commends us on what we do and what we're able to do with what we have. But he always makes, there's certain notes that he makes continually. You don't have a jail administrator. You don't have a camera system that records. You know, which some of that we've been working year after year to rectify, and some of it we have, but you know, it's one of those kind of, I don't know if I'd call it a jab, but it's a little thing that he makes note of every time he comes here.
Another addition, the jail administrator position will also eliminate some overtime hours. I had Amber give me some hours for this year alone. There's been 376 hours of overtime paid out already this year, and 1,770 hours of comp time paid out. So, I mean, if our jail staff decided to take that as all overtime, I mean, we're talking about over $60,000 of overtime already this year. And with the jail administrator position being a salary position, they can help cover some of those shifts that are needing to be filled if we have, inmate numbers are too high or suicide watches. They can cover those positions and eliminate some of the overtime.
They're already gonna be here, so.
Mr. Carroll.
Has the job description been written and could we see that? Not right now, but
Oh,
at some
yeah,
point.
we do have one,
All right.
yes.
I assume Administrator Langard has that, or not?
I'll be collecting it. It'll be another one that'll be going off to our Carlson Detman to evaluate where it's going to be on there and the possibility that it's arrived at. Can I talk again in context of, you'd mentioned with the added position, it plays into the added revenue potential for the department?
It does, in a sense that, I guess what I was getting at when I said that is so we took on probation sanctions. It is an increased staff burden, but because we're intentionally driving our population numbers up in a way to generate revenue, basically. But I didn't imagine that we were going to be making as much of it as we are. They just said, hey, we could make a little money doing this, and let's give it a try. And when I started to see the numbers, I was pleasantly surprised, and I was like, well, if we're trying to get this jail administrator position, I think we figured out how we can pay for it. I know there's a lot going on. I've sat through enough meetings to know it's not just that simple in the county right now, but it is a staff burden, and I think having that extra position helps lessen that burden.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be my question. Can you sustain it? You know what I mean? Currently, I mean, I'm sure it varies month to month and what's going on, but without that additional staff, without that administrator or whatever, can you sustain this added burden?
Yeah.
There's no way of knowing that. It's not really, it's just kind of, okay, yeah, we're doing all right now, but things change pretty drastically or can change pretty drastically. And then what does it turn into? All of a sudden now you're losing that revenue. You don't have the opportunity.
Yeah. And so right now, I would say as far as sanctions are, we're probably in jail population wise, what I would think traditionally we're in our busiest time of the year. So our numbers are up. In winter, it seems that they kind of dwindle down a little bit. So we'll have added capacity for those, but in the summer, the warmer months, people are out there a lot more active, and we seem to have a higher jail population because of that. So right now it's difficult because we're pushing the threshold of where we're going to hit mandatory overtime. But it's worth it in a sense, as long as we can keep that mandatory overtime at bay.
And I guess another thing too, with the jail administrator position, we don't have the court security officers that we used to. We used to have, 5 retired deputies that did court security for us. Right now, we're down to 1 retired officer that's doing court security plus 1 city officer that's doing court security. So if one of them decides not to do it anymore, we're going to need this position to actually help cover those hours, which is already going to be paid out too.
As it stands right now, when Deputy Barr or Deputy SAPEC can't cover court security, it's been covered by like Aaron or myself, or we'll go in and sit in the court and cover for whatever period of time we need to be in there. So it's not ideal, but with the lack of people jumping at that job, we're doing what we can.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Seed, go ahead.
to the sheriff, if circumstances dictate local incarceration above 32, would that impinge on your projected revenue from Department of Corrections residents?
I guess, yes, it would factor into that because, like I said, we've intentionally drove the population up. And then that overtime cost would cut into potential profits.
And so you may have to transport people out.
Yeah, as it stands right now, if we hit that magic number, we've been hitting it on the weekends and then we're usually back below it by Monday. So, because I'm not going to say it doesn't happen, it does happen, but it's your weekend arrests where you don't have bond hearings until Monday. Our population goes up and then it's back down as soon as we hit Monday and have a bond hearing. It's I guess too short term of a where you want to transport them and get them out somewhere else.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I don't know if I hit on all your bullet points, so but if anybody has any other questions, like I said, the other budget we presented, which followed budget guidance with the addition of some gas money, was that 3.1%. I focused more on the 5.4 for the jail administrator. The only other increases we put into the budget were stuff that was going to be contractually obligated, our rent for tower space, stuff like that, that goes up a couple percent every year regardless. And that's what we factored in, was a couple percent increase for that.
Sheriff Porter, will we have any potential income on our new tower system?
That depends. If we own the towers, yes, there is potential for income there. You know, there are counties who, that's how they help fund their project, is how they help fund their radio systems is through rental costs, Sauk County being one. But they have a little bit more tower infrastructure than we will. Potentially we'll have more, but also potential that we could have more rent, depending on what we're using for towers.
One thing we've helped out in the budget over the past few years is squad cars. And you used to have to figure those into your budget.
Yes. Yep.
Other than a capital expenditure, so.
Yeah.
At least we got that going for us.
And as that's been going, that's worked well for us. I'll say that. You know, we were getting into a kind of a crunch this year where the amounts we had weren't going to be quite enough for the equipment we needed, but hoping we can get those increases for 23.
On that note too, with the squad cars, I know before we started doing the borrowing of the money and getting the squads in there, we were running majority of our squads over 100,000 miles. After this year, when our 2 new squads come in, we'll have 2 in-use squads that'll be over 100,000. So we're gonna have, I mean, our squads, if they're under 100,000, they're not gonna have as much maintenance requirement. And you know, if we ever decide that we need to sell the squads at the end of our use, that could be extra revenue coming back in if that ever becomes a.
Those wonderful Crown Victorias would get easily 150,000.
Yes, they would.
I guess my question, how far do we run them now?
So we haven't. The last 2 squads that I got rid of, one was at 150 and one was at 175. I guess we haven't set a magic number since we started the borrowing for them, or where we want to get rid of them. And when I say that I got rid of them, they went to 2 other county departments. The highway has one and EMS has one. And then actually our old transport van, Pine Valley has now. So they just got repurposed throughout the county. Eventually, if we were to sell them and put that back into the general fund, especially if, let's say we did 100 to 120,000, I mean, they'll go upwards of 10,000 at that price. So it is, I mean, a little bit of money back into the general fund.
So that 2 a year, I think, is a number, 2 to 3 a year.
2 to 3 a year.
Is
Yeah.
what you're looking for. And what's the total fleet?
We are at 20 with the van. 21. That's with a couple spares as backups in case we have like a bad card year or some mechanical issues. Those are usually our 100,000, 120,000 mile squads. We just held on to for another year.
Yeah, we have 21 squads for the fleet. We have one backup patrol, one backup canine, one training vehicle, and then that includes also the jail transport van.
Okay. Just curious where it was at. I didn't
Yeah.
I have no idea. No idea. I know we've bought a lot of squad cars in the time I've been on the board. So that was just curious where.
Yeah, and we have that school car. You said that was Jim's old Caprice, and that's what we're sending people to school in. That way, we just pay them. We don't pay them mileage. We just put fuel in the tank of that and send them back and forth in it.
Is there any other questions that anybody had for the sheriff, staff? Okay, we have some.
Congratulations on your election, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Continued changes that we know of. We know we have a 0.5% increase yet to put into the budget and build. We're still waiting on health insurance to come out. We'll be playing too with what it looks like for a jail administrator. All those things, for the most part, will arrive on a recommendation on September 6th to finance and personnel to chew on. Hopefully finalizing those, of course, by the end of September. But stay in tune as we continue to tune it back. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Administrator Ancillary Report. Assume the administrator is you, Clint? I'm not sure.
Yeah, at the moment, could change by the end of the day here to see how things continue. Okay, and then if Clerk Kalish, if you want to come right up, I think maybe we'll try to maximize. We both have 15-minute slots here to go through quite a bit, so we'll maybe try to tag team this and do it the best we can together. We do have a 4-minute head start, but looking up here at the summary sheet in your documents here, these are the different funds right now that are kind of underneath the capacity of the administrator's office. Kind of the one that stands out on the top here in the summary is kind of based at the office budget on the 5115 account, but these are the other ones that consideration. The debt service fund currently projecting at the $3,518,695.83. That doesn't though include anticipation of the borrowing for the radio tower project, as we don't know what that's going to look like until like a January capacity. It's kind of left as this. We know that we're probably going to have to do like a budget amendment to when that project further comes into light. Of course, it's done through borrowing, which then will impact, if we're borrowing in January, it'll actually, the borrowing aspect of it will impact levies coming back in 2024. Going into the budget, listed the mandated services as previous years. It's not mandated. We try to keep a lot of compliance things in line for you folks. But it is not a mandated services for a county administrator. The county does have the option to switch back to an administrative coordinator type of function. The list of non-mandated services, you have your administrative functions, the financial functions, human resources functions. Again, these could be displaced and redistributed back to department or through an administrative coordinator or a combination of both. Departments, programs, and goals going forward into next year with the budget. We're looking to continue development, implementation, and monitoring of projects identified in the strategic plan and the work plan. Looking to continue refinement of county budgeting process and financial forecasting to help us, again, manage our process like we're doing here today, as well as our forecasting for future plans. Looking to enhance our capital improvement program to meet the elements identified in the strategic plan's vision of a comprehensive capital plan and chasing those numbers and building that product. Looking to support the county board and committees in completing the directive tasks of evaluating service priorities. A lot of those are now going to be kind of shifted now to this year as the resolutions that went forward last night, a majority of them called for action yet by October 31st, but anticipating that the conversation is going to roll out into the future. And then looking with what we had built into the financial planning worksheet, there was about $35,000 in added expenses that we wanted to try to bolster staff and leadership training. Summary on the items, 4.5% increase in wages is included. Also implementation of administrator increase for entering the third year of employment. Operations, the operational line expenses, again, is up $35 increase for operational expenses, but with added wage increases and then a health insurance plan, it's about a 10% increase right now in total operation expenses for the administrator's office, consideration point. The staffing and operations will be at a 2022 level with the current budget that we have in place. At the time that we wrote this, we did not know if we were going to have property lister support and when that was coming, so we did anticipate on potentially helping out with the treasurer's office on some of the functions at the treasurer's office, but just does have somebody now starting, which is good. If we're, my other notes here. Any future operational changes, again, looking for consideration for long-term planning on the future of Richland County Courthouse and jail building. We need to start kind of getting our arms around that one so we can understand what we're going to be doing with continued projects and maintenances in the building, as well as a replacement of our enterprise resource planning system, our AS400. We did buy a new box just this last year, but we know that that system is becoming less and less popular. Support on that system is becoming, well, I just say like the service reps that we've been working with are retiring out now, so we have new faces that are showing up. Support's always questionable then, as you know, they don't have that 20, 30 years of experience, and it's less and less used system, less and less market, so we don't know how long it's going to be supported into the future. I think we're tentatively scheduled right now on our financial planning to address this in the future within the next 5 years. But do understand that's going to come at quite an expense. Iowa County right now is also looking at a very popular program through Tyler Technologies, their Munis system. It's a popular one. It comes certainly with its challenges and tribulations, of which Darren can also attest to through his city option. But to be able to get ourselves collected, consolidated, and start investing to getting those things is something we probably have to begin in a 2024, 2025 capacity at the latest. With the idea that by 2026 or 2027, we're starting to move into a new system. Questions on the summary?
That new system replaces the AS400 that we just updated, didn't we?
A new box,
New box.
same system, but yeah, a new hardware, because we're keeping all of our data is in-house. It's in a server across the street. We do cloud backup though to copy our information, so we try to mitigate data loss.
What's the cost for a new system?
Depends on what you'd like to do and how many bells and whistles that you'd like on it. I'd say at a very minimum, you're looking at a $300,000 package.
That's nowhere near as bad as I thought. I
Well,
was thinking much higher than that.
That's first year implementation costs. Then you're looking at sustained contracting costs, because at that point we're probably looking at a cloud-based system, and so then you're going to have service agreements each year of tens of thousands for maintenance, upkeep, and support.
So like an Oracle system or something along that.
Oracle would be quite a bit more. And the thing with a provider like Tyler Tech is that some of these provide, you have to buy modules. So you can't, like the 400 is an all-encompassing system, where some of these other ones are not. So, you know, it can be cheap, but by the time you add everything you need, the cost just goes up there. So it's not cheap either way you look at it, really.
Everything has to be built to, even Oracle has to be built to your.
And you need all of those functions to complete like core functions like we have now. You need them. So
I'd recommend when you do finally come up with a proposal on a budget that you double the migration cost.
Yeah, that one, I don't want to linger on that one too much. I won't sleep tonight. So moving into the actual budget line, the sheet here for the 105115, you'll see kind of at the bottom, there's a web enabling payroll services. We migrated this one over from clerk's office into the administrator's budget. This is for the employee service portal. It's about $36,000 each year. The other item I want to draw your attention to is underneath the second page, contracted services. So part of the financial planning again called for $35,000 increase tentatively for increased training that folks wanted to see through leadership training, staff development type training. So that's, you have to visualize that in being included in the contracted services, but displacing other types of services of whether it's with Carlson Detman Consulting or other types of initiatives that we might try to move out of our office. So that's the contracted services right now, I visualize right now as heavily being our funds for bringing in in-house training and staff development. Any questions or concerns with the summary or our 105115 budget? That being said, then I would defer to Clerk Kalish if you wanted to go through yours, and then we can also take a stab at if there's any of the ancillary budgets that we needed to take a special look at.
I will start with mine, Clint. These are the ones I pulled, so if you want to look through those, and if you'd like to touch on them, that's fine. They're just the bigger ones: sales tax, shared revenues, interest on taxes, some bigger amounts. So we should maybe review those when I'm done here. So my 2023 budget summary. If there are no objections, I'd like to go past numbers 1, 2, and 3. That's a description of the county clerk's office, mandated functions and non-mandated functions. So if there's no objections in the essence of time, I'd like to go past those. You all have them before you, so you're welcome to review those. And get right to item number 4, which is explaining the major goals and projects intended with the 2023 budget apportionment. You'll see on my report, I did take a look back at 2022 and look at the goals that we set for ourselves in 22 to hold myself accountable and the county clerk's office accountable. I thought it was more than fair and transparent to just give you a summary of the goals that we had and where we're at with them. So I won't go through each of them individually, but you can see that each one of the goals that we had set out for 2022, we've either completed or is in process because, it will take longer than a year. So there's a summary of what we said we were going to do in 2022 and where we're at. So I'm very happy with what we've accomplished thus far in 2022, especially with another, 4 or 5 months left to do so. Some of the highlights here, the streamlining the office operations. This is always a goal for us as we work towards increased efficiency. Doing more with less or what we can with what we have for staffing, doing this is incredibly important and does impact our budget. So a few things I just want to highlight with you folks is that we have been able to scan all the county books of proceeding, which is all the minute books that we can possibly scan into an electronic format. I think we're down to book 7, but those books are from the early 1800s or mid 1800s, early 1900s, and cannot be unbound because they're in leather bound books. Those will soon be turned over to the Historical Society for safekeeping. I've also began to publish a condensed version of the county board minutes. So it saves me time in doing minutes and also cuts the printing expenses for county board minutes in half. So we're still publishing all the ordinances as we are statutorily required to do so, but just a condensed version of the resolutions. And now there's 2 versions of minutes. There's the official minutes and the published ones. So that saves my office time and saves the county board budget half. I think the printing costs ranged from between 12 and 1600 to now between 400 and 600 a month per minute. So all good to go there. We're starting to digitize as many documents as we can. So marriage license and the corresponding documentation. Also, we've worked with the MIS department to come up with election night results reporting. So I now do a spreadsheet that I myself upload into MIS. So there is 0 manual entering of this information into a website by someone in the clerk's office. And now we do this as a part of our normal routine. So elections were historically handled by 4 people in the county clerk's office, but with the transition from county clerk to administrator, myself and my deputy are now doing all the election stuff with 2 people. So it's been a bit of a challenge, I'm not going to lie, but we've got through 2 elections. So hopefully we can continue that. But, the point here is that we're really looking at how we do every single thing and what we can do differently to make it easier and to save time for everyone.
Derek?
Yes.
Along with that, there's a proposal to shift some of the work back to the township.
And I will go over that when I do my budget part. So for 2023, the goals are going to be to create an electronic resolution index. So we have the Muni Code publishing software. You all approved that, or the county board approved that with the codification. So we'll begin to use that software once we get through through the codification process. We'll continue to purge obsolete records in both vaults and in the clerk's office. I'm working on a new resolution template for counties, departments to use to make resolution processing a little more streamlined and hopefully more efficient and easier to use. Again, we'll continue to streamline office operations when possible. And a bit of my work will be in 2023, as Marty alluded to. I will likely be working with some of the town clerks who choose to become self-providers for their election information. So it's not my responsibility to do that. We're not statutorily required to do so, but the elections really are a team effort between ourselves and all municipalities. I obviously want my clerks to be successful because it all kind of comes back to the county clerk's office and we need to work together. And this process does need to be handled with complete accuracy. Elections are pretty contested and heated these days. So I will spend some of 2023, I presume, working with the town clerks that choose to become self-providers and maintain that excellent relationship I believe I have with them. Item number 5, summarizing the impact to the budget guidance. So taking the 2023 budget guidance into consideration, the county clerk's office will still be able to offer services and maintain the availability to the public in 2023 as it did in 2022. An approximate reduction in levy to the following the 2023 proposed budget guidance is approximately $4,060.94. My budget does include self-publishing software costs of $2,500 and digitization software costs with the provider we will work with at $10,000. I'll get to that in a second. Item number 6, there's no staffing adjustments, as I just alluded to, that are needed in the Office of the County Clerk given the 2023 budget directives. Item number 7, the cost to maintain services at a 2022 level is the $195,397.50, which is the county clerk's core budget. And for items 8, 9, and 10, I have no requests for capital projects or short-term borrowing, no recommendations received from my supervisory committee, and no future operational changes needed at this time. So in summary, my levy, the county clerk's office levy in 2022 was $194,765.44. In 2023, that is projected to be $190,704.50. So as I noted before, a reduction of approximately $4,000. This is because there are no data processing fees in terms of maintenance and hardware maintenance and on hardware and software for 2023. So that saves about $6,200 for 2023. And we're also assuming that the counties will provide the WIS vote entry or complete the WIS vote entry for the municipalities at an estimated revenue of $7,550. So that's where we come into that reduction in levy this year. I say that because in 2024, that will likely not be there. We will need to pay the hardware and software maintenance fees. Also, I'm presuming that in 2024, some of the townships will likely do their own WIS vote data entry, which means we won't be paid or contracted to do that service. And obviously, there will be increased health insurance and human resources costs. That's an overview for 2022 and 2024. You have my budget, my actual budget, I believe, in front of you. There's no major changes in this budget. There is, starting with the cost of people to do work, we have the 4.5% rate, so we will have to increase that 0.5% to include the 5%. If you notice on this one, my health insurance line is lower.
Derek, if I could just interrupt you. This is a 51
5141.
5141. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so my health insurance line is lower. I do not take the county's health insurance, so that will always be a little lower for me. The line that is computer program software support ending in 5214 for 17,000. That is our Avenue. That's the Avenue AS400 Avenue financial and payroll software. So that's just historically been in the county clerk's overall budget. Going down to the next item, 5141-000-5315. You will see I did increase paper by up to 1,600. I did account for that and reduce my office supplies by 500 to even that out as closely as possible. And then there's an item in here for checks. It ends in 5318. You will see it's $2,300. These are the checks that we pay vendors with. We order these every 2 to 3 years, so this is a kind of a one-time deal here. I did check with the printer to get the updated price, and it's going to be around between $2,000 and $2,500. So I just put $2,300 as a middle number there. I noted the reduction in my office supplies to try to offset the increase in paper. The only other major change is if you look at computer software ending in 5815, this does include the budget guidance. So the 10,000 for the digitization of resolutions as we continue to put more stuff electronically and turn them into searchable formats. It also includes the 2,500, which is the Municode self-publishing software that was approved as part of the codification. So we can keep updating our ordinances ourselves in-house instead of having to pay a company to do that. And then I've also included $185 for a PDF editor as we try to create. I don't have the software to do that. And if we can make some of these forms in-house and do that, then that would be what I would like to do. So the only other change, and I'll briefly touch on this, is to for the election. So currently right now, we as a county perform all the WIS vote data entry services for the townships and villages. The city does their own. In a nutshell, what that is all the electronic election management for all the townships. So it records voter registrations, voter participation, absentee ballots, everything election related. The county has historically shouldered that burden without any fees paid to the township. I did reach out to all counties that had a population of plus 2,000 or minus 2,000 from ours. And the common response I get when I said we don't charge for those fees is a bit of a chuckle. And then, oh, really? You really don't charge? We don't charge. And so that wasn't perhaps maybe an issue when there wasn't financial issues, but more importantly, when there was a staff of 4 to do this, then it was more manageable. But when you now have a staff to do this, it's a little difficult to do it. Additionally, it's not the county's responsibility to do that. This is statutorily a municipal responsibility. I think it ended up at the county way before, I think, with the transition from SVRS to WISPO, the county just took that duty upon to do that. So as we look at ways to be more efficient, or more efficient, not inefficient, obviously, and as we look at ways to get different revenues, as the county clerk's office, I have very limited ways to do so. One of those ways I can do is to charge municipalities for doing their data entry services work. This does take myself and deputy a good 2 full days to do this work and then another full day after that. So in fact, we're still doing election stuff as we speak. It lasts for weeks after the election ends. So I do have, there is $7,550 built into my budget as a new revenue. The fees to the township are very minimal. I have shared an MOU that, again, I received from talking with, I think, 9 other counties, whoever fell within that population range, took their information, took their totals, and came up with a fee schedule. So I do have that, but part of the guidance, too, from the budget directive was to find a way to, or come up with a way to charge townships for our services. So Attorney Wendell has seen the contract, is aware of that, has approved off on that, and if you all are okay with that, then we will move forward with that as a part of my budget for the clerk's office. Said a lot there pretty quick. Any questions?
An observation, and maybe a question. In the old days, when we had the coordinator, you said 4 people were working on, and I always understood that as an all hands on deck kind of thing when we had an election.
Right. So
can't you still do that?
We can still do that. I could ask Administrator Langrek if I can borrow some of his people. We can certainly do that. If we're just trying to be realistic about what each office has in terms of expenses, then the county clerk's office is composed of 2 different people, myself and the deputy, and the other 2 people that were part of the county clerk's office were transitioned to the administrator office. Our offices work in tandem enough that we already kind of help each other, and that line gets blurry as it is, but I was trying to capture real expenses as they actually are. So that's the long and short answer, sorry.
Mr. Chair, couple questions.
Mr. Carroll.
Yeah. Could you say again when you expect the transition away from the AS400 would be? And I assume that would show up as a capital cost in whatever year that lands.
1 second here. I think we've got it. ERP system currently right now, we've slid out until 2027 as a financial impact.
Okay. Second question. So Derek, have you had any initial communication with the municipalities, giving them the heads up for this change in the election? Any responses back?
I've reached out to a few, and the ones I've reached out to said, well, we don't want to do that. We'd rather pay you to do it. I mean, this is a lot of work. I could sit here all day and tell you how much work it is, but it is a ton of work. And it's, you know, as we really look, like I said before, I'm looking at what our office does, what it has to do, and what it doesn't have to do. And this is something we do not statutorily have to do. So not that I'm opposed to doing it, because I just did it for this last election and we've been doing it, but it's just, again, as time and resources get limited, then I really have to take a look at, can we do this or not? And the fees to the townships, I will tell you, range from $300 to $1,000. So they are based on a population and then a number of registered voters. And I really sat down and went through each election to figure out how long it takes me to do the data entry work. And the fee's $31 an hour, which is an average of myself and my deputy's wage. And I really try to be very fair about it. And I have not, I will have a training with the clerks. I was going to have it today actually, but we had some hiccups with our canvas, so I pushed it back. So I will tell them all this, but this is part of the budget. So I don't really want to release this and say, this is what we're doing, because it's part of the budget, which has to be approved yet. But I will for sure give them a heads up and say, this is coming. And if the townships don't want to pay the fee, then they could do the data entry. You know what I mean?
I help out at our township elections, and just based on my experience there, I think a lot of them will pay you to do it.
I would pay me to do it. I'm just saying, and I'm very well versed in the system, so.
Mr. Chairman.
One moment, Mr. Cooley has a comment.
Well, I got my answer because I had my township hat on. I was trying to find out how much he was going to charge me to do it.
Hey,
I have the scale here. You can stop by my office and see it.
I think it's based on number of voters, I
Yes.
guess.
And it's from 300 to 1,000, I think, is the highest a year. And sometimes there's 4 elections a year.
Mr. C.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my comment is I was very impressed, and so were many others that I talked to, about the format, the protocol of the election report this year, showing the various categories, that the number of registered voters and the percentage of voter turnout. The additional detail was very informative and helpful, and I know that in the past the board has desired a report from the county clerk's office, an election report from the county clerk's office, and this year's was just outstanding in comparison.
Thank you. Anyone else? Either gentleman, questions for them, Administrator Langrick or Clerk Kalish? Well, if there are no more questions or comments, we'll move on. Take a short break.
Thank you.
To ask you to ignore what you have on your iPad. I had to read you problem 1. There was a miscalculation there, and then after the trustee meeting, we revised the proposal.
So we're back on the air now, WebEx people, and we're reconvening. We never really officially deconvened, but here we are with people from Pine Valley. And Tom Rislow, Director of Pine Valley, is front and center, so let him kick it off.
Good morning, Marty. Testing 1, 2, 3. Am I coming through okay?
Beautiful.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to come and present before you. I'm battling some residuals from COVID, so if my voice gives out, I have several people behind me able to hopefully to fill in for me, including Tracy next. Let's put all these numbers together. And as she said, what we said to you electronically, there was a correction that needed to be made on column 1 and then some reworking on column 3. So apologize for that you're having to look at a hard copy this morning. draw your attention to our budget summary, item number 4, where it says explain the department's major goal or projected or projects intended for 2023 budget apportionments. And I put a very simple goal for us, and that's to maintain ability to accept admissions and provide our financial contribution to the county as directed. It's that simple. We are challenged with staffing so desperately at times that we've gone weeks at a time sometimes without taking new admissions, which affects operations significantly. Along with staffing comes morale, and I'm just going to diverge a little bit to some notes that I made to myself, if I could just have your attention. This committee needs to know for the record that the morale at Pine Valley has been damaged significantly. Actions by this committee, we were told that we're going to be exploring an outside contractor to run Pine Valley. We were told that perhaps that should be looked into, that perhaps we should sell Pine Valley. That did have actually an effect on a full-time person who left us. Not sure about Pine Valley's future. And then a not very well attended finance committee meeting, suddenly the wage increase that had been projected to be in place for next year was slashed in half. Another message sent to our staff that they were not supported. And then when we asked for a reconsideration on that wage, and at least have the COLA be fairly applied to all departments, that was even a little contentious. It barely passed, which was shocking. Sent another message to our staff of non-support. Just wanted for the record to say as much, and plus now the current resolution for Pine Valley is to explore coming up with $750,000 of cash every year to put towards the debt repayment. I told our trustees when we met on Monday evening that all this talk about cash, I said for a moment we need to just remember what we're about at Pine Valley. We're 24/7 operation that takes care of people who can't take care of themselves. There's a lot of people that you probably know or have known that have used our services over the years, perhaps just in the last 12 to 24 months. It's a hard job. Sometimes we get people who are new in the profession and they can't take it, and they move on to something else because it's so difficult of a job. We have people who have to be there in the PM shift on a weekend when we're all enjoying things at home. We just have a lot of difficult care people too. It's got more and more difficult over the years. We have numbers to back that up. Am I still coming through okay on here? It sounds like maybe I'm not. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2.
I think you're just running out of gas there, Tom, so take maybe a drink. Or, okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. I just don't want us to lose sight of what we're about, and the people that we care for from this community, and that the staff does the work taking care of them, and it's difficult work. And then on top of that, of how hard the work has been, you add this whole other layer of COVID and the regulations and the expectations that went with that. And they're still there. Most of us in the community have moved on. We've got some little bit of leniency on some of the regulations, but basically we're still dealing with the same COVID regulations that we were over 2 years ago when the pandemic began. It's exhausting, it's frustrating, it's time consuming. Many of the people behind me, the leadership team at Pine Valley, have many hours each week that are in addition to their normal responsibility just because of COVID regulations, and they can speak to that better than I. I don't want us to lose sight of that. And lastly, I'll just say before we get to the numbers and your questions, staffing challenges, as I said earlier, are just always there. And I think just within the last 3 to 4 weeks, we've had 2 people from the assisted living give notice to be going somewhere to be making a little bit more money. We've got, I believe, 4 nurses that within the last 3 to 4 weeks have given notice. And each one of those works a significant number of hours. We've had a dietary person full-time, just up and quit, no notice. Steve, for the life of him, couldn't find anybody to work in laundry, and we changed to Airmark to do our laundry for us. In the housekeeping department, he's got 3 people who have already reached retirement age. I'm not sure how that will be if and when they leave. He's got 2 maintenance people. One will be retiring next year as well, and so we're going to be challenged for quite some time. And so that's kind of what I wanted to say first was morale has been damaged. The staff at Pine Valley do a tremendous work, and that should be acknowledged. And our staffing challenges are just constant. I came to this committee a year ago asking for our wage increase to be done earlier and for that bonus that we wanted as well. And we laid out numbers, and this year it's actually even worse. And sorry to start on such a tough note, and I'll ask if I have any of my leadership team here want to say anything. Come to a mic if you'd like, anybody. This one's kind of dead, so button to push on the top.
Hold it all the way towards you. The light blue.
And you'll have to be nice and close to it.
Hear me? I'm Angie Alexander. I'm the Director of Nursing, and I have been since 1994. Been a proud county employee since 1981. I feel passionately about what we do within the county, and that means all departments. I think through the pandemic, it's been eye-opening to me, the important roles that all of these departments have had, and we've worked collectively together, I think, very well during challenging times to make that happen. I won't belabor that point, but just wanted you to know a little bit about me. Our department, I just thought, was a good example of what's going on in all of the departments and why we do need to look really long and hard about how we can attract and retain employees. And I think retention is probably more important than attracting employees, because when you train somebody and you have them, they have bought into your passion and your philosophies, and they're doing the work, and then they leave you, you lose more than just a nurse or a housekeeper or a dietary or person or whatever. You also lose relationships that they have formed with our residents, and that's hard. So just an example in the license department, so you understand, there's been a lot of talk about full-time positions and part-time positions and call-in positions, and we have gone from 17 full-time nurse positions 1 year ago to 9 full-time nurse positions. Now, that doesn't mean that we staff less. That means that I'm trying to put together a licensed nursing team using on-call staff, because they can make a higher wage when they work on call. So if they don't need health insurance, they are choosing that. With that, I appreciate their work, but it's not as consistent, which makes it a challenge. I think we also depend upon, students, people that can come in a few hours here and a few hours there. It's a piecemeal way of doing staffing. It's not as efficient, and I spend hours a day sometimes just trying to manipulate the schedule so that our residents can get the care they need. And that's problematic for a lot of reasons. The nurses are the leaders that are out there 24/7 when the people in this room can't be there. So the staffing challenges are everywhere. I realize that, but we've been we've been pretty fortunate up to now, but I do think, as Tom said, COVID has affected that. And I guess I just want you to know that we continue to fight the good fight. We have every intention of continuing to make this work, but we need your help and we need your support to do that. I guess I would ask you as maybe as more a citizen of Richland County, to look at the wonderful department heads that you have in place and let them do their jobs, let them really lead. And I think we're fortunate that we have that in Tom. He knows what we need. And I think he has the support of all of us, because you can see all of the faces here today. So appreciate all of you and appreciate you listening to me today. Do you have any questions about my department or anyone else?
Andrew, could you elaborate a little bit on our contracted CNAs and RNs versus
Sure.
if we could, basically the cost difference.
Sure, yeah. Well, I'll just use an example today. I renewed in a contract, just a wonderful young man that came to work from us. He actually lives over by Rochester. But we pay $55 an hour to have him in our building, which is significantly more than what we pay our staff. Now, he probably doesn't get that kind of money, obviously. People sitting in the office probably get a good chunk of that, which is unfortunate. I want to see my caregivers. I would rather take that money and divide it among my caregivers so that they will stay with us and remain committed. Also, you know, registered nurse, right now I have one. I pay her about $70 an hour to be with us. She renewed her contract, thankfully, because I don't know what I would have done on my night shift had she not done that. We have not used shift-to-shift agency yet. That is where it becomes a very slippery slope in terms of quality, which means I would call and say, I'm short the night shift tonight. Do you have anyone to send out? Pay really good money for that. They may or may not come. You may or may not get anything. So we continue to rely on our staff to take care of those kinds of things. And I have open positions that I have to fill that way too. Perfect example, Monday night shift nurse called in sick. My PM supervisor, who is unfortunately leaving us soon, and I likely will not be able to fill that role for a while. And she stayed the night because we had to have an RN in the building. Even paying her overtime doesn't compare to what we would have to pay someone in agency. But unfortunately, and I don't think she'd care that I share this, she's leaving because the stress of the staffing situation more than anything. She just decided she's taking a job where she's working from home and she can make $3 more an hour. I can't compete with that. There'll always be a certain amount of stress involved when you work with the number of people we do. And this is not just, I'm using the nursing department as an example, but I think any of the departments can say that we're all feeling that.
Our budget for next year includes more travelers than we ever put in the budget before. I think somewhere between 200 and 250,000 extra just because of that. Our overtime in our whole facility is now averaging, I looked at that just before I came down, over 360 hours every 2 weeks. This last pay period alone, we had over 400 hours of overtime. And we shared some detail with our trustees on Monday evening when we met that the vast majority of our overtime is worked by people between 60 and 70 years of age. The old school staff who are committed, they're the core people that make Pine Valley great, and they get frustrated. Young people don't pick up. They see shifts that are needed. They don't want to see residents go without, and they pick up. I had a lady who's between 65 and 70. I think she worked 134 hours this last pay period. Very, very committed people to make this place continue to be what it is.
It's very similar with the licensed departments, and I think in the licensed department and other departments as well. So what can we do? We've worked so hard to maintain or improve the morale of our staff with everything that we know how to do. It's challenging because it still comes down to folks who need to go home and they need to pay their bills and they need to be able to go to the doctor and be able to afford to do so and all those kinds of things. And it's hard. We're competing with a lot right now, but that doesn't mean that we don't feel very passionately about what we do, and we want to continue to do that.
The numbers in front of you reflect extra monies for next year because of wages, and extra money because of health insurance, extra money because of overtime, extra money because of travelers, and an unfunded mandate that looks so far that we're going to have to add a new position of 16 hours a week in nursing for infection control. So those are the things that make up the reasons for the almost $1 million increase in 2023 budgeted expenses over this current year. But even so, we are budgeting to supply the expected and directed contribution back to the county and into our capital fund to maintain that as well. Perhaps the biggest question that you might have, if I could assume, would be the fact that we did not follow guidance. We prepared a budget based upon the 7% wage increase. I hope you, based upon what you just heard, can realize why we asked for that. It was under direction from the trustees that met Monday evening, and they passed a motion to have us present a budget at the 7% original level that was originally proposed.
Yes, agree.
Currently we have 3 full-time CNAs and 1 full-time RN, so that's, they're each averaging about 80 hours a pay period, so that's a lot. It's a big thing that's just sticking out there. And it looks like it's gonna go the other way instead of the way we want it to go, unfortunately.
And then the hours, you say 400 hours, what does that mean in a percentage, if we were looking at a percentage?
Oh, still, thankfully, as far as travelers,
Well, no, so you say you got 400 hours of overtime.
oh,
What does that equal in a percentage number, just out of curiosity? And the only reason why I say that is in the world I work in, when you hit an 8%, that's when you need to add labor, right? So that's what we look at.
our last pay period had 7,600 hours, and 400 is overtime, so what's that come out to?
That's just one department, right?
Yeah.
I just might suggest or just mention that most of the overtime that we see, maybe a small fraction of it, is actually the workload throughout the shift, if we're staffed as we wish to be, carrying over. Most of the overtime is just simply to fill open shifts.
That's what I figured.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it in my way of thinking. That's
Yeah,
all.
some folks think of it like, oh, that must mean that they aren't efficient, they're staying longer to get their work done, or the workload is too great, but it really is just.
That comes out to about 5% this last pay period, 400 divided into our
And then
total hours.
there must be, so contracted labor is one, and then travelers are another.
No, that's the one, the same.
It's all the same.
Yeah.
It's all the same.
Yep. Yep. And we're not unique, other nursing.
The proposed budget you handed out here where you're keeping the 7% increase.
Correct.
Versus the 3.5 that was initially given. Is there anything else different between those two, or is that the only thing that you've changed between the?
We had the advantage of having another month of actuals, because when this was first submitted to the one you have in your electronic format, we only had the first 6 months of the year, but now we've had another. Our July financials were finished, and so we, based upon that and re-looking at health insurance benefits, we made a modification to that category. And then we looked at the possibility of a 7% increase in what that might do to amounts of overtime and traveling. And so a little bit of massaging went around there in about 3 or 4 categories.
Okay, so if I just want to look at the delta in operating expenses, it's not just the 3.5% difference. There's a few other things too.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, does anyone else from Pine Valley wish to comment? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a few
Yes,
questions.
Mr. Murphy, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
So I'm a little confused about the 3.5% versus 7%. So I'm looking at the documents in our folder, and there's a document called 2023 Proposed Budget Pine Valley. Is there something else being handed out in paper in the room?
Yes. We did email Clint just prior to this meeting, the county administrator, and sorry, Sean, I thought we'd made that clear when we started that we were handing out a hard copy. That
You probably did. I joined a little late here, so I missed your introducing comments. Sorry about that.
So our revenue number, Supervisor Murphy, is the same as it was on yours electronic format. Our expenses versus the original is up substantially because of the 7% versus 3.5%.
Okay.
Our bottom line net is still $10,000 to the positive.
Okay, go ahead, Sean.
And then why was it that you all used 7% instead of 5%, which was um, that was the directive of the Finance and Personnel Committee at the last meeting?
We had our trustee meeting on Monday evening and shared the challenges again of staffing and the most recent challenges. Pushed that conversation, I believe, to the edge where they wanted us to submit at 7% versus a 5%.
Okay, well, I mean, procedurally, I think the Finance Committee is the one that has to set wages. So that would be just one comment I would have. The other thing, and this is kind of building off the ambulance conversation we had earlier this morning, I'm not necessarily opposed to an enterprise fund like Pine Valley or ambulance, even though we don't call it an enterprise fund, having higher wages if they can prove that that can increase their profits and the revenue that's generated back to the county. We have a big challenge right now with all of the cuts that we're going to have to make in other big departments. So I'm not a purist about the wage issue if we need to set some different wages for different departments, but I want to know what the county is going to get back from those departments. And I'm looking at this document that's up in front of us right now, and I see that you're projecting a $300,000 return to the county. And so I guess what I would say is I wish we could find like ways or creative methods to increase our revenues. So, say if you increase your wages by a certain amount and it's above the 5% level, maybe even above the 7% level, can then you show or make a plan that we would actually save money and get more profits back to the county by doing something like that? Because then that would help our other departments. Say you can bring in 700,000 profit instead of 300,000 if you make other changes with your wages. That's the thing I'm hoping that Pine Valley can think a little bit more about and get creative about.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Murphy. If I had an answer to that question, I'd probably be in high demand everywhere to be able to give. I don't mean that sarcastically. I just mean realistically. I've told the trustees, and I think I've told this committee that I cannot guarantee that doing a 7% will have more of an impact of 3 or 4 or 5. I just don't have that crystal ball. We've had people surprise us and leave for the strangest of reasons. But I do know that if we do nothing, and I do know the damage that's been done to the morale by the items that I mentioned in the early part of my conversation.
I'd like to respond to that.
That we need to do something.
Yours dead now?
Talking to the right hand. Okay. One of the things, Sean, that I know is probably a reality, and that is unless we do something with wages and employees at Pine Valley, we've come very, very close to having to close a wing of Pine Valley because frankly, we didn't have enough people to staff it. So if that would happen, and it's a definite reality, then income is going to be reduced substantially. So if you would look at it conversely, we can sustain the income we're generating and perhaps increase it if we're able to keep all aspects of the facility open and running.
I will say too that we'll have an opportunity under the resolution directive that we need to explore giving more money as Supervisor Murphy has said, we will have an opportunity to present the possibility of that happening or not. I think that deadline is October 23rd to come up with feedback in regards to that resolution, correct?
First, but October.
End of October, okay.
I think it's appropriate that we have a motion to accept this budget with the 7% in it rather than the 5% that was asked for. So I would entertain such motion.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Cooey. Do I have a second? Mr. Carroll. I'm inviting comment. Anything?
Ask one question, just in regards, Tom, with in looking at the expectation of funds coming back, and we place them in our debt service fund right now, which is visualized as this is available to the county, and you can put that against your debt service. Noticing going forward in the following year, there's a reduced amount for the capital fund. Presumably, how is that going to work with maintaining capital expenses and improvements out there and relationship back to the levy?
Yeah, Administrator Langwick is pointing out in column 2, down the bottom, that our capital fund contribution is 200,000, and next year we're saying only 40,000. 40,000 is the trustees' directed amount each year. So we're just going back to that. Why is the middle column 200,000? Because the solar project that you all approved required Pine Valley to put forward 160,000-ish from its capital fund. And we were in a position this year that the trustee decided to put it aside immediately. And so it's already been set aside. So that's why that number in the middle column is so much higher than next year.
So we're kind of banking more fund balance in that account to use that account this year, and then going back to a standard contribution for 2023.
Correct. So there's no reduction in the normal capital contribution.
Thank you.
Good question.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Seep, go ahead.
Yeah, I very much appreciate your motion, and I'm grateful that it's been seconded and supported. I heartily support it. We would be treading on very dangerous water here in terms of the viability of the future of Pine Valley and its value to the county. And the economic asset that it has been for the county, if we do not continue to give it our full support. I wish that I have the greatest respect for Mr. Murphy Lopez. I wish that he would have had an opportunity to hear the entire presentation of our director from Pine Valley. And I wish that, and I know he's a very busy man, but I wish that others, as well as our vice chair, would have the opportunity to come and visit Pine Valley and sit in on our meetings. It's an area where a lot of board education apparently is needed.
Thank you, Mr. Seep. Mr. Carroll.
Yes, I seconded your motion. If I'm seeing the numbers correctly, the difference between the initial budget and the one they're proposing at 7% is like $87,000. That sounds right. And to me, we have other places where we could better cut than this particular line. So I'm in favor of it.
Okay. Well, I'll call a vote on the question.
Mr. Chair, can I just respond to Mr. Seep's comments before?
Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I am somewhere more in the middle here. I think there are a couple extreme views on Pine Valley, and I'm more in the middle of those extreme views. I thought the idea of contracting out services wholesale or selling Pine Valley was a terrible idea. I know what's going to happen to wages if a private company gets a hold of Pine Valley. And eventually, I think we'll lose our nursing home. And so I was very happy to make a motion to amend that resolution to get rid of all that language. However, on the other side of this, I'll use UW Food Service as an example. They brought a plan to us at last week's Education Standing Committee meeting where they could actually make profits if we continue to staff them fully. They're showing us an aggressive plan to make profits. And I think if a small department like that can do it, I think a bigger department like this can make some projections. And I know it's uncomfortable to be kind of backed into that corner where you're putting numbers down on a paper and you're saying, I'll make this profit next year. But we need that at the county. We need departments to be pitching into the big picture here. And I just am uncomfortable with a wage increase without some efforts to increase those profits. I would love to give those wage increases. I'd love it if people who lived here or live nearby got more of the money rather than these contracted people who are traveling. So I'm open to things like that. I think I just personally need more commitment from Pine Valley that profits can be increased. So that's why I won't vote for this.
Mr. Chairman, county health care is not designed to be a institution which makes a profit off of the ill patients that we take care of. That is not our primary purpose. We're not a profit-making organization that puts our priority on the stockholders. You have to remember that Pine Valley, not so long ago, before we built a new facility, was destined to go out of business because it was an outdated facility and did not live up to its code and was losing population of patients. It's probably one of the most valuable assets in the county.
You because we are on a schedule and we're getting close to, could we have a minute or two? I just want to say to Supervisor Murphy that most of our patients are on welfare, so we're not dealing with a private pay clientele, and we're still projecting $500,000 extra in revenue next year. So we did work as creatively as we could for next year and felt that that was a significant amount of increased revenue. And just want to say that. And I think Angie has a final comment.
Just want to remind everyone that our revenue is generated by the residents that we care for, in particular those that come into us for rehab services under the Medicare Part A program. And we have to look very carefully right now about taking some of those more acutely ill residents because of our staffing challenges and limitations. Our hope is that we continue to work to build back our nursing department so that we can provide care for those residents that do bring in greater revenue. That's the best thing that we can do.
Thank you. We have a motion before the Finance and Personnel Committee. I'll call a roll myself. Yes, you're going with a 7. No, you want them to go back to the drawing board.
I can take care of that for you, Mr. Chair. So this is going to be a roll call vote. We had motion, Mark Cooey, seconded by Steve Carra, to adopt a 7% wage increase budget. Roll call vote. Luck. Oh, Melissa, if you're still on.
I am. Yes.
Murphy Lopez.
No.
Brewer.
Yes.
Williamson.
Yes.
Cooey.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Okay, the motion is carried. So thank you for this.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Budget and Godspeed. Next up, we have Veterans Services as Aaron. You know if the Veteran Service Officer will be present, Clint? She's outside. Come on in. Come on in.
Good afternoon, Karen, by about 45 seconds. Thank you for joining us today. Looking to kind of review your budget, 5 kind of main points. First is looking for a very general review of services and goods that are intended with the 2023 budget. Number 2, if you can then align us with significant services or staffing changes as a result of the preliminary guidance given out. Number 3, recommendations that you might have for amendments for myself and the committee to consider today. If there's any recommendations from the supervisory committee for the 2023 budget, and then allowing for time for questions from myself and from the committee. And we are on a tighter window here of about 15 minutes to share with us today. So I will turn the floor over to yourself. If there's documents that you're going to reference, I can throw them on the screen provided they're folded.
Yes, please, the questions that you would like. I'm sorry. I don't have that sheet with me.
Budget summary is displayed up right there.
Right, yep, no, the questions that you just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The bullet points, I guess.
Very general review of the services and goals intended with the 2023 service, which for the most part arrives here at bullet number 4.
So the community events we've kind of started to plan out. We're the outreach is definitely because of due to COVID, a lot of our outreach services kind of paused. So we're looking to pick those back up. We're looking at maybe having a cemetery event this fall, and we will be at County Fair again this year. A lot of the funeral homes, community centers, different things that we typically would stop in, drop off business cards, the DOT, the DNR, and nursing home visits. Obviously, we're looking to pick those back up. And extend our outreach services yet again. That's kind of the key factor that we're looking at for 2023 to reinvest ourselves in all those places that we've been before COVID.
Significant staffing or service changes as a result of 2023?
None, thanks to the updated version that I get to keep my benefits specialist. Thanks to that, we will not be reducing services. Thankfully, thank you for that. So we will continue on as far as training purposes go. So as at this point in time, they will remain the same as they did.
And talk on, is there added expenses then with training the new benefit specialists, that additional expenses, or is that?
No, actually, it's going to be less. Typically, we would have to send them to a separate accreditation class. And luckily for us, the accreditation class is going to be at the exact same time as our conference. So that's actually less of an expense for us, thankfully.
Anyone else?
Karen, I see on the list of about the cemetery flags. Has that always come out of your budget? I know my mom and dad used to put them on. I'm just curious. Has in the past and now?
It's always come out of my budget. There's actually some CVSOs that are having this thing. They're having this same conversation right now because the state statutes read care of graves should maybe come out of the county clerk budget. I'm still looking into that. I'm not sure. Nothing. Vernon County it comes out of the clerk of court's budget. But that has, since I've been here, it's always been an expense. We were very lucky for the first 3 years after I got hired from 2015 to 2018 because they had the field of 5,000 flags. After they used them, they donated them to my office so that I could redisperse them. So there were years in there where we did not have that expense. I've tried to mitigate the costs. The flags used to be 12 by 18, and a dozen was about 144 flags was about $140, and the price just kept going up and up. So we reduced the cost by using 8 by 12 flags for cemeteries now. So we have been trying to cut down on those costs as well.
Any other questions that you had for Karen?
Haven't had a chance to look at your budget that much. I was just curious what the aid line item is.
So the aid in attendance, is that the 3,000 that you're looking at? Okay, that's the tax levy, that is, asked from the Richland County residents. That is covered under state statute 45.86, talks about needy veterans. There's a hiring process. It's for, indigent, and it's emergency funds. If you read if you wanted to reference the state statute, it says indigent, and emergent. It's every year.
Okay.
Mr.
Well, yes, Mr. Seep.
Yeah, the proposed budget has not yet been discussed with the standing committee, so we look forward to having an opportunity to review that budget when it comes to us.
Go ahead.
It was dropped in the folder prior to our last meeting on Thursday. It came to me very late, and so I only had a chance to put it in the file folder a couple hours prior to the meeting. But it was included, and they can review it now prior to the next meeting if they wish.
Yep. All right, thank you for appearing. We'll move on.
She's right outside.
Fair and recycling.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, Carla. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. How is the planning and plotting going out at the fairgrounds?
Very quickly. A little bit faster than I'd like, but it is the time of the year, so.
Appreciate you being able to come in a little bit early here. We'll maybe get a start at it.
Sure, absolutely.
So kind of the big 5 points again we're trying to cover here today is looking first for a very general review of the services and the goals intended with the 2023 budget. 2 significant services and staffing changes as a result of the preliminary guidance. 3 then recommendations for amendments from Finance and Personnel Committee and Administrator to consider. Number 4, recommendations from your Supervisory Committee on the 2023 budget, and then allowing time at the end for specific questions from Finance and Personnel Committee. We have you down here for about 15 minutes specifically to talk on fair and recycling. But we are a few minutes ahead here, so we should have about 20 minutes. We do have your documents that's submitted that I can present up on the board if you want to let me know which ones you want to reference.
Sure. I mean, if I don't know if anybody has any questions about the budget summary or what it is that we do specifically. I think the majority of everyone is familiar with that unless someone has some specific questions regarding that. No? Okay. So I mean, I don't know if anyone ever read over what the brief department and program description was. I mean, basically, the Fair Office organizes and manages the Richland County Fair for the 4-H FFA and the youth organizations. We also work closely with the Lions, the Legions, the Kiwanis in the community. And then with the coordination of the grounds, the buildings and contracts for event holders hosting on site. And we also maintain the camping license, the map of the sites, and the log of the campers that's required by the state of Wisconsin, since we are a licensed campground as well. The department, my department actually, it's primarily just myself. We have Christine Haiti, who does help minimally throughout the year, more as we get closer to the fairgrounds. And then we have Junior Marshall, who he took our maintenance position. So he is limited, I believe it's up to 600 hours per year. So the department has to be flexible with its work hours and days, depending on the needs of the time of the year, which it could be nights, weekends, holidays, and that's just, I mean, you know that going in if you're going to be out at the grounds. The department ensures that everything is well maintained for safety purposes and just for the appeal, so that hopefully it would bring people to the grounds to host an event. As far as mandated services, the fair does not have any mandated services other than our state reporting to DATCAP if we do host a fair, but it's not state statutes. I guess our goals going forward are to continue doing what we're doing and building the foundation of education for all the county residents, along with our Lafarge, Kickapoo, River Valley, Riverdale, Weston, FFA students and families that come in for the fair and participate in the fair. So it does bring in other school districts as well. We work with our local clubs, like I've mentioned before, the Lions, the Kiwanis, the Legion, and with them raising funds at the fair, I think one of our fairs, one of their major fundraising events, then that they can give back to the community, whether it's to their veterans or coats for kids, school supplies, maybe the iBank or the Lions summer camp that they offer. So there's a lot of different things that happen. It's not just the fair. There's a lot of off branches that are kind of all affiliated in with that. I guess as we continue forward, my goal, as we've kind of set forth for the future, is to see where we're going to be with the $15,000 reduction in the tax levy that we have. I guess I don't know what anybody has. If you have any questions regarding the budget, it's pretty cut and dry. It's pretty consistent over the last few years. We did go from a 30,000 levy to a 15. And when we did that, I did cut my health insurance so that we could meet those budget requirements. So the position is not budgeted for benefits. So luckily I have that to fall back on my husband with. Junior is not a benefit position, and neither is Christine. So most of our expenditures are pretty cut and dry, I think.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any questions, committee? Mr. Carroll.
Chair. Yeah, I think I missed a meeting last month, but could we do a really quick review of what's going on with parks and recycling and how it used to be organized?
Well, they were taken off the resolution, I believe, parks and recycling. Recycling is a federally funded thing,
Yeah.
and parks was taken off.
So we're just remaining silent on parks or what?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Well, while you're sitting there, Carla, tell us about, and I'm not putting you on the spot, I don't expect a lot of, but what's your take on transitioning the fair to a egg committee or whatever you want to call it, as some of the counties around us have done?
Well, I don't, I mean, I guess I always plan for the worst just so that I'm pleasantly surprised if it does work out, to be honest. I mean, that's just kind of how I have lived my life. But, you know, you have other counties that surround us. So Grant County is a fairly large county, and so is Sauk County. Sauk County is an egg society, and they have been in existence, I believe, since 1899. But they also receive $25,000, I believe it's $25,000 tax levy from their county. But they also have a full committee that works with them. They're also, I believe, 60,000+ residents. You also have a large business base when it comes to, I believe they receive maybe $150,000. I'd have to look back on some of the information that's listed on the web because I haven't requested that information from them yet. But so they have a very well-oiled system, but they've been doing it for over 100 years. Crawford County, they are a county funded, They are given 180,000, I believe, in money from the county. They are expected to generate between $70,000 and $80,000 in revenue, which we do as well. Grant County is fully funded by their county. They have 1 full-time office, 2 full-time maintenance. I believe they're given between 80 and 130,000 in levy money, but they're also county funded as well. So honestly, I don't, I'm sorry?
Vernon County.
Vernon County is an ag society. I haven't been able to find anything online about that. I'm not even sure how long they've been in existence, but they're kind of right in the middle of their fair season too, because they follow us. So I didn't want to reach out to them until after the fair. And that's my goal with all of these counties, to really pull everything in from them and not just rely on what I found on the web. Honestly, I don't know how feasible it is. You're talking about trying to find a entity that has a large cash base of maybe 400,000 or so plus to minimum. That would be minimum to start out. I don't know how realistic that is. Richland County did have an egg society from the mid 1800s, I believe, until the 1950s. And then the county, that's when the county took it over because the egg society wasn't able to financially support the fair anymore. So the fair has been funded by the county since the 1950s, I believe. I'm optimistic that I can definitely pull together the information that you need. I don't know if it's going to be the information that you want to hear. I'm hoping that we can find somebody to do that. But I guess my question to you guys, as well as finance, or as well as county board, what is the goal if we aren't able to find a club? If we cut the 15,000, what are the expectations if we can't meet the budget? I mean, we don't spend money frivolously out there. I've cut our entertainment. You know, there's really not much fat on the budget to cut. So I'm not sure where we go from that point forward. And I know that's maybe not a question that you want to answer right now until we get that information, but those are questions that the community has. Is it then something you're going to completely terminate if we're not able to find a club? So, I mean, I'm definitely up for the challenge to try to do what I can, but I'm also one person. This is a one-person office. I'm supposed to be part-time, but I'm not part-time, I'm full-time. And that's just the reality of it. So I think there's a lot of things that would have to be discussed and really put out on the table for people that are not aware of all the ins and outs. It's not just a simple cut because it affects a lot of other businesses within the community. It also will affect your tourism as well. I'm hoping to be able to tap into some of that tourism dollars with what I'm working on with a group of people that I've put together regarding an ATV, UTV ordinance, which would be economic development, tourism, and many other entities within the county and city. So maybe we could generate the revenue that way and be able to stay as a county department.
That is what was intended with all the resolutions was, okay, let's take a look at what we do and are there any ways we could do it differently?
Right.
And could we generate revenue? So
right.
Thank you for those endeavors. We look forward to the report.
You're welcome. Recycling is pretty simple. It's just a grant. So we follow the state statutes. There's really not a whole lot with the recycling, unless you have other questions for me.
I do not.
Anyone else? Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chairman,
Yeah, Mr. Seep, yes.
question. Are you, I misunderstood, are you classified as a full-time employee?
No, I'm not.
So you say you are a part-time employee, but you work full-time.
Most of the year, yes, I do work full time.
So, so you receive an additional hourly, you're on an hourly rate?
I am an hourly employee, yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank
You're welcome.
Mr. Seep. So Carla, get back to work.
Yeah.
I want a good schedule for Tim and myself. When
Oh, I have one started for you, Marty.
Okay, okay. We'll be doing the Friday night Front gate, so.
Yeah, I believe Mark is at the Barn Gate Friday night with Gary Manning, yes. Yes, I believe, I think Peg Call is taking care of you as well, Steve, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Kathy Cooper, I think you're here, so we'll talk about land conservation. Everyone with me on WebEx? We're on the land conservation now. Kathy Cooper.
Okay, let me get my sheet out here.
Sure. While you're doing that, Kathy, I'll give you my little spiel here. So looking today for about 5 different points of discussion. First is you can give us a very general review of services and goals intended for 2023 budget. And then 2 significant services or staffing changes resulting from the preliminary guidance. 3 then recommendations for amendments for Finance and Personnel Committee and myself to consider today. 4, if there's any recommendations from your supervisory committee. And then 5, if you can make time available then for specific questions we might have for you. And we've got it kind of put in place of land conservation, then parks, and we have your documents that are loaded in the folder. If it flows and kind of comes back and forth as appropriate, by all means, let me know. Just let me know which documents that you'd like to reference, and I can throw those up on the screen for presentation.
Okay, just going.
Let's do it. I'm ready, Kathy.
Oh, I mean, is the mic on?
Yeah.
Oh, yep. There we go.
All right. Land conservation, we wear many hats. Our main thing is we're under Chapter 92 of state statutes. So as far as we work on farmland preservation and compliance, that's the state tax credit that landowners in Richland County get back. The last number I have is either 19 or 20, $550,000 came back in tax credit to our Richland County landowners. We also help provide cost sharing from the state. We implement the implementation of conservation practices to reduce erosion and protect runoff from, stop runoff from going into our streams and wetlands. We work with landowners on nutrient management so that we don't, to prevent contamination, nitrogen leaching, phosphorus from going into our streams, nitrogen from going to the groundwater. We work with, we have assist with the wildlife damage program, which assists landowners, farmers, producers who experience damage from deer, bear, geese. We work with we contract with a landowner or a landowner, contract with a person to do our damage claim assessment. He also works for Crawford and Grant County. We provide operation and maintenance of our 8 county managed dams above upstream of Boaz. We also are involved in an aquatic invasive species grant that we work on doing clean boats, clean water inspections, go at early detection, make sure there's signs up at the different boat landings, and like provide boot scrapes at different stream entries. We also manage the Ash Creek Community Forest that is fully funded by timber sale that was done out there. So we use grants to help supplement any projects we do out there. I'm trying to think if I missed anything. And we develop and implement a land and water plan. We have to do every 10 years, which will be coming to your October meeting. And it lists different things that resource concerns from the citizen members, and also ideas on different goals and objectives to work on in the next 10 years.
Can we talk about the specific goals for 2023 that you have identified with the budget?
The budget, we are looking at continuing our work with landowners to do compliance and monitoring of the farmland preservation. We're looking also to continue the cost sharing with, hopefully, we're hiring a new technician to replace the one that left. And we're and working with nutrient management planning with landowners to reduce runoff. The impacts of the budget, we don't, because we're moving back to the courthouse, our Fund 10, we will not see an increase due to even with the salaries and fringes, if it goes the way the sheets are handed out. The only other fund that we really have a lot of tax levy dollar goes to is our Fund 72, which is a conservation planner technician account. I did have to put in an increase due to whoever we hire will probably be taking health insurance. I put it in as a family plan. They may be taking not taking the family plan, but they'll probably be having insurance because Ken Anderson didn't take insurance. He took his wife's insurance. And we're getting about $11,000 more from the state in staffing grant. What am I missing?
I think, do we have, so we had an oversight in the previous, last year before, in oversight and having a position in there. I think the position was added back into this
Correct.
existing budget, but there was existing gap.
Right.
2021, when we were talking about reductions in positions or such, I
Yep.
had a proposal to reduce a land tech. Added back in by vote of Finance and Personnel Committee, and then that budget was adopted, but there was an oversight on getting that plugged back into that budget.
Correct.
So you'll see that that's on 72.
That's the fund number.
7242 or 7257.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Let me pull it up here. Here we go. Okay, you're not going to be able to, it's because it's going to show the actual amounts, but just be advised, it's one that we've remedied and coming in forward this other year. But this committee, I reference that because you're going to see it when we come back around to the deficiency reports that we talked about briefly in the 1 minute or the one meeting. So that's going to resurface, just so you're not caught by surprise and then say, well, how did this impact the 2023 budget? So it's accounted for this year, accounted for next year. It was not accounted for in 2021, and that's why we have a deficiency report that's going to come back around. So I think that's my comment that I had on it. I would defer to the committee if they had anything in context of the land conservation summary of intentions or the budget was presented.
Kathy, I'd like to pursue the whole program of the tax credits return to citizenry. You said it's in the neighborhood of 500,000+. But now what programs are, farmland preservation was one?
Farmland preservation is the one where there is the income tax credit back to, on state income tax back to Richland County landowners.
So it actually, but it cuts down on the amount of tax they owe, right?
Correct. You can cut down, they may, if they owe, say they owe $200,000 or $2,000 and their tax credit's $1,000, they owe $1,000. If they owe $750 and their tax credit is $1,000, they get $250 back.
But, excuse me, but doesn't that also decrease the amount of money that the county can collect? Well, sure it does. And also, the farmland preservation, I don't know if you have anything to do with forest land preservation.
No.
But all of those programs contribute to a diminishing rate of return for the tax levy. So
And I would, at least with the farmland preservation, I kind of differ a little bit because that's money then that a lot of these people, especially the farmers, put back into buying. They were allowed, they can buy things with it, such as more feed, fertilizer, all that can be put back in through sales tax credit, businesses staying afloat. I mean, it can help with that. I look at it that way too. It can be. And
anyone else? Yeah.
The only thing I want to say, and Clinton does know about it, in 2024, we're going to be required by this DNR, we're required to have a engineer inspect our dams. We've looked out in the past that Natural Resources Conservation Service has done it for us. The counties involved have gotten bids. And so we don't have any for 2024, but 2025, we will have, and I don't remember at the top of my head what it was. I think it's like, there we go.
I think we're looking at 12,000 in 2024, 6,000 in 2025, 12,000 in 2026.
We have none in 2023. That's what I was going to say. So that's, and it may not be that much. It's not going to be that much. It's going to be a little less because we got bids and they were less than $6,000. It was like less than $2,000 a dam. So
That'll be on the 24. budget.
correct.
Okay. Any comments? Any WebEx comments?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, Kathy.
Yes.
The land tech, is he responsible for the nutrient management program, and what other elements of his work?
The conservation technician is responsible for the design, inspection, and construct. Not actually the construction, but in construction inspection, and doing some preliminary investigation work to see what projects we can do with the funds we have in cost sharing. And then they also assist with other things like the aquatic invasive species money. They help out a little bit with farmland preservation, like the compliance checks. They also help us out at Ash Creek and the Mill Creek inspections. So
He's the guy, he or she is the person who comes out to the farm and lays out the strips for the contour strips and so forth.
The technician or our conservation planner or myself, or the combination of any, we all can do that. But they're responsible more for the technical aspect as far as constructed practices. They have training to do that.
Yeah. How many farm management plans do we do in a year?
We inspect over 100, but then we work with different ones on compliance as far as doing the classes and helping them with updating their nutrient management plans and going out and doing the contour strips, contour buffer strips, providing technical advice on what they can do out there on their property to protect the land.
There are mandatory schedules to check those management plans. Is that it?
Yes, every 4 years.
I see. So not every farmer has a management plan, right?
No, only those involved in the program.
I see. And how many farmers are involved in the program?
Well, we have almost 400 certificates of compliance, but that could be like one person may have 4, depending on how their land is broken up. If they have Don Seep, Don and Elma Seep, Don and Elma Seep revocable trust, we could have 4 different ones that we have, 3 or 4 different ones, depending on how they've got their land. And it goes by how their property is shown on the property tax bills.
So is this person out every day doing compliance work?
No, not out every day. It depends on what we've got going on.
Once a week?
Probably.
I see. I thank you.
Okay, if we're done with that portion of Kathy's presentation, we'll move on to parks and ask her to stay.
Okay, parks, which is only a little bit of percentage of our office time. Their main things are they manage Rockbridge Pier, quote unquote, Pier Park, the Viola Park along County Highway or State Highway 56, the Pine River Recreation Trail, the rifle range, the boat landings of Orion and thank you, Port Andrews. The mowing of that one is done, those boat landings are done by the highway department. We also provide mowing services and garbage for Akey School with something. And then we also now are just mowing out at, there's a new kayak landing on the DNR property out off of 80, Highway 80 on across from County Highway SR. So we do mowing out there. A lot of our things are maintenance and upkeep of those facilities. And then if we collect some money out at Rockbridge for camping, and part of that goes to the person that we have monitoring it for us. We've got a well, we're missing one piece for the well, but we had a new well out at Viola Park, and then we would be looking at setting up camping out there, but the first step was getting the well installed out there. The rifle range, we have people calling from all over asking to use the range. Our big note there is mowing and setting up, buying lumber for them to hang their targets from. And the sheriff and police department use that for their training they have to do every so often. And Rockbridge Park and the Pine River Trail actually, since COVID started, use has been greatly increased. Our biggest struggle for Pine River Trail is the flooding that had caused a lot of damage and trying to make those repairs. The other thing that we do with parks is we are the department, the one responsible for assisting the snowmobile groups for the state snowmobile trails. There's some time involved, but that's the only money involved. It all is through the grants from the state.
Mr. Carroll?
I was wondering if you think there may be opportunity for more grants that we may not have utilized yet?
That's a couple of, it's fair recycling in parks. We've got a couple of enthusiastic that were parks and now are on the all that are looking at helping different grants, like to replace some of the restroom facilities that are not really ADA compliant and are old and falling apart, to replace them with, like, say, the rifle range, Viola Park. The hard one is going to be Rockbridge Park because part of it's in the floodplain, so figuring out how to replace that. But yes, we try to utilize grants when we can.
Okay.
So that's all I've got.
Yes, thank you. Trader Langrick, do you have further comment? Okay.
Something to look forward to. I put in the thing for the parks for 2024. Carla and I have been talking about it, and maybe because now it's fair recycling in parks, I don't know, that'd be something that she would take over the parks, because she's got the program for the camping out there. I don't know, that's something to think about for 2024.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, great.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Seed.
Kathy, the Aiken Forest, is that considered parkland?
Ash Creek Forest.
The Ash Creek Forest, it's actually it's part of Land Conservation Department, because when it was first purchased, they were going to put a large recreational dam on it through the Public Law 566 program for flood control, which we deal with. That's the same program that Mill Creek Watershed and the Pine River, like the dike and the stuff upstream of Richland County.
So when you harvest timber there from time to time, where does the income from the timber go?
We have to request of finance and the county board for it to go back into that account.
General fund.
It goes into general fund, and then we have to request that it goes to be in it, so that we're not spending tax levy dollars out there.
But people do use the forest kind of as a park, however, don't they? Or trails,
Yes.
so forth.
Trails, hunting, biking, hunting, fishing.
It gets pretty extensive horseback riding, I know.
Yep, and bike riding.
Thank
Well,
you very much. Thank
so
you.
While I have you here, Kathy, if we just, I think we talked on this, but I've already forgotten. On the 65, 56, 51 account, we do have an increase in repairs and maintenance.
Well, that's the one I wasn't too sure about, how we're supposed to handle that, because the cut was made last year. Do we stay with the cut, or does it go back? And that was the committee's question too. So, or do we spend money that's in the account to kind of make up for it?
Is that mostly the restroom restoration?
Restroom, well, that's mostly just maintenance, repairing things, mowing, the trash pickup.
Septics.
We make this work fixing little things that happen, bathroom stalls, picnic tables, painting, all that kind of thing, and making repairs on the Pine River Trail.
So we adjusted it, in the one that we have in right now, it's adjusted back to 2021 budget, is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, that's what I adjusted it back to, but that's up to this committee how they want to do it. And I know I didn't get it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
I'll be bringing it back in with a lot of other changes and flexes if you want to address it.
So
at that
no
time.
motion required on this, but it will be wrapped into the total budget recommendation by Administrator Langred.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Takes us down to MIS. John, are you gonna handle that? Probably not.
We are,
Maybe we can grab
we are ahead, we're about a half hour ahead, gents, if you want to, folks that are out in line, Melissa and Sean, I think we're going to take a small recess here and then ready, Mr. Chair? Folks out there and
We are ready. We're gonna.
okay. All right. So MIS is joining us. We're 15 minutes again ahead of schedule here. Appreciate you to be able to accommodate. So this is going to be a little bit of a challenging year with MIS for the sake that we're trying to restructure several different things here. We have a non-lapsing fund of 42 that we used, and that was the old non-lapsing server fund. Historically, it's where monies went each year, saved up, and then we bought a new AS400 system. Purchasing the last AS400 system out of that, we said, well, it's called a server fund, so let's push that to MIS. We know in the future we're probably not going to be operating with a let's save up and purchase something. We're probably going to be making purchases like that in a we're going to have to borrow for it and kind of fund it through that type of a mechanism. With that too, though, we want to create a county tech fund and try to separate MIS costs of labor and kind of end user retail type of expenses into one fund, and then have an actual county tech fund in which we can kind of track the overall impacts on the organization in its entirety. And that's cables and patches and switches and all those things that aren't really going to be directly used by an MIS as an end user, but all those funds that are going to be used throughout the organization, and start building that fund. But I don't want to do that on a lapsing fund, because then it requires more efforts to try to track another type of a fund on what's lapsing, and does that match up with all of our investment accounts and the monies that we're managing and all those types of things. So I've given guidance on twofold things here this year. Create a new county tech fund separate from an MIS fund. So you're going to see that we have a budget now, a 105180, which is the office budget, and then visualize that different from a 105182, which is the county tech fund. Did I get that backwards? Okay, switch that around. 5180 county tech, 5182 office budget. I've also given guidance, though, to spend down and use on a fund balance on 42 to zero that one out, and then moving forward, everything will be then in the lapsing 105180. So there's a couple different moving pieces here. Barb is going to talk us through the impacts on what the budget is going to do. We'll identify then the added funds that we've kind of accounted for through the spreadsheet, and then kind of marry that up then with the creation of a new county tech fund, and then also then try to identify what's going to be spent out of those funds out of a 42 to zero that out. Hopefully it gets us in a position then moving into the future where we're really going to be able to kind of identify those organizational expenses of IT versus an IT office, and be able to then start incrementally building those numbers out to better gauge what the future looks like. Did I state all that correctly?
Stated perfectly. So really what it boils down to is you need the cost of your MIS department as staff and paper and copier expenses, but you also need to know what the county needs to run its IT infrastructure. And they really do need to be separated. So the challenge with this is that a lot of departments have historically put Coroner maybe into office supplies. So you're not getting a true picture. Or if I have a grant, I'll just throw a computer in there. You're still not getting a true picture of what it costs for you to run your county technologically. You need that to make decisions going forward. And that's why we created the tech fund. The thought is this tech fund will be able to receive line transfers. So we will purchase 50 computers. That's just a random number. And then as the sheriff's department gets a grant, they will take one of those computers and will replenish the fund with the grant money. So it's a line transfer. It's not, it really isn't that they're paying MIS for that computer. Simply a line transfer from a grant so that the county really has a handle on their tech costs. Does that make sense?
But I guess a follow-up question then, will all departments budget or allocate that to the proper expense line?
We're going to have to work together as a team on this to
The
try to get the
education.
allocations of the expenses through there and paid centrally. But at the same time, and like working with Health and Human Services and other departments that might have reimbursables or those type of expenses, then it's an added accounting practice then to show that the cost impact then is hitting their budget so that they can claim it as a reimbursable. But then we're still trying to track it as centralized costs the best we can. Unfortunately, like every policy and rule we try to make, I'm sure that there is going to be justifiable exceptions along the way.
Would this include copiers, for instance?
At the present, no, that will be another monster to tackle if we're going to do a centralized paper production and printing
See,
type of
that's what my goal is to see it centralized.
Question on that.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. C, but Barb, may he interrupt?
Go ahead, Barb, and then you can take me.
Just that we had looked at centralizing costs for printing at one point, and it wasn't a successful venture. We're certainly open to doing that again. I think that there is cost savings to be had, but it is a growing, there are changes, and change is hard.
True. Mr. C?
Yes, the tech fund, do you envision that as a sort of a fixtures and equipment, wired lines and so forth, as a capital expenditure fund?
Part of it is, there are two parts, and when we go through it, we'll look at the lines. Half of it is capital expenditure, half of it is not. There are some pieces of it that we will do with tax levy and some that we will borrow for. It depends on the size and the longevity of the project.
Well, if you bought 50 computers, that'd certainly be a capital expenditure, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be, but once, Clinton, can you put the 5180 up for me? When we look at this, I have $70 or $70, let's try again, $70,000 worth of capital borrowing in 2023. That's the allotment that was given for MIS. For that, I have $32,000 in computer, printer, and network upgrades. That covers access point upgrades that have to be done. And it covers, there were several items under there. some computers, another replacement on our servers. There's also some new equipment, computer software, the 23,000. That will be your server software. And then the maintenance and upgrades, the 2,400 is really a little miscellaneous. And the new equipment at 12,600, that is computers. If you look back up, there's $50,000 aside from that, that is not in the borrowed funds, but is in the tax levy. And that is replacement computers and printers that would go to departments that are total tax levy and not reimbursable by other funding sources.
It's a little confusing.
I apologize. I would make it simpler if I could. It's a complex beast.
It is.
But just know that what we can borrow, there isn't enough money to cover all the needs.
Mr. Carroll?
Yeah, two questions. Are there any departments where they are sourcing tech hardware that doesn't go through you? And I'm just asking whether there's any issues with networking or common software, that kind of thing.
We try to minimize that, and idyllically the answer would be no, but I do know it happens.
Okay. Second question, could you kind of describe how you see ongoing department costs once the new radio system's in place, and how that affects you, and how much of this whatever you want to call this non-lapsing fund would be affected by that?
The radio tower project is completely separate from the tech fund. The radio tower project will sit in the emergency, in the PSAP, which is your sheriff's department, in that budget. So it really won't hit this at all. The only thing that you may see is replacement of UPSs. Those UPSs are not the small ones you think of on your personal computer. They're a couple $1,000s a piece. Those may come out of tech fund. Short of that, it really wouldn't be from this.
Okay, so there is a certain amount of coordination or involvement, and then there may possibly be a new staff person. Is that right?
Right now we have, do we have it in? We had a proposal in here to add a radio tower management person. I forget what line we had it in.
I just wonder if that would be under Barb or not.
It would because
So
they cross line.
yes. So it's in here as a sheriff tech and radio tower coordinator position. And this is kind of, so the vision off of this is kind of like a comparable model that you might see like in Greene County, where they have an MIS person. It's kind of, you'd call them like tasked out to sheriff's department specifically to handle all the squad car maintenances on those, as well as managing the dispatch center, dispatch councils, all their communication items, and then plus the radio tower projects. It's in here right now as an idea that we think is important for 2024 and going beyond that, but do keep in mind though that we also have resolutions now that we put forward last night that is calling for significant reductions in projected costs. So then trying to do that is going to have to be evaluated and prioritized against a list of many other things.
Currently, the network administrator is fulfilling that role, but it's a heavy load for him to manage that role and the network administration. I mean, it really is too much for one person. And we do have the halftime position that's currently filled with ARPA funds, and that we have asked to continue. I don't know that that's covered by ARPA funds next year. So there is an expansion back in that manner.
So the budget for next year It's not covered with ARPA funds. We're looking for $18,000 to cover current MIS assistant position at 20 hours a week. If we stay, and again, I have resolutions out there, but if it stays in, we're looking at continuing that in the same capacity as a contracted position in 2024, potentially transitioning it to a part-time employee in 2025, 2026, and 2027. Again, if that stays in there, but these are presumptions that are built on desires and what we think is a good idea, and they don't reflect now the guidance that we're going to have in directing on expenditure reductions.
Anyone else? As far as IS is concerned, whatever you say, I'll go along with, because I don't understand it as well as you. And I depend on the experts to, if not educate me, at least lead me in the right direction. Can't do it.
No, and we will have time to evaluate a little bit, but you'll be able to look at contracted services versus hiring a full-time person to do that radio tower maintenance, quad wiring, or we'll have some history, and it won't be that hard to be able to balance it out and see which one's going to be in the long run.
Right. The other part of that is, though, the Spillman administration. And right now, Jason has the Spillman administration certification. And that's the other piece that's not really spelled out. But he has the SAA. So that radio tower person needs to get their SAA as well. And contracting someone, if they don't have, that's going to be difficult. Hopefully that is clear as mud.
Well, at least we're thinking ahead, because with this added towers, and it requires maintenance. It's not going to, sure, the first year or two it might be okay.
Or if I can have you talk to on like kind of just and I know we've talked about this and we've hashed it 1,000 times, but like we just mentioned, it seems like every new project involves some touching of MIS, which drives me crazy. We can't even do doors because it impacts our systems and our EFOBs and all the things that are integrated in the same type of a system. We've also now, we're expanding this meeting here today. We often have meetings now where we're acquiring MIS support, tech support, hours, equipment. Can you kind of talk in the last 3 years again on what that's looked like from your perspective on how many service hours and how many different projects that you've seen kind of added on?
That we have a help desk that tracks all of our hours and all of our tickets. And right now we are up almost 52% from where we were 4 years ago. I mean, our workload is insane. My guys do a fantastic job keeping up with it. And everybody's work is changing. Fred Clary once told me, if your job's not changing, you better be worried about that. Probably true. But the thing is, right now my guys are putting in overtime almost every week and trying to flex it out. And we've added another staff member to help with that. I mean, Gabe's over here all day today so that the guys can work on their own other projects. But without that halftime position, I don't know how we're going to do this. And I don't see us stepping back from the meetings. I think that we've crossed a bridge that the public is expecting it. Then also the 911, that's no longer, that used to be housed in Dodgeville, and we used to lease off of somebody else's line. We have our own 911 lines that are housed downstairs. We have our own modems. All of that's done in-house now. The Spillman, which has always been here, we take care of all of that. It moved from the Sheriff's Department with the retirement of Bob Frank over to MIS. The door systems and security systems, the camera systems. Camera systems are growing at a rate you can't believe. Everybody needs one. And unfortunately, we just have to have that. Body cams, the Sheriff's Department just added new body cams. They have to have it to protect their officers, but that's a huge undertaking for MIS. we are not complaining about any of those new projects, but just know that every time there's a change, it really does affect us now because everything is technology based.
How do we reduce expectations? What are some things that, if we don't want to have continued expenses on, say, like some other impactors that are coming down, was like Office 365. We want to, continued, the expectations of continued having maintenance, having videos conducted virtually like this, and then also the added expectations of having minutes and all those things stored, which, I mean, they're not these huge luxuries. We're trying to keep up with most the average type of a government, but I mean, what are behavior changes or expectations in MIS that can be reduced to try to save costs?
Well, there are two things, and one of them we're following up on right now, and that's to make this room an automatic meeting room. So MIS support wouldn't be needed in it. That comes with a price tag, but you'll recoup it eventually. It's just going to take a few years. I do have that in this year's budget. My anticipation is we'll be doing that. We'll be putting out the bids, and hopefully that'll happen this year. That will help a lot. There's still
Would that be set up like the Richland Center City Council chamber?
kind of, yeah.
The mics are in place and
Actually,
so they just flip a switch, right? And they're
Yep,
live?
there'll be an iPad for the chair or designee to just start the meeting. The mics will be array mics that'll hang and pick up sound from the room, and then the cameras will hang at the opposite ends. So it's a big project, but it's one that in the end will pay off. The other things that we can do if we go to Office 365, that eliminates a lot of needs, but it comes with a price tag. I don't see that happening. Even if we make this room automatic, you still have to render the video, you still have to do the web pages, you still have to get it put up. There's still that. The other thing that would be
You
nice,
still have to have someone on standby to help the chairman manipulate the system.
the other thing that would be really nice, and I would love to see, and I know that Mr. Glassbrenner wants this as well, is we need to update and have our county website hosted on a different platform. That comes with a big price tag. I mean, that's $30,000 to $60,000. That's a lot of money. I get it. And your maintenance cost every year are $15,000. Right now, I can tell you what you're paying. You're not paying anything. So that's a huge increase. Yeah, that I know would be big, but it would make a difference in the MIS demands on staff. So if you're going to cut staff, those are the things that we're going to need to be able to handle the workload.
That was going to be my question, but I think you answered it. I assume you guys are keeping up our Richland County website.
And I know it's not beautiful as we'd like it some days, but for the cost you're paying for it, it's pretty darn functional.
Mr. Chair, if there's any other questions that you had for Director Scott?
Are there any other questions on the web or tune in visitors or anyone? It costs money to do this, and I realize that, and I think it's here to stay, having the dual in-person and remote contribution and attendance at meetings. So I'd like to say, no, we're going to end it tomorrow. I don't think I want to do that. Comments from you guys? Anybody? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barb.
Good luck.
Yeah.
How many do we have to have for four?
Four.
Plus four. It's not easier. I don't think we have.
Probably, yeah.
Do we have one?
I'm still here.
This is there. We're over quorumed. Okay, our next people up are Family Court Commissioner, Register and Probate, Register of Deeds, Simon's Recreation, at least the first three same neck of the woods, so somebody could summon them more.
See if I can
That'd be
track
great.
them down.
You might get Steve out of here by 4 o'clock. There we go. He's got to go to the dentist, so we wouldn't want him to be late. So those of you on the web, we're waiting for family court, register and probate, register of deeds. Fire away, Mr. Nelson.
Okay, what numbers have you gotten?
This up for you. So Randy, kind of the pitch I've been giving everybody else is that we've got, we slid Randy in front of you, but we should still be tracking for 145. So perfect. Thank you. So looking today for a very general review of services and goals intended with the 2023 budget, and then significant service or staffing changes as a result of the preliminary guidance for this year. Then the next two are recommendations that you might have for amendments to myself and to the committee. If there's any recommendations from the supervisory committee that you received for changes, and then allowing us for time at the end for questions. We have about 15 minutes today allocated for you. I've got your two documents, the narrative summary, and then the line item out of the 105194 account that I can throw up on the screen to reference as you talk through them. So that being said, let me throw the summary up here, and then I'll let you kind of give us the highlights again on the significant changes that you're anticipating for this year.
Okay. Not really any big changes as far as my changes in the budget as far as big projects. We are looking at possible windows for the courthouse. Of course, to repair the above the south entrance door 13. Replacing the metal out there. As you can see, the distributor prices have gone up significantly, or they're going to. September 1st, sounds like 14 to 25% on supplies, paper products. Just got that information here a couple weeks ago from Dalco. Other than that, not really any changes as far as anything else goes. No big projects.
How about Randy getting the building ready for instance, land conservation?
Nothing major there for me. I'm gonna do the carpeting. I'm gonna shampoo carpets and just do minor repairs in the offices that need to have things fixed, but nothing significant for price.
Won't be any new lines chiseled in or anything?
No,
It's
no,
still
there's
part of the building, I would assume, right?
no. I think MIS they're gonna make some changes and some cabling coming in, but other than that, nothing for me.
Another fund here that we have, the Fund 20, I believe, is our courthouse fund, and that's not showing up here in the folder today, but that's kind of like it's our emergency fund that we have remaining yet for courthouse, and it's $20,000. We plan on budgeting for that as well. Randy, can you talk to the extent of $20,000? Does that cover kind of our risks for, say?
For the most part, if anything happens, it's usually going to be motors in the upstairs, but I've already taken care of that. I've already bought 4 motors this year, and I have them on hand. So it was $1,500 for 4 motors. So if any of the air handlers go down, we don't have to wait 3, 4, or 5 weeks for a motor. I have them on hand now to replace them. So I could have one on hand all the time. There's four different styles up there, so I have a backup for those.
We've been operating in previous years, and we're going to do it again this year with between our short-term borrowing and our funds to replace it about 3 heat exchangers or 3 heat exchangers. Is that, are we on track yet? Has that been effective?
We've got the other 3 ordered. They should be here shortly. but if one goes down, we're gonna keep one as a spare. So if one goes down, because it's anywhere from a 2 to 3 month wait on a heat exchanger for those offices on the other side of the building. I think, I can't remember what the price was now. We were at, I think it's 20, what we put in, 18,000 is what we had figured for the units, but they had gone up quite a bit. I think we ended up with installation and everything, it was
That'd be maybe
23,000 or so, I think is what it was. We were a little bit over what we thought it was gonna be because of installation price. And the units had gone up 14 or 15%.
We talked quick too on the heating system we're still working on a tried and true mnemonic system for our temperature gauges. I think we have that built into a long-term type of a thing to
For a
request.
long-term, for changing everything over to electronic.
Is that still gonna remain effective for us though, for the next coming year?
As far as keeping what we've got now, the pneumatics?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's gonna keep working for us.
Yeah, it'll keep working for a couple more years, I think. I think we're gonna be looking at $500,000 when we start looking at switching everything over, because they have to rewire everything throughout the whole building. When they start putting in, after talking to Ash Creek, when they start looking at switching everything over to electronic for the heat exchangers upstairs, they have to rerun all the wiring through all the chases from the upstairs all the way to the first floor through every chase. And he says, you're probably looking at a couple of years at $500,000 minimum. So to switch everything over to electronic.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead,
Yeah.
Mr. Carroll.
That doesn't surprise me, but is that the kind of thing we may need to go out for bids instead of just talk to the one guy?
Yeah, it would have to go out for bids.
Right.
Because of the dollar amount. And again, that just, Ash Creek has a couple of guys that he works with, and he's just trying to give us an idea of what we're looking at down the road.
Yeah.
And he says between now and 2 years from now, it could be $500,000 for that switch over.
What they call in Madison a preliminary estimate.
Yeah, right now, everything is run on air. We're running off
No, I understand.
pneumatic
But
control.
You guys are also looking at the boiler replacement?
Boiler replacement, he says they're about 30, to replace the 2 boilers we have now, he said it's about 30,000, 32,000 per boiler. And we have to have 2 because you have to have 1 backup.
Right. Well, I'm just saying that when we spec those, you'll want to make sure they're compatible with the future controls we want.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So you're probably looking at a little over 100,000 by the time you figure 2 boilers plus installation, and it only takes up a third of the space. I think a new building looks better right now.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
we can build a post frame building someplace, yeah.
Yeah.
I like them. Okay.
If there's no other questions, appreciate it, Supervisor Nelson. We'll continue to work
Do you
on.
want to look at the numbers or go through the numbers at all?
Oh, I can pull them up here. Yep. You want to talk us through the changes on it here?
He's pulling that up, Randy. Are we on schedule for the other roof get started soon?
The 29th.
29th, okay.
Yeah.
Randy, I'm just going to comment while he's getting this up. This building has never looked better.
Thank you.
So thanks to you. Maintenance wise, recommendations for improvements, actual improvements. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the numbers we've got pulled up here. I brought this up at our committee meeting the other day. I think most of you saw that. Just some changes. If you drop, I mean, of course, you're gonna see the change in salaries. Those numbers will change. But when you drop down to utilities, Richland Utilities, you see I added the last 2 numbers on the side, 40,000 to 45,000. I have no control over utilities. That's just the price increase that they went up this year. So I added 5,000 into that. Same way with heat. I just bumped it up $2,000. Again, no control over that either. Then down where it says fire system maintenance, we found out that, when we have to replace a unit inside the jail, it's $1,300 minimum just to have them come in and, replace a, sensor in the jail. No, $1,300 just for one. So that was a little bit of a surprise when we got that bill. I was expecting just a couple $100, and then we got a bill for $1,300. So I'm gonna try to figure out a different way to handle that and see if I can't do that myself. If I can have them send me the stuff and then I can just switch it. It's a matter of like 4 screws and pop it in, and they charge us $1,300. So I'm gonna try to work around that one. But I had planned for a little bit more this next year. Refuse collection, that's gonna go down, I think, this year because everybody's purging right now. All the offices are purging, so we got all those bins that we're doing a lot of shredding. Sheriff's Department, all the offices, Treasurer, I think they did like 30 bins up there. So our numbers went really high this year for shredding and refuse collection. Next year, I can see it's gonna go down because we're gonna return half those bins, and most everybody's gonna have their offices cleaned out. Supplies, I kept it at 10,000. You can see my numbers, they were high one year, but I think that was my first year when I really had to buy a lot of stuff, but things started to go down, and I think I can keep those costs down. Part of that is the DOJ grant. We're hoping to buy some of those supplies. I brought that up at the committee meeting last week, that if we can spend $2,000, $2,500 on supplies, I'll be able to bring that cost down for this next year too. So otherwise, everything else is pretty much the same. Contract services went up a little bit, but I think that was, a lot of that was fuel surcharges and different prices there of them coming. So, and then we had a service that we get a bill only once a year from, that I brought that up to, and it was kind of high, so I had to change some budget line items there. Otherwise, it looks like a lot, but when I ran the numbers, I only increased mine by like $350, my budget. Again, that's as long as nothing breaks down. So, yeah, knock on wood. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for altering your schedule to accommodate us. Oh, it works perfect for me. Yeah. Next on the docket, we have Deborah Schwartz, who is our Family Court Commissioner. Deborah, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I'll give you my little pitch here. So we're looking to kind of 5 different points. Looking first, if you can just, in very general review of services and goals intended with the 2023 budget, significant services staffing changes resulting from the preliminary guidance, which I think we're kind of operating as we did last year for the most part. So I don't know if there's going to be a whole lot there, but then any recommendations that you'd have for us as the administrator committee, and then allowing for specific questions that we might have at the end. I do have your summary and your worksheet, so I can throw those up on the display. Just let me know which ones you want to look at. We'll put them up there.
So get right up near the mic, and I don't think it's on yet.
Okay, is it on now?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I'm the Family Court Commissioner for Richland County, and I've been in this position since 1997. Just tell you a little bit about how it works. There are 3 court commissioners that have been in Richland County: Paul Fowle, Karen Fowle, and myself. It's a mandated requirement to have a family court commissioner in each county. I do stipulated divorce hearings and temporary hearings in paternity actions and other functions to help the family court operate optimally. My budget really has not changed over the last 23 years or some, and it hasn't changed at all since 2018. There was a recommendation for a 3% raise in my wages. I don't collect any insurance or retirement, so the wages is the only compensation that I receive. My office is actually outside the courthouse, and that's why I have expenses that you wouldn't normally see on other budgets, such as the secretarial fee and office supplies fees. So I'm open to any questions.
As your business, I'm sure it slowed during the pandemic, did it not? Or
Actually, we did all of our hearings online on Zoom hearings, and so it might have slowed a little bit, but we were able to continue court in that respect.
so, all right, so now are you still doing them online or has it?
No, as of, I think, March or April, they're all in person. However, we found that online is somewhat efficient, so if it's just a scheduling conference or something that doesn't require a lot of consideration, we do some by Zoom.
Zoom, did you say Zoom?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. Anybody else here have questions? It's the kind of budget I like, no change from the last.
Deborah, since we only get to talk with you once a year for the most part, which is good, because that
Mhm.
means that things are typically working. People come to us most often when there's concerns and issues. Can we just kind of talk on the volume on how many cases and
The
that you're
number
kind of
of
managing?
cases seem to remain the same. What's changed over the years is that there's probably 80% of people representing themselves. So that requires a lot more oversight by the family court commissioner because although you can't help them fill out the forms, you have to continue to move them along in advising them that this document isn't complete or you need to submit this document. So it does take a little bit more work, I think, even though the cases have remained pretty stable.
And I would add that it also comes in a period of people's lives that is something they're not used to, something that can be stressful.
Yeah, it's very high stressful, sometimes high conflict situations because I'm there at the first hearings.
So some of your duties are therapy probably as well as.
Pardon me?
Some of your duties are therapeutic as well as carrying them
No, I
through the
can't
process.
claim that, but I do try to keep the peace.
Mr. Carroll.
I guess I didn't realize you weren't based in the courthouse. Does that work out well, or I'm just surprised, that's all.
Well, since the first family court commissioner was appointed, there was never a space in the courthouse for them. Now, over time, as technology has changed, I do have a computer I can use here to connect to the court system. And they finally have approved that part-time family court commissioners may be approved to have a computer in their office to connect to the court system, but they haven't been very efficient and haven't allowed me to do that yet. It's a process.
That might be a state provided service, right? The computer.
I have to provide my own computer. All they do is allow for it to be hooked up. So that'll be my expense.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Cooey? Nope. All right. Well,
Thank you.
thank you for coming over. Where is your office, by the way?
It's in the old Masonic Temple building.
Oh.
On the ground floor.
Oh, Blue something, isn't
Yeah, it
it?
used to be called Blue Highways.
Oh, it used to be, okay.
And now it's an apartment building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So next up, we have a register on probate, register of deeds, Simons. They're not here yet, I should add. Unless they're lurking outside. Somebody want to look out there and see if it's there? Anyone? Well, treasurer's office, the property would certainly.
Tracy? No. Oh, Tammy? I did hang up on her. Oh, okay. I apologize.
Oh, so you don't need her anymore?
No.
Okay.
Apologize in general.
Just in. We're sorry.
Sure.
Send down. Services. Result. It's for amendments for. That you did submit to me.
So greetings, Jennifer. Glad to see you. And I want to tell the people remotely that we're joined by Jennifer Lau, the Register and Probate. So go ahead.
Well, thank you. As far as the goals, a lot of the goals are going to remain the same from 2022 to 2023, just to maintain doing the job that we're already doing, to incorporate, a few changes with the new judge. But otherwise, really, our goals are remaining the same as far as providing services to the public, to the district attorney's office, to Richland County Health and Human Services, and to the public in general. So I don't feel that my goals have changed, really. It's just becoming as efficient as we can, incorporating, recouping costs, keeping our costs as efficient as possible. And so, moving forward into the budget, there were no line item changes. Everything was a 0% change, with two areas: the annual increase in salary, as was suggested by the Personnel and Finance here, and then the one thing at the recommendation of administration, we did increase attorney fees, just because with the caseload and with that is one thing that is really not in my control. Attorneys for my cases are appointed by the court for both children and adults. So there was an anticipation in an increase in attorney fees. So that increase was $5,150. Those are the only two changes. There was actually a decrease in the information that came from, I believe, Tammy, from the county clerk's office on salaries, is in that the deputies that I've had, both Devin and now Veronica, have not taken health insurance from Richland County. So because there hasn't been that establishment, the overall budget kind of didn't change that much because of the decrease. I guess the one consideration is that we're pretty well set for our projection of 2023. Potentially that may change, but right now, if we would ever need to have that insurance, but the last two people that I've had as deputies have not taken the health insurance. So having said all of that, the bottom line on the budget overall
from 2022, it increased $3,156.08. And I think everyone was anticipating a little bit of an increase because of the salary changes at 4.5%. I guess, Clint, if you could, to back up, on the goals, the mandated functions, or if there were some other questions I don't feel like I answered when you first started out there, if there's.
So you mentioned the first one, as far as your service goals with 2023, it was kind of maintain current functions as you can. Significant changes that you had as a result of the preliminary guidance. We've identified we have the 4.5% changes in wages and salaries that's in here, knowing that it's going to be increased to a 5%. Plus, we'll have to see where health insurance and those types of things. So we're anticipating that those lines still will change. The other elements really for operational expenses that were increased are the ones that we had discussed in the budget worksheet, where we have $5,150 in increased expenditures for your attorney fees. Is that correct?
That is correct. So there was 2 line items. One was the attorney guardian ad litem fees. Both of them were guardian ad litem fees. There was just one for children and one for adults. So that was the only increase there. Was there another area that needed addressing there?
Don't think so, unless you had any recommendations for amendments or any guidance that you had from your supervisory committee in recommending amendments.
Not really, because we were kind of taking, the changes were at the recommendation of either yourself or Finance and Personnel Committee.
Thank you.
Any questions for Jennifer? Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate
we'll
you
let her
being able to
go.
come up early.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Is there someone you?
Okay, go ahead.
We're joined by Sue Triggs, Register of Deeds. And Clint, why don't you kick it off?
Thank you, Sue. So we've got your materials that you had submitted, and we can pull those up on the screen for reference. But today, really looking for if you can give us a very general review of the services and the goals that you're attending with the 2023 budget.
Okay.
And then talk on any significant services or staffing changes resulting from the guidance. Recommendations that you might have for us to consider today, and any recommendations from oversight committee, which is same folks here, so maybe not. And then if you can allow us a few minutes at the end for specific questions we might have for you.
Okay.
I'll get your summary put up here for reference, as paragraph 4 kind of talks on the basic goals that you have here. Okay, go ahead.
So number 4 is mine.
Okay, on my budget for computer program support, I put $8,553.70. Last Friday, I got an email, and Jeff got the same email. They are raising, GCS is raising our computer support by $1,639.53. I would like, in relation to that paragraph 4, I would like to look into going with a different company to do our scanning and our imaging and our indexing. Right now, I use 3 companies. It would be nice just to be one company. I've talked to a company that is willing to do it for me for the price I am paying now. And they're willing to throw in some new equipment. And the only glitch is I might have to pay GCS some money. I don't know why, because it's our information, but to get our information, but this company seems to think they might be able to pull it off our computers or our server. And I wouldn't have to pay that, but they don't know that until they talk to the IT people. But that is what I would like to do this year, is go with this other company. And I think it would generate more revenue, because right now we do not charge people to search our records online, which this company would, have a fee. And like Price County and some other smaller counties like Taylor, they've gone with this company. It's called Fiddler. I would say they probably have 70% of the state with them, Register of Deeds offices. And they are making more money by going with this company through copies and generating revenue for people searching the records. The other thing is Vernon County has switched to them. Grant County has switched to them. Crawford County has them as their provider. And so, except for Sauk, they've got Tryman. But almost all the other counties around us have that system. So we would be, just kind of in uniform with them. There's only 3 counties left with GCS, and we're one of them. So, and they do not do much for us. I'll be honest with you. They're a treasure software company, and they really don't care about the Register of Deeds office. I mean, one time I was sitting up in my office, and they were holding a meeting down here in this room with the treasurers. And there were 2 representatives that came from that company. Do you think they would even stick their head in and say, "Are you having a good day? How's it going?" No, they never, they never even stuck their head in and said hello. I let them know that I didn't think that was very nice. So I just, that's what I would like to do to generate more revenue for the county.
I think you should do that. So what, Mr. Carroll?
A typical fee structure for something like that?
I don't have it with me right now. I guess I should have brought it. They will take a certain proceed. Well, we're guaranteed the amount of money we're making now, and they take a certain part of the proceeds for like the first 3 years and to pay for us to make the switch. We're guaranteed the amount of money we're making now. If we pay for it ahead of time, which most counties are ahead of schedule, then we get it paid off faster and we make more money. So, I don't know. And you know what? I would have the representative come in to a finance meeting, and he can answer any questions you have. He's very good, and they've got a real good support team. That's the other thing. The other counties that have gone with them, they can't say enough good about their support. And so I don't know. That's my answer to 4.
So do we have a contract with a current vendor that we have to fulfill?
We have been with them since our grant indexing system has been with them since 1984. I think July of 1984. I was not the Register of Deeds at that time. I have not signed anything with them. I don't think they have a contract that says we have to pay them to get out, but I can look at the papers I have.
But they might sock it to us to get our own information back.
They might, to the tune of about $5,000, but I'm not sure. They said that Fiddler is the new company, and they said that they would have to talk to IT, and they might be able to extract that information from our server. So,
Mr. Carroll,
another question. Aside from this possible ransom, is there any issue with migrating to this other in terms of converting the data, or is it all going to be compatible? Do we know that?
they'll make it compatible. They aren't going to fail. I know this company won't fail. They've done it in, like I said, they probably have 75 to 80% of the counties in the state, and they're offering me a good deal because I told them how poor we were and how I didn't have money to switch. The whole state knows it now. And how we don't have money to switch. And so he's probably offering me a deal that he probably hasn't offered a lot of counties. So,
Can I ask Sue, with transition from GCS then, does the new Fiddler software work for Jeff over in Treasury, or would they continue on GCS and then you'd be on Fiddler?
no, they've got it figured out that the property lister and Jeff, that, it would work with them. They would be able to access our information.
Okay, so that would replace our needs in the treasurer's office as well? Or they
Yes,
would stay on GCS?
yes,
It would-
yes,
It would work with
uh-huh.
them, or it would replace those? I can ask.
It wouldn't replace, they would stay with GCS,
Okay, but it
but the
interfaces.
link, they've got it all figured out. And, as soon as I get the go-ahead, they're kind of behind right now, but I'd have to sign a contract with them and, get on their list for them to come here. And they would meet with all of you, and I think you'd be impressed with them. I think they do care about the Register of Deeds office.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll give you the nod on that very soon, I would guess.
Okay.
Proceed.
But that, I don't know how much more revenue it's going to generate for the county, but I do believe that is going to generate more revenue for the county.
Yeah, maybe you guys the committee is ready to tell Sue to proceed. And get that figured out for us. Are you? Yeah, make a motion.
Make motion to pursue the
Fiddler.
And I will have, make an appointment for one of their representatives to come and talk to you so you understand the system and what it does. and what
Second?
I'll take it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Do it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then, now we're on the expenses part. When I did my salaries, I did it at 4.5%. I didn't see where I got anything else. Has it changed to 5? Okay, so I might be a little bit behind on the deputy part of that. Like okay, okay. I just don't have any control over the other stuff. The only other thing is that my deputy right now is taking the single plan health insurance, and she may continue to do that next year. It's hard to make people, promise that. And I don't think you can, but I put in for a family plan, but I kind of think she's going to go with a single plan next year. So that would be a savings there, but I budgeted the family plan. The rest of my figures are pretty much the same. I took out restoration. I do have books that need restored, but because they're falling apart. But since I do have almost everything back scanned, people aren't using the books that much anymore. We can print the records off the computer, so that kind of saves on the books a little. But there are some books that are falling apart pretty bad. But the guy won't come out here for $1,000 because when he comes and does his process, he has to stay overnight, so a night or two, and so that includes a hotel. And it probably costs between $500 and $1,000 just to do one book. But so I took that out, and let's see. I mean, I'm trying to save money. Our office, only works 35 hours versus 40. And my deputy position is a pay grade below
some of the other deputies. Last year, I put, I think it was $35,000 into the general fund. It was I contributed, after all my expenses were paid, I contributed $35,389.27 to the general fund. Plus, I gave $31,376 to the county land records fund. And we paid the state $341,797,000.68. So they get the biggest share of my money. Is there any questions about my expenses? I didn't really change much.
Anyone online have questions for Sue?
One.
Go ahead, Mr. C.
Sue, good afternoon. Do you
Good
have
afternoon, Don.
do you have all of your records digitalized now?
There's about 6 books that they missed when they came in and did it. I'm waiting for us to get them all indexed before I have somebody come back and do those 6, just in case there's more. But yes, I have almost all of them out of the whole vault, all but maybe 6 books that didn't get scanned.
So how far back to what year are you digitalized?
Well, we're digitalized. We've got them all scanned back to 1850, but whenever we get a spare moment, we are back indexing our documents. And because without the indexes out there, just the images don't mean a lot unless you have a document number or a volume and page and you want that specific document. But every day we are back indexing documents. We've got the documents indexed and proofed back to about 1860 in the deeds. I have everything indexed back to 1965, and the mortgages were probably back into, I would say 1930, 1940. So we've been working really hard at it.
I see. So the citizens can search now only by document number and not by name? Or...
They can search by name, yes. And I mean, if they have the document number, they can search by document number. But our tract index only goes back to 2005. So as far as searching by location, that they can only search back that far. But, mostly if you can do a lot with the grantor grantee names.
I see. So will there be a time when all of that will be trackable by name or by document number or by location? Going back to 1850?
By name, yes. Tracting is going to take a lot more time and work, but I was the one that started the tract index. And before that, my predecessors before that didn't have a tract index. And if you know what you're doing, you can do a lot just by searching back by name.
Well, it's a great service for citizens.
Yes.
Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Are you complete, Clint?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Sue.
Okay, thank you.
Say hi to Joe.
I will.
And I think that Tracy Gobin is next, so call on her. Simon's Recreation Complex. Tracy?
Good afternoon, Tracy. So there's kind of 5 elements that we're going to look at today. First is if you can give us a very general review of the services and goals intended with the 2023 budget. 2, significant services or staff changes resulting from the preliminary guidance. 3, recommendations for amendments for myself and the committee to consider today. And then 4, if there's any recommendations from your supervisory committee in regards to the 2023 budget, and then allow us a few minutes for questions at the end. I do have your materials that you'd submitted. If you want to reference those, just let me know which ones and I can throw them up on the screen.
Okay. If you want to put up the budget summary for Simon's Recreation Complex. That's the 3-page document that I had. So we are, Simon's Recreation Complex is a department of the county, but we also are half city as well. So we have our swimming pool, racquetball courts, exercise rooms. So we don't have really any mandated services that we help with the ADRC, the Aging and Disability Resource Center, offering classes that they are required to offer to the public for those over the age of 60. So we do offer those classes in addition to a lot of things that we provide are to the public. Some county employees also take advantage of the facility as well. But for fitness needs, a big thing that Simon's does though for the community is it's the only place in Richland County that kids can learn how to swim. So we have our indoor swimming pool that's open year round, except for usually a week in August when we shut down for maintenance. So year round, kids can come in, learn how to swim in group lessons or private lessons. So it's really the only place in the county that they can come for swimming lessons, which I think is important because we have a lot of lakes and streams and kids can get in those if they don't know anything about water safety, and we can have some tragic accidents that unfortunately still do happen, but this helps to lessen that with those important swimming lessons. So I think that's a really key goal. And with that, we're looking at trying to do some more partnerships in 2023 with the schools to see how we can reach more kids with those swimming lesson programs as well. We already offer a partnership with youth program, or sorry, it's Every Child is Swimmer program now. That's where folks in the public make donations to our foundation to help pay for swimming lessons for kids that can't afford it, because we are a low income area here in Richland County, and there are some parents that want their kids to know how to swim but just can't afford the full price. So we are very fortunate that we do have a good community backing and others in the community that truly believe that swimming lessons are important and money shouldn't allow somebody not to know how to swim. So we've been fortunate on that. So we're looking at different ways we can get more into the schools just to get kids in swimming. It's also kind of advantageous for us as well. As they learn how to swim, we'll have bigger pool for lifeguards as well for our swimming pool. So it's kind of dual purpose in that direction of to help get folks for employees for us, but not just us. I mean, the lifeguards come through our classes at Simon's and they work at Muscadet, Spring Green Pool, Plain Pool, the local aquatic center as well too. So bringing in quite a few people from all over. Our daily users, just with our regular programs that we offer of water aerobics and land fitness classes, those bring in folks from out of the county multiple times a week. So we have water aerobics that are 3 times a week. Land fitness classes are 5 days a week. So folks come in quite regularly, and usually when they do, they like to stop at Walmart or Tractor Supply or Chats to get feed for their animals, and go out for breakfast, get coffee, stop for lunch. So they come in and not only spend money at Simon's by, doing a membership or day pass uses, but they come into the county and spend some extra money too, which is, I think, a bonus. So just looking for the future in 2023, and what I'm trying to do with this budget really is to outreach and work with other, schools, some of it being UW Platteville Richland campus, seeing what we can do to partnership to really kind of dual purpose for the county, promote Simon's, but promote the campus as well, and see if we can encourage more folks to come on campus. Maybe it's coming on campus to do an event at Simon's like the Ugly Sweater, but then they get a brief glance at the campus as well, and potentially maybe draw some students in to the campus. So kind of looking at that broad scope to see what we can do in the community to just make it so everybody has a good time. Fitness is kind of our thing to look at. So, but not just physical fitness, but mental fitness as well. But doing that and just looking through and seeing what we can do, kind of focusing on the schools, the college, and then looking at businesses too, to see if we can bring in some businesses to really kind of combine up and do some events and programs and get more folks using the facility, which then brings in more revenue as well too, and brings people, not just revenue for Simons, but hopefully then folks coming into the county, from Hillsborough, Arena, Spring Green, coming in and spending money in the county as well too. So it's kind of our big goal is to try and do that. With the budget guidance that we have for it, so increasing on the wages increase was really the big expense that goes up to kind of keep in line. So the budget, I can make budget. We will have to kind of keep our cutback hours that we've had, so that doesn't promote the best for bringing folks in, but keeping those hours have been working okay. We just have some fob hours that we do use. So, we are getting a little bit more revenue with our fob expenses because more people need them because of the cutback hours. So doing those kind of things to kind of save back on with that raise coming in to try and help cut that stuff back. So that's kind of the big general scope of it. The one spot in my expenses that I did not follow guidance on was the per diems. I did not have that on my budget before, and we weren't supposed to increase any expenditure items except for like the FICA and the health insurance and the wages. But I thought it was kind of bad for myself to budget $0 when I know that there's going to be money coming out of that one. So that was the one exception on the budget that I did increase when we were asked not to increase any expenses. And we've not had I was on vacation the day that we were supposed to have the Simons Auditorium meeting, so they have not seen the budget yet. Next time we meet is September, so they haven't really had any comments on this, but that was the only spot in the expenses that I kind of did not, I'll just be honest, I didn't follow the guidance on that because I could have put 0 down just knowing that there was going to be expenses anyways, but I didn't feel like that was probably responsible to do that. So I just want to be honest that I did make that change.
I remember one of Tracy's trips, and it was a part that was broken on a filter, I think. And you ordered it, and it wasn't going to get here for months. So she drove overnight and got it and had it up and running the next day. So there's a per diem expense that should have been covered if it wasn't.
But things like that you just have to do so the facility keeps on going, because if longer we're closed, that's less revenue coming in. So those are just things you do to keep the people coming in, and they expect the facility to be open when we say it's open. So I want to keep those folks coming in because that keeps bringing folks back in. Do you guys have any questions for me? Did you guys want to go line by line through items, or?
I don't think we do, but if someone does, Mr. Carroll.
The number that jumped out at me was lighting. I was surprised. It's like $43,000 for lighting. Is it just because the lights in the gym are on so much?
What are you asking there, Steve? We can't hear.
The lighting, the expenses on the lighting, he's asking if it is actually pretty high. We have everything in the building now is LED except for our 2 racquetball courts do not have LED lights on them. And then there's some LED lighting or some non-LED lighting up in the maintenance area as well. We have put motion sensors actually in the locker rooms. So we did that 2020 is when we did that, and that really actually reduced down quite a bit on the lighting. So which was great because we were just having them on from 5:30 in the morning until we closed at night, and then not even they stayed on after we closed because we go in there and clean afterwards. So they stayed on longer, and so those motion sensors, if there's no movement in there after 5 minutes, those lights shut off now. So we're actually seeing savings. But yes, a lot of it is the exercise room is open 24/7. So those are also on motion sensors, and they are LEDs in there. However, we have people coming in at 2 o'clock in the morning. Those lights are on and running because we have somebody in that room. So we've really, went to a lot of motion sensors in the pool area. We even have our big first bay of lights. They go off when the sun is bright enough why run lights when you don't need them? So unfortunately, yes, yeah, that is the bill for them, unfortunately. We've been trying to cut back as much as we can with the motion sensors in the locker rooms really made a huge difference though. So that was awesome. You're welcome.
Markley,
That's just electricity, isn't it? Isn't that how that works?
Yeah, so that would be our motors and pumps as
what-
well too.
yeah, there's
Correct.
much
yep.
more. It's
Yes,
more than just
yes,
lights.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Motors and pumps and like because we're swimming pool, like our swimming pool motors have to run constantly 24/7.
That changes my concern.
Yeah.
I get it.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I have no further questions.
anyone out there have a question for Tracy?
One,
Go ahead.
Tracy, has your customer count come back pretty well after the pandemic has subsided?
The membership count has not come back to the total that it was pre-pandemic, but it continues to increase. We do still, when we have a huge spike in COVID in the area, we do notice a decrease in activity in the building because we do have a lot of seniors who come in. So we do still have folks that are concerned with it. So memberships wise, we're not quite back up to where we were before the pandemic hit, but we are still making headway on that and increasing those numbers back up. But again, when COVID kind of gets a little higher, we notice our attendance does bump back down.
We haven't talked about it in a year again, but can you talk about, in context of revenues and investigations that you've done on increasing service memberships and different fees to generate more revenues through that stream?
Yeah, so I've been working with trying to get a partnership going to really bring through and be able to offer something very different out at Simon's. And I know this is a public meeting, so I don't have it totally hashed out. So I don't know that I want to tell you guys exactly what it is. So I don't want to be secretive, and I'm hopeful that that will really, really bounce us back and really do something great the focus isn't for the seniors for this one. It's more for a younger crowd as well. Seniors will still be in on it as well, but it'll bring in I think a bigger, younger, kind of the teenage group is kind of the focus for this one to try and reel those folks coming in because a lot of parents they'll spend money on their teenagers, especially when it's focused on sports and athletics. If you look, there's a lot of kids that do, club sports and those are costly kind of thing. So that's the main focus is to try and bring that in and working on that partnership there. And it sounds pretty promising that hopefully come 2023 that will be a potential. So doing that and then reaching out to businesses as well to try and get some partnerships there to focus on getting folks coming in. We have been really fortunate with the group. I don't know if you guys are probably all aware of the group from Cardinal Glass that is living over in the former dorms. And we have quite a few of those young gentlemen coming in over at Simon's and working out and using the facility. So hopefully if they continue bringing in groups like that every year, then that will help as well. Because I mean, they're really, really nice young gentlemen. And so we've been starting to put up Spanish English signs now as well in our facility to help bring in the Latino population. We do have a good, even before the group moving in over at the dorms there, we've had a pretty good Latino population that comes in and uses the swimming pool area. So I'm trying to just think and be more welcoming with that group as well, just to, be aware that there is a good population here and they enjoy using the swimming pool. So to be open with them and inviting, and so having some Spanish signs so that be a little bit more inviting has kind of been a focus currently.
Yes, thank you. Anything else? We'll let you go. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
I see we have Adam Haiti in the back of the room. Is there any objection to? Well, no, we have Jeff Even now. So we'll squeeze, since Jeff is first in the agenda, we'll have him. County Treasurer Jeff Even is joining us.
Good afternoon, Jeff. 5 items we're looking to address here today. First, if you can give us a very general review of services and goals intended with the 2023 budget. 2, if you can tell us about significant services or staffing changes resulting from the preliminary guidance that was given out. 3 and 4, if you have recommendations for any amendments that Finance and Personnel and myself should be considering today. And then if you have any guidance from your supervisory committee, which is the same folks here today, and then allowing us a few minutes for specific questions at the end. We do have your materials as submitted, so if you work through those, if you want to let me know which ones you're referencing, and I can put them up on the screen for display.
Alrighty, I'm actually here representing two departments in essence, the treasurer's office and the property lister, as they do maintain their own budget. As Clint said earlier, we have been without a property lister for just over 2 months, being unable to fill that position. We did just receive an acceptance yesterday, actually, to begin at the end of the month. So as such, I will be presenting that budget as well. So as far as the treasurer's office is concerned, with the budget guidance, our services will kind of maintain status quo. The goals for the officer, for myself, to continue to modernize some of our practices, reducing paper usage, and just maintaining our accurate record keeping. We are the vehicle or the custodian for all funds, every dollar that comes into the county. So there's a strong responsibility there to make sure that everything is well accounted for and maintained. As far as each individual fund is concerned, I'll kind of breeze over. The large one that I will key in on is our investment interest. Previously, this year, we had former Treasurer Keller had budgeted $7,000 for interest on investments, which was reflective of the market conditions at the time. With our new investment strategy and just overall increasing interest rates, I felt comfortable with forecasting the budget for $75,000 in 2023 for investment interest income.
Which account was that, Jeff?
That is 10.4800, then 4811.
Perfect, thank you.
So you can kind of see the volume.
Hit those two figures again, from what to what?
From $7,000 to $75,000.
Wow.
Well, and you can look at the document Clint has them on the screen, how kind of volatile the market had become. We in 2019 we had received $187,000 in interest income. 1 year later, it was cut by over a third, and then in 2021 we were in we didn't break $10,000. So Treasurer Keller's budget number was reflective of what the conditions were at the time, and we can see in 2022 we are seeing an increase in our interest rates and what we are receiving currently. Other than that, as far as the ancillary accounts, there's no changes. We can hone in on the 5156 expense account budget, my total budget. No changes here. There really isn't anything to cut. Everything is down to essentially office supplies and essential expenses to keep the office functioning. Our increase did come from specifically the 4.5% wage increase that was set by the committee. Do you have any questions regarding?
Any questions? Any questions out there?
By out there, you mean out here?
Yeah.
One, you're the custodian of all funds that come into the county, as you say, is it correct? And so, am I correct in saying that?
All funds that come into the county flow through the treasurer's office. That is correct.
Yes. I have a peculiar question. Suppose that you have donated funds in the form of a gift card to a department in the county. How is that processed?
To answer your question, frankly, Mr. Seep, if the funds don't come into our office, we don't know that they exist.
Well, should they not come to your office if someone donates a bunch of gift cards for?
I'll be honest, I don't know how the treasurer's office would account for a gift card necessarily.
Well, I suppose you'd have to cash them and deposit them with the county.
Correct. And most gift cards you cannot redeem for cash. They have to be redeemed for goods.
That calls for some sort of policy on the county's use and process of gift cards, because I think we get quite a few of them.
Well, we won't ask
No,
Treasurer Even to answer that question, but thanks for that concern.
thank you.
Anything else germane to the county treasurer? All right, did you want to cover property lister then for us, please, Jeffrey?
I will. So the property lister, as far as this position is concerned, my main goals for 2023 are to fill the position and keep it filled. This position is very vital to the function of the county. I don't know that there is a complete understanding of everything that this position does. They are responsible for maintaining the accurate records and assessment values for all 18,000 parcels that the county maintains in real estate. They interact with each municipal assessor for every single parcel to update valuations, balance with the assessor's books, work with the Department of Revenue to submit assessment rolls, analyze legal descriptions as they come in for errors. This is especially important in instances where parcels are split. Having a deep knowledge of legal descriptions and being able to interpret the differences is paramount, and quite frankly, it flabbergasts me the amount of technicality that this position entails. And essentially, this position is responsible for generating 22,000 tax bills every fall. So the entirety of the county's tax levy, not just the county, but every school district, village, township, and city is dependent on this single position. So that being said, I kind of, I'll be honest, copy and pasted some of what former property lister Joel Rote had submitted last year for a number of these items. The goals, like I said, are to fill the position and maintain a consistent person within that position with low overturn, hopefully. And we'll continue to accurately maintain records for all of the tax parcels within the county. With the budget guidance provided by Administrator Langrick, this is kind of where the rubber hits the road here. Our current GCS software, as Sue had previously alluded to, is planned to be sunsetted next fall, so fall of 2023 by the vendor. That means that there will be no support provided by them for our current version of their software. That means that we are required to upgrade to their new software or switch vendors. Switching vendors is not the cost-effective option at this point. Essentially, we'll be switching from a hardware-based software housed on our servers to a cloud-based software housed on their servers. With this comes with an increased annual maintenance and a substantial one-time conversion fee. I have a breakout, but essentially our annual fee for the treasurer's office property lister, however we want to state this. Get through all my papers. Nope, that is to stay with them. So that's the annual fee right now. So right now we receive the treasurer's office receives an invoice for GCS, which includes what Sue uses in document indexing. We prorate it out throughout 3 different departments. So the property lister assumes the bulk of the invoice. Sue takes her portion, and then a small portion is allocated to zoning for the web hosting that interfaces with our GIS software. So currently, all those bills together are $22,375.50. With the new software, the upgrade sticking with GCS, the annual maintenance goes to $28,160. Now, in light of if Sue would choose to, the Register of Deeds pursues their own software, which would, whatever works best for their department, that does not mean the $6,000 that Sue had paid completely goes away. That part of that support was allocated to her. The way that they are now doing it is a module. So we are going to pay the entirety of the support, but the module for document indexing that Sue currently uses is only $2,603. So by bumping that out, that is going to change the share that the property lister incurs, which means we'll see an additional bump of $5,400 beyond what I have for the current 2023 request.
Mr. Carroll?
Yeah. But when Sue was here, it sounded like she was leaning towards migrating to Fiddler, but she knew there was some connection with the data you guys utilize also. So are you saying you guys cannot migrate to Fiddler and you need to stay with GCS? Or
So Fiddler will be specifically for the registered deed side of the house. The property lister utilizes software from the register of deeds to assist with recording transfers and the property splits. All of the property splits, all of the land transfers, all of that information flows from the register of deeds to the property lister. So where document indexing is currently a GCS program that we log into with all of our other GCS programs, the property lister will now log into Fiddler to acquire that information and then input it into our property assessment software where all of the parcel records are housed.
So this upgrade on GCS is an independent issue, but you'll still be compatible with how, if she moves to Fiddler, you'll still be able to interface?
Correct, because as of now, there is still a significant amount of manual entry that happens with a transfer. So even though we can view it on the document indexing side, that information does not automatically flow. The transfer information does not automatically flow to the property assessment side. We still have to manually data enter all of that information. I shouldn't say we, the property lister does. But essentially, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place here. The county has to function on this. The software is the foundation of the treasurer's office. Every red cent that comes into the county flows through the software. The records are kept within the software. Every tax payment dating back to 2003 is housed within the software. We really don't have a choice. For the property lister, it does currently, yes. If you look at line item tax program support, it's 10.5154. And the last four digits are 5214.
So Jeff, though, is this increase on this one, though, is accounting just for the portion that would impact the treasurer's budget? And then we'd still have to have the impacts on, on property lister budget, we'd still have to have impacts on register of deeds and on zoning.
That's correct. However, if register of deeds switches to Fiddler, they would no longer have an interest in this software. So then the property lister would shoulder more of that general support cost. So right now, this $41,000 and has what I have prorated as of our current quote, plus the $23,000 conversion fee. When and if the register of deeds switches to Fiddler and switches away from GCS, we'll incur an extra $5,378.53 on behalf of the property lister. Correct.
Microphone.
So Fiddler is
Mr. Carroll, no one's picking up what you're saying beyond this room.
So to answer the question about Fiddler having a module that would interface with the treasurer's office, they are a registered deeds specific software. And like as Sue alluded to, GCS used to be a Wisconsin-based company that got bought out by LandNav, which is more of a national organization. They're more of a financial-based government software provider. Essentially, yep. If we want to switch, which I don't recommend at this point, we would be paying a higher conversion fee because they're taking the GCS format and trying to convert it to their whichever provider we would go with. Right now, the majorities of the county and the state are sticking with GCS, land nav, however you want to call it.
So Jeffrey, we strongly urged by motion to have Sue do her research on switching. Are we okay with that? Do we need to backtrack?
I don't believe so. I don't want to infringe on Sue's department. If she has a software preference that's going to work better for her department, I think that's her prerogative.
She says that 70% of the counties or 80% in the state have switched over, so.
Sure, yeah, and that very well may be. Again, if she feels that her office is better suited by having Fiddler, I'm not going to object to it. That's not really my my position. I'm just stating that if and when she decides to go that route, it'll reduce that $28,000 bill by $2,603. But that still leaves $5,400 of the general admin support that had been allocated to her department that'll have to be shouldered by the rest of us.
I want to make sure the systems are compatible and the tax bills get out on time, so.
So as far as the tax bills are concerned, the Fiddler won't really feed into that. It's strictly the property assessment that is used to balance with the Department of Revenue, with the assessors. That's where the tax bills are born. And then that interfaces directly with that treasurer's collection system, which is GCS.
And I took the motion when Sue was here as to have Sue pursue the Fiddler software. So the other aspects that have to be kind of teased out is, again, making sure that continuity exists, that it's going to work with Jeff's office, that it's going to work with zoning's office, that it's going to work with our other IT interfaces on our network and several of their hurdles. And then also then sorting out truly the financials on those like this, like everything else we've talked about today. How's it going to get paid for and sustained paid for?
Okay, do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next up on the docket, at least according to our agenda, is Angie from UW Food Service, even though Adam has been sitting here patiently waiting, but he's learning a lot, learning, soaking it in. So, Angie, UW Food Service. Excuse me, but I thought still here.
Friday.
Friday.
Got me till Friday.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Angie Sorensen.
Thank you for coming today, Angie. Kind of 5 different elements looking to speak on today. If you can start with a very general review of services and goals intended with the 2023 budget. If we can then speak on the significance of services and staffing changes as a result of the preliminary guidance. Then talk on recommendations that you might have for us to consider for amendments to the 2023 budget, or if you have recommendations from your supervisory committee as well in the 2023 budget, and then we'll take questions at the end. I do have the documents that you've submitted. They're in the folder. If you want to reference any of those, just let me know which ones and I can put them up on the screen.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I guess the goals is try not to take any tax levy. It's kind of hard for me to have foresight into the future when I'm not going to be here, but hopefully we can get the right person into place. Clint, can you put on the outside sales? It has a 2 on the bottom of it. These are the people or the establishments that said they will come back next year, okay? With the exception of the dorm. Now the dorms is, it's a change maker. There's 75 employees from Cardinal Glass up there, and they need to be fed. When they came to me in July asking if we could do it, I was hesitant to take it because if we started it, one person couldn't do everything and that. But that's based on 2 meals a day, or I'm sorry, 2 meals a week. If they go get that 3rd meal, that's another $35,000 a year. Otherwise, everybody's been happy with what we've been doing. I think it's when they want to come back, we're doing something right. last year at this time, we we're $44,000 in the hole. Now we're 24,000. So what we're doing is right. I hope they can keep the Superama up, but we'll see. Other than that, Clint, can you do the proposed revenue, page 3, with a food service supervisor where it has just the nutrition program there. The nutrition program right there has helped out a lot too now because we were only getting $5.25 a meal. They're gonna jack it up to a whole nother $1 a plate, okay? And the reason they can do that is because they were projected at 24,000 meals a month or a year, and they're not gonna get there. Now they're gonna get there at like 20,000. So we took that number and divided it and came up with $6.25. So that is only gonna help because one person is gonna be doing it, so your labor is fixed. I don't know what else, or if anybody has any questions, I can.
Well, how likely are the Cardinal people, I mean, how likely is that?
They're still looking for somebody. I mean, they have a night shift and they want to eat at noon. And I told my assistant that when you go, and I don't know what's going to happen when they get somebody new, and they might just try something different up there. I don't know. But my suggestion is have them come down at noon and eat, and then have them take a heat and eat back with them. And that's not even in that 72,000. Then you're going to get them four times a week.
It seems like
a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So whoever this person is, after they get hired, I'd strongly suggest them to get up there. I have the names. I don't have the name anymore. I am working on getting the name. And even if I get the name after I'm done, I'll make sure Cindy has it. Or they can just walk up there.
Name of the contact, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that, Clint, I'll ask you, I mean, this plays into our need for a food service for our nutrition program. Is it not?
To
The
fulfill,
fact that we would have a full staff at the mill site here.
to fulfill the needs for the nutrition problem out of Health and Human Services, is that the question?
Yes, yes, because if we lose the food service here, then we lose the ability to do our nutrition program, so.
Yeah, the model is built kind of on the twofold exchange. One is that nutrition program is going to provide the meals to the volume that we need it to make sure that it balances on the end of this budget. And the other aspect on is that we can continue to deliver with staffing that we have to meet those, to make those connect. Now, we did explore of what a plan B looks like on providing it potentially up through a Pine Valley type of a venue, which comes with a whole nother set of challenges. I think Tanya is also constantly exploring to see what it looks like to have some other type of a vendor be able to provide it, which is going to come at a significant increase to meal prices. I think Angie's meal prices that she's providing is be challenged to see if anybody else is providing meal prices in the state at a less amount than this. So it works right now as a relationship. Is that the question?
The nutrition.
Yeah, and an observation perhaps more than a question.
The nutrition program will support the assistant's role, benefits and salary. If they maintain that 80 people a day. So, and they're doing that right now.
So right now you have a staff of 2 people, right?
Yeah, myself and my assistant.
And so when you're recommending that we replace you,
yes,
still have a staff of 2.
Because if you, Clint, can you do the comparison one right here? If you can see, so I did 2 different models. One with my position and one without my position. There we go. So you can see with my position, you should almost make $40,000 and then get to the dorms. Without my position on the lower one, it's only at $834. So with the 39,000, you have room. We used to be able to buy a piece of equipment every year, and we've stopped doing that for the last 6 years. And because we've been maintaining everything very well, we haven't ran into problems until about a month ago. So my recommendation would to fill my position. So, and Claire, I'm going to say something. If you tell me to stop, I'll stop. If you cannot fill my position, if it comes where you just don't think anybody's going to work, I would go ahead and hire 3 part-time people at 16 hours a week. Okay. Then you don't have to pay insurance. You don't have to have retirement. She should be able to do the dorms and the meal site with that, and that's all you would need. You know, you wonder, so I have problems with where do my loyalties lie? Do they lie with the students, or do they lie with the Superama? You know, and when we don't even know how many people that are on or how many students are online, and it's pretty hard to, you know, stand behind the students. So.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
I have a question.
Okay.
Too bad she left. No, go ahead, Don.
With regard to the 75 people from Cardinal Glass, if they were to participate in your service, would you have to change your menu to adapt to their culture?
We talked about that. Cindy and I talked about that. The only problem with that is I'm pretty sure they came straight from Mexico. I'm pretty sure that our Mexican food is pretty Americanized already. So I think whoever takes over the position can work with them.
Or your American food is pretty Mexicανized?
No, me cooking Mexican food would be a version of American Mexican, not authentic Mexican.
I'm jesting.
Right. Thank you. We'd make sure the menu was tasty and compatible.
Yeah, we do that with everybody. So,
Steve?
Is there a probability that they will participate?
Yes, I think that if you would just go up there and talk to them, you could get them 3 times a week. And the 72,000 is only 2 times a week. At one meal a day.
Mr. Perrin, you have a comment?
We're uncertain on what the student population is going to be going forward, but can you explain your assumptions on how many meals the cafe would serve?
Well, if Cindy thinks that she can be open from 11 to 1, and so from 11 to 1, if you get 10 students a day, they don't have to be students, they just have to be people at $9 because everything's going up 15%. That's how I base that. If she can get 10 people from 11 to 1 every day, that's how I came up with the 14,000. Yep.
Mr. Seep, did you have
Without a food service or with a food service? Number 2 or number 3? Okay. And then if they had one, and even if they had a part-timer, you know, you could scatter those out so you could be open it from like 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock and still have that be open out there.
Don, did you have a further follow-up? Okay. Anything else, Administrator Langrick?
No, Mr. Chair.
I have one more thing. Clint and I talked a couple years ago about when all this student stuff was falling down the hole to try to make us not reliant on the student population. So that's what we have been doing the last couple years. And it's very hard for me to say that. I don't say it in our education committee meetings because, but we're well on our way of not needing the student population.
As memory sparks when kind of the pandemic started off,
Yep.
we talked more about this we call it UW food service, but for the most part, it is a county food service.
Yep.
Most of our profits now in our consumer base is coming from other than campus
Yep.
students and staff.
Our Super Ramley event, when we started that on Wednesdays, it was 68% of the cafeteria revenue at the register a week, 68%. And we worked very, very hard for one day. And I think you could do that. People were asking us to do it 2 times a week. They said there's no food on that side of town. So we hit a niche. It's something that 2 people can do instead of being open up as a restaurant and having to hire, more help or whatever. I mean, you can serve, you have no dishes to do. Everything's just grab and go. And they loved it. So hopefully that'll work out.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
Would you be available for consultative work in the future?
If they need, I'm going to come down and help Cindy the next couple of months at the end of month. If they need help, I'll come down and help. And yes, I'll be fine.
Of course you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Everything you've done.
Thanks.
Thank you, Angie. We'll see you Friday. Tomorrow and Friday. Perfect.
So I think we'll jump ahead to zoning. No. I'm just kidding, Adam. Adam Haiti is here, UW Extension.
Okay, Adam, you've probably heard this 3 times by now, but looking for a very general review on services and goals intended with the 2023 budget. Significant services staffing changes resulting from the preliminary guidance, recommendations for amendments for the committee and myself to consider, and then also recommendations from your supervisory committee in regards to 2023 questions following then from myself and from the committee.
Sounds good.
That being said, if you have materials that you want to reference, I can also throw them up on the screen.
Sure. If we want, we can just start with a quick budget summary. Extension is the outreach arm of UW-Madison. So we do community outreach education. Our programs are engulfed in agriculture, youth development, primarily through 4-H. Financial education, we strengthen individuals, families, and communities. Healthy eating, active living, nutritional education through the Wisconsin Foodwise program. And we also look at policy systems and environmental education and support. A lot of work done through coalitions. We work with many agencies within the county itself and some external partners as well. As we looked at developing the budget for 2023, following the guidance that really looking at a 0% increase in levy guidance or operations part of the levy budget. Unfortunately, or fortunately for Extension, we are a non-mandated system that operates solely on levy dollars. We do not look at major revenue generation. We have some minor revenue generation through program support, but not really looking at a major source of revenue generation. With that being said, as we looked at the operational part of that in conversations with Clint, the educator contracts are also included in the operational part of the budget. So when we talk about salary increases, I did not look at those when I put the budget together on the county staff. So the county staff are our support staff, which is 35 hours a week for our full-time and 28 hours a week for our part-time. So looking at that, the increases in the state contract for the educators was $5,000. And I don't, Clint, did you end up having the one that I created in there? I can look at the other one too. I think I had emailed this one to you originally.
Find it here.
So those of you guys that have worked with me in the past know that I don't like looking at this sheet because it just, for me, visually does not help me understand where the portions of our budget are at. So the way I do a sheet like this for myself, and it breaks it down into the support staff, which is the extension, our support staff, and those are the county employees. Of our total office budget, currently proposed, 43% of that budget is our support staff. Then we break it into our office section. which is computer support, telephone, service on machines, copy, postage, books, forms. That's exactly the one. Good. So we look at that, and what the proposed budget is 0% in our operating. We're looking at 4% of our budget and cutting $2,500 out of a budget that started off at 12,000. And then we have some agent travel expenses. This is for mileage on our educators. We basically have taken all the funding out of educator travel expenses to zero out our operational. So we've taken almost $2,500 out of that we had allocated for travel expenses to balance out the increased cost to keep the educators in our office. Overall, we were talking about just under a $5,000 increase in educator contracts. We took that corresponding $5,000 out of our office supply budget and eliminated expenses for travel. Just as we've had to do that to come up with to follow within the guidance, I guess as a department head, I would ask that the committee can seriously consider absorbing the $5,000 contract increase too, and restoring the office supplies and educator agent travel expenses back to where they were last year, and keep those at zero. As part of our educator contract, it does indicate that, and Clint, I hate to make you flip back and forth, but back to the summary page. If
This one, Adam?
The budget summary,
Gotcha.
if we could go back to.
Right here.
Yep, number 6.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not sharing the right one here. It's on my computer. Why can't you see it, Adam?
I can see it on my.
There we go. That's what we're looking for.
So just to kind of give you the subsection in our educator contract, one of the things that within the contract with the educators is expectation of the county providing expenses for staff, office facilities, equipment, office travel, those types of things. And then just a side note, you can see this little chart here. This is what the state actually budgets to support their side of the contract that Richland County never sees. So in 2021, the state side of the contract cost the state $268,000 compared to the Richland County budget of $186,000 for that particular year. So just kind of showing you where those, where we really do try to work in partnership with the county and provide support on both sides of it. It's not, and I think there's a lot of programs where you see the state always saying, hey, you got to pay more, you got to pay more. In this particular case, I think it is a pretty mutual relationship there. So the impacts, I guess, of the budget right now could potentially be, our ability to get out into the community and do some of the work where we don't have some of the travel expenses and office supplies that we had previously. So with that, I guess, we didn't have a chance to really discuss it in committee too much, and Mark can attest the last committee meeting got to be pretty long. The committee is aware of what we had proposed, but really did not provide much feedback at the last committee meeting by the end of the 3-hour committee meeting that we were at.
I have a question. How do you do your jobs without travel?
We have to be creative like always, right? I mean.
Well, so you're just, I would imagine you're gonna travel, but you won't be reimbursed.
Yeah, or we'll have to we'll come up with a different system. That's why I think the ask is to ask that $5,000 back to fit back into those travel expenses and office supplies. So. I mean, we keep cutting every year, Marty, to get, and we're about as thin of a, I mean, I understand next step is going to be, staffing.
I'll ask the annual question, administrative staff. Are you adequately staffed? Are you inadequately staffed, or are you overstaffed?
I honestly think we're appropriately staffed. when we look at where other counties are, we kind of showed the chart in the committee. We're pretty where we're at. The other thing is we become more and more technology use. We're sharing educators now. Our staff at the office become the front line for the public first, right? So we share ag agent now with Crawford County. The support staff become the first contact person with the community, and they help with directing them to the right people. We're at 0.8 on a health and well-being educator, that's Chelsea. So, I mean, we keep reducing staff over the years to meet budgetary needs. And as you start taking even those, it kind of seems counterintuitive, but the support staff become almost more essential because they are that constant person right there at the office for that frontline conversation with the general public.
Well, and one other thing.
Mr. Cooey, who is the committee chairman for UW Extension, no comment.
Yeah, so I've been on Ag Extension for a couple terms. Every year we take another 5,000, another 10,000. I mean, we've done this consecutively. This year, it's finally at the point where now you can't, there's nothing left to take. I mean, this $5,000 to me is, we got to find a way to cover that. And I think part of the way we're going to cover that is we're going to move Extension back to the campus. So now we're going to have a building that we can rent, and maybe that's where we generate our income for covering this $5,000. But I said it last year, and I probably said it the year before, there's nothing left to take. I mean, you're taking the paper clips and the staples, and what else are you going to do? Now, if I've looked at a lot of these budgets already today, everybody said, well, that was a 4.5% increase, and we can't cover it. So I think a lot of those budgets I looked at were more than $5,000. So it's, to me, it's in our best interest to cover Adam's wish here and absorb this $5,000, I guess. That's what I would put to the county board.
So any other supervisors want to weigh in on this? Or committee members? Or people out there? Adam, I don't see how you can do your job without travel money. I mean, reimbursement. So I don't know where we're going in the future with UW Extension, to be honest with you. But I don't see how you can operate with the budget as presented.
Right.
So I would make a motion to restore the $5,000 in travel reimbursement, whatever it was called. I don't have it in front of me.
I'll second.
Second by Cooey. Do we have anyone online yet, Melissa? Sean? I don't think Sean is there anymore.
I'm here. I don't have any comments though.
Well, are you ready to vote? Melissa?
Yeah,
Okay. I'm going to call for a vote on restoring the, whatever it was, $5,000 odd.
So I guess the request is to cover the cost of the increase in the agent contracts and restore the other operational items back to the 2022 level.
That's your, well, my motion was simply for the travel part of it, so.
So that wouldn't include the office supplies and those types of things?
Oh, I don't know how you can do your job without office supplies either, so.
Yeah.
I do have a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Luck.
I thought that our instructions were that if we added anything back into the budget, we had to indicate where that $5,000 is going to come from to pay for it.
Yeah, probably that's true.
Does anyone have any ideas as to where that would come from?
But at this point, I think we've Any type of motion that you folks are making right now, unless you're saying I adamantly want this in the budget. I haven't made a formal proposal on what the budget looks like right now to do the balancing on it. So any type of a balance that you would make, Supervisor Luck, is going to be, it's going to be kind of skewed. So until I get you kind of a layout of what the numbers is that we're refining and putting in and bringing back on December 6th, essentially you're kind of just saying that this right now is a priority over other types of things, and it's going to be reflected in what I bring forward to you on September 6th.
So, your total ask, Adam, is what, 15,000?
Well, I guess if you take in the, if you allow the contracts, if you absorb the contracts, the total increase for the total levy ask would be 196,129 versus the original ask of 191,266. So $4,900 is the difference.
$5,000 difference.
Yeah.
So I'll amend my motion to simply restore it to the 196 level without being specific.
Yep.
Are you seconding that?
I will second that.
Okay, Melissa, we're back to 196, and no, we haven't come up with a way to cover it, but we're going to leave that up to Clint. So all those in favor of restoring Adam's budget back to the 196, whatever odd dollars and cents, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we did it. Did you vote, Melissa?
I didn't because you didn't ask for opposed.
Okay, opposed?
No, aye.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's getting late. You know, I was zoned out after, I don't know, my first 3 hours. So. Okay. Anything else?
I have nothing. If you guys don't have any other questions for me, thank you much for your support, and we will talk later.
Thank you, Adam. Always have enjoyed working with you. All right, next we have zoning and UW campus left over.
I like to think of them as the main event, but
We had some guy in the hallway, must have been talking zoning on the phone.
Hey, Mr. Bindle, Mike Bindle, zoning is with us.
For your subject.
We're a little ahead of ourselves, not much.
Mr. Bindle, looking today for you to cover kind of on 5 topics. First one, if you can give us a very general review of services and goals intended with the 2023 budget. 2, significant services and staffing changes resulting from the preliminary guidance. 3, recommendations for amendments that the committee and myself to consider today. 4, if there's any recommendations from your supervisory committee for the 2023 budget, and then allowing us time for specific questions coming from myself and from the committee. I do have the materials that you submitted, sir. They're in the folder. If you want to reference them throughout the presentation, just let me know which ones and I can throw them up on the screen. That being said, I will turn it over to yourself.
Basically, to go over this real quick, since you guys have been here for a little bit today. Basically, the only thing I really changed was the salaries and the increases in that aspect. And the only thing I changed for revenue that we're not making is in the mapping. I went through the 2022 or 2021 budget, and one item that we were not making the money like we proposed to was mapping. Basically because we were doing plat books for 4-H, and the staff member that I had took a different job across the hallway. So never came back until this year, but we couldn't do it this year either because we lost that staff person. So there's your reduction in making money is because we lost staff. But otherwise, everything I have is pretty much the same, other than like I just said, I just changed or took off $1,500 off of that revenue item. But otherwise, everything stayed the same. Just to also throw in there, I had figured out that we made about $83,000 that went back into the general fund because of not spending all the expenditure money like we had budgeted. We made a lot of increase. Like I said, the only item that we did not make revenue in was mapping, and that was short by $1,100 basically. I guess the other information that you're probably looking for is what's the difference going to be with my budget is that Clinton and I have been working on trying to get back that number of grants that's being used for salaries back down to 30,000 price range and all that stuff. So that's why there's going to probably be a little bit more of an increase that looks like due to grant money not being used for salaries.
Let me just stop there just for a minute to kind of familiarize. I'm not sure if Steve and Steve are familiar with this item. So we had the land information grant that Mike would be able to kind of describe a little more in depth, but we were perhaps being a little bit too liberal on how we were apportioning that land use grant to extend over to multiple job positions versus specifically the land information. And we're trying to wean that down. And Mike, you could probably speak more intelligent on it.
Just to explain a little bit more, we were actually spending more than we were even getting in within a year for salaries only. Grant money is supposed to be for projects using GIS stuff and all that stuff, but it was beyond being used for salaries. So that's why we're trying to get back down to $30,000, which we were usually doing about 4 years ago. So yeah, if there's questions, I can answer, but I mean, pretty much staying the same. I know the question out there is how much of the tax levy is being used for our office. If you look at number wise and actually you look at actual dollars being used with the proposed $30,000 with revenue about $150,000 of just revenue coming into the zoning department itself to the $236,000 for our expenditures is about $85,000 plus. But that's not including the $25,000 that we get from Fund 48 and $75,000 averaging for Fund 23. The last couple of years, that $75,000 that comes into Fund 23 has been also about $120,000. So I'm predicting that we'll still be making more money coming in than we do have for expenditures.
It's good news. You're one of few departments we've talked to that can say that, so.
Except for my new car.
Well, the new car notwithstanding. But okay, anything else? Can we move along?
I don't have any other questions.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Well, I can stay here longer. I mean, you guys are here until 4:30, right?
Any petitions recommended for denial? Oh, no, that's another meeting. All right.
That costs too much.
Well, who from the UW will be here? You're here?
Right now, this is kind of the anticipated budget for next year is a copy of 2022 repeated at current. It is $20,000 lighter than it was in 2021. Folks on the Education Committee understand it is not working very well. You have to visualize about 20,000 of this going back to the county for property insurance payments, which leaves them about $20,000, which you're trying to operate on for maintenance and expenditures. I think right now, current to date is, I think we've got about 75% of the budget expended, if not more, and we're still 6 months out in front of us. So it's extreme challenge. Some of the things that might come into play, though, as Supervisor Cooey suggested, there is through the resolution that was passed last night and through investigation that will be done through local leadership support on seeing if there's some buildings that the UW operation potentially can operate without. Doesn't really kind of free us up at the present on not taking care of those buildings, but it does create opportunities of East Hall to rent or to do something different with it. If a gymnasium becomes part of a Simons, then we have some shared costs potentially with the city if they're willing to go on to things of that nature. But we know right now in trying to operate with this, it's going to be a challenge. The exception though, those we do know we have some short-term funds also though, about $100,000 that we're going to contribute towards fixing the copper top flat roof. We'll leave it right there.
Okay, and that's the report? That's it?
That's what I have for you in regards to the UW budget. It's fairly simple, and it's humble is maybe a politically correct word to say it.
Okay, I think that brings us to the end of the meeting. So we'll adjourn. I'll take a motion. Second.
Be shooting for September 6th.
Next meeting.
Our routine meeting at a 1 p.m. time frame. Back in here at that time, I hope to have 95% of a budget put together with presentation and recommendations. We don't know if we're going to have a full health insurance kind of proposal back to you yet. We might know what it looks like through a Wallace Cooper and Elliott. Might have their projections back, but for sure we won't have our ETF projections back in full yet, as the board, I believe, meets in mid-September. So there'll be some dancing yet on what we're going to do with health insurance, but hopefully the other 95% of it we have put together for you.
It's time for single payer national health insurance.
I think you needed a vote yet, but you had a motion in a second.
Yeah, all those in favor of adjourning? Aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.